The story of our communities, people and nation starts a long, long time ago. More than 60,000 years, in fact, and thrive for generations. Our people were strong, and our culture flowed and healed us in times of hurt.
But since the trauma of colonisation and the stolen generations, we have not been able to heal in the same way. And we have unknowingly passed this trauma on to our children through sharing our sad stories and having them witness and experience our pain. This is known as intergenerational trauma, and we see symptoms today in broken relationships, disconnected families, violence, suicide, and drug and alcohol abuse.
But this is not where our story ends.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome is an explanatory theory that really looks at multi-generational trauma. One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped, experimented on. And then you have to ask the question, did the trauma continue? Yes. So 300 years of trauma, no help, freed. No help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that.
There are any number of things that can cause breakdown in a family. Illness, death, divorce are common challenges that can befall a tight-knit family, transforming loving connections into frayed and fragmented pieces.
But family cannot be built on lies. Family has to be built on reality and truth. And we have to be aware of all that past histories live. When I was getting married, I was 19. I refused to sign a paper that would say, oh yeah, married to this person until death do us part. No, I don't know that. I cannot say that because...
And so as a family, we will heal each other. Nobody's going to come and rescue us. We're going to have to come together and heal ourselves. So I invite everyone to become healers of their home.
Being safe and strong communities together, supporting our families to be free from pain, returning to our culture and building a strength of identity, we can stop the cycle of trauma and bring about positive intergenerational change so that we can continue to thrive for the next 60,000 years. There are simple things that we can all do to help heal our trauma.
Set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
And when we lay down our excuses and defenses, everything opens. In a family, you get what you water, and what you water grows.
What legacy are you leaving behind?
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends, and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Greetings, everybody! Black Family First, as usual, back in effect once again. I hope you've read the title. But today we're going to have our discussions, we're going to do some research, and we're going to go through things You know, and one thing that I'm going to always say is black comes first. So, as I said, have you read the title? If you haven't read the title, then you don't know what is going on. So, in me saying so, before we go in, should we build a black global community or think about ourselves? Should we unite with others? Should we connect with others? Should we just sit on our asses and just concentrate on building our own personal legacy, or build a bigger legacy in forms of the community? What do you think? If you have something to say, please jump on the panel. As the link is in the chat, I will put it at the top. To say, I will put it at the top so that you can able to check it out. So, in me saying that, we have our beautiful sister in the house. Is Lady Divine there?
Sorry, I'm here too. You know, the kids are in the background doing the most. But yeah, bless up.
So what's been happening? What's on the YouTube streets? What's the rumors? What's the information? You know, what's going on? What you been hearing?
Too much. It kind of relates to the title of the show. So I went to another panel a couple of days ago, yeah? I'll go as far as to say it was a Muslim panel. And I was quite shocked when I heard a bunch of Somali African Muslims basically tell us the red, the black, and the green is crap, basically. And I'm saying it politely. That's not the words that they used. I'm saying it in a polite way. So uniting upon race is ridiculous. It will never happen. It's a joke. That's why they put Islam first. They don't do the black thing. They don't do the African thing. It's all tribalistic, and it's nonsense. And we need to let it go.
Okay. So you know the funniest thing about that. Then if they're saying that they don't want it tribalistic, so that means would they work with the Europeans?
Well, Islam itself is very tribalistic. You can only be a brother or sister unless you are, you've taken your shahada and become a Muslim. So there and then, to me, it's oxymoron.
So if Boris Johnson tomorrow took his shahada,
he would then be their brother or
brother or sister, but can still do his shenanigans.
And this is what kind of brings me on today's subject about should we build with the wider community, or should we just focus ourselves? It makes you then start, though I know I'm not going to, I know that I'm always going to be about my black family, my people across the diaspora and on the continent, It does start to make you think when you hear I remember they're talking to a wide audience, and the disgusting things that's come in their mouth. But the fact of the matter is, ignore all of that. The fact that they're comfortable enough to sit amongst, anyone can be a Muslim, right? And spew this stuff and talk about all kind of barbaric stuff, and we're barbarics and old worshipping, old I guess satanic images, and it's all haram and all that. It just makes you question, like, why would I want to build?
But the factor is right. And this is what I keep on saying is, so that means if you're in that format, would you condemn your own great grandparents and your parents before that?
They said they did, literally. So they don't. In fact, I went then back again to last night to listen to them having their debates amongst themselves, and you'd be surprised. There was a girl that came on, I forgot her name, a Somali sister, and she went ham, and basically they just laughed at her and called her out and called her. Remember, she's a Somali too. They called her all kind of Somali nationalists and and listen, they are for their thing. Nothing goes above them, their thing.
But then, have they ever questioned their own personal ideology in the fact of them not looking at the bigger picture and going into their narrow minds and not coming out of that circumference?
No, because they think on one paradigm, and if it ain't Islam, then forget it. And if it ain't in the deen, if it ain't in the books, forget it. It's nothing outside of that can infiltrate. It is what it is. And you're a kuffar if you try.
Yeah, if you try to use
if you're saying anything that's not in the deen, basically, then you're
yeah.
basically a kuffar. You can be a Muslim and be a kuffar, long if you're not practicing the words or the scriptures or whatever it is. If you're going outside of that, you are a kuffar. You're going against the thing. That's how
They're
it
going
is.
against their thing.
Yeah.
But then, if you say that, then let's look at the even when you look at the culture, even though they might put they might put Islam first, but if they're following it in religiously, number one, they can't dance, they can't sing,
right?
You know, there's many benefactors where their culture goes into that situation. So then that means you're not following the system itself. You're following.
Well, that's where I think the struggle was. And that's where the struggle was. Because when you heard them, remember, it's like about 5 or 6 of them arguing amongst themselves. And when you heard it, it was mind-blowing. I have to pick up, I've got the sister's name, but I'll pick up the other guy, little man. He went in hard. And there was another guy, I forgot his name. And I just watched and observed. And I'm just like, they are so, like, on their thing. Not even their own can tell them nothing. So I definitely stood no chance.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
I hear you on that, because we have to look at things in a certain way, and that's why when I put the question of the day up, in the fact that do we look out for other communities in forms of creating an alliance, and we understand that we have to look after our own communities, but then by us extending our hands to other Black communities, it can help us to expand and move much more quicker. As they would say, 2 hands are better than 1. So if two communities are working together, then we're able to grow.
But in what aspect, though? Working together in what aspect? Because if it's, it can't have nothing to do with religion. Because say, for instance, I've got a Hebrew brother, I've got a Rasta brother, I've got a Muslim brother, I don't know, whatever they might, take up on their own personal religious belief to be. And then we're working on something, and then I might do something that goes against one of their beliefs, then it can't work.
But then I looked at it like this.
Yeah.
Because I was on a panel on Clubhouse, funny enough, and they were having a discussion about the Americans were having a discussion of, should we call ourselves Black or should we call ourselves African American? And it kind of dawned on me that they're using color and race to judge or to create their own community. And when I think about that, there was one word that they kept on mentioning that everyone agrees to, and that was melanated people. Doesn't matter.
I don't agree to that, because anybody can say, white people got melanin, so anyone can be melanated people.
No, I hear that, but they agreed. This is what I'm trying to say. They agreed to that. They will agree to being melanated than being Black.
Did they say why one was better than the other? Why melanated was better than being called Black?
They come with the negative quotations of being Black. Then they will come in with the quotations of, the anti-African, that I'm not African, I'm an American. So,
oh boy,
yeah. It's not even the Israelites; it's the Moors as well, because the Moors don't like to use the word Black. So, and then they will say
one step above. They actually call themselves white. Jeez.
So then it makes me think that what is the words that they agree to, because they're using characteristics to categorize their groups. And if we look alike, then shouldn't it be something that, okay, you're Hebrew over there, I'm a Muslim over here, you're Moor over there, you're this over there, in forms, and this is why I was saying in forms of economics, because we use the economics to build. So if we're trading with each other, it doesn't matter, as long as we're in the forms of the melanated people, as long as we're trading with each other, we're building our communities. And this is
But I think what we mustn't do is have expectations like we can
no.
all get together and whatever. The fact of the matter is, naturally, we are tribalistic. As humans, we're tribalistic. You normally gravitate towards your own kind more. And just because we're all black doesn't mean we don't have black divisions or we all have melanated divisions. We have those, and they're forever going to be. That's been there from the beginning of time. I guess it's to slowly introduce the idea of working together rather than saying, oh, you're black, so you have to work with me. No.
And that's what I'm kind of I look at. You know, sometimes, you know, let me use a kind of a little bit of the biblical story because people understand it more. In the fact of when the three kings were looking for Jesus, they looked for a bright star, and for them, from when they found the star, they found Jesus. So in that narrative is that it just takes like 10 to 20 people as a collective to shine, because once they shine and they see things, doesn't matter who they are as black people, they're going to gravitate to it because they're going to want to know what good are you doing, what's making you do this, and how can we get involved in this. Like, you know, like for instance, the cryptocurrency, people are jumping on it regardless of what color they are. So it's looking at certain things of what is the common denominator amongst us all. So family, if you feel that you need to come on, the link is in the chat. Please jump on, come and have your conversation. Should we be able to build? I'm going to start posting the link out for people to come on board. That we are live. So if you know someone or you have a friend, share the link with them, because we are here to discuss these kind of topics. So let me look at something here for the family. Oh yeah, let me just.
Oh, sorry, Auntie Nani will be here a bit later. She's going to go and buy her fish and her hard bread. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And this is why because the reason why we're having this topic, it is to look out for others, in the fact that if another community is going through something, we should be able to investigate and observe and watch and see what happens in case it happens to us, so we know how to apply what they have done. So
hold
like,
on, when you say other communities, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Are you talking about other communities outside of us as people, or you mean communities within our own communities?
Yeah, so like for instance, we might just say Northwest, right? Should we just work with one family in that Northwest and being ourselves, just do what we're doing and live where we're living, but don't give a damn about the community? Or do we build our community and reaching out to other communities? Do you understand that?
What to? Yeah, okay. I just want to know if we're talking about
Okay,
our own or outside of our own people.
Yeah, no. When I say
that's what I meant. Yeah,
I mean
other
that's why I
communities
specifically
outside
said.
of us?
That's what I said. That's why I specifically said, should we build a black global community or think about ourselves as an individual? So I'm talking about reaching out to all other black communities, whether they're in America, South America, the Caribbean, or Africa. Should we reach out, even though we have our differences, but able to work something? Or do we just live the way we are and just go to 9 to 5 and leave it alone?
No, most definitely. Of course, we should be reaching out to other communities. But I think before we reach out to other communities, we need to get ourselves together first, know what we're doing. So when we do reach out, we're more prepared. We're all, you understand? But we can't kind of reach out now, and we're kind of like in a what is it? A juggling position where we can see a lot of things going on that we are yet to deal with here.
Yeah, but that's what this is why when you understand our parents back in the days,
Yeah.
they came to England because the reason being is that they can go out there to create their wealth and have a better understanding, better education, so that they can come back home and apply what they have learned and what they have gained within their own personal community. So when I say that, I'm talking about us going to other communities and learning from them and coming back to our community to build, so that we have two replicated of communities, and then we're able to trade, because what they don't have, we may have, and what we may not have, they may have. So let's find a common denominator, but the only way you're going to know that is you got to know your neighbor in forms of the Black community. If you don't know your neighbor, how are you going to able to do anything with them? So when someone is crying out loud in forms of, as you know, the big case today with the George Floyd, is looking and observing, and I'm not going to judge him on his characteristics, but understanding the altercation that is going on within the court case itself. Because if that situation happens again in another country, we can observe over there and see what's happened over there, and see that how can we apply it to what's happening over here.
Yeah. Now I hear the point you're making. Boy.
So,
I just say that we should be reaching out, innit? We should be definitely reaching out and stuff. But I also think we need to be, know what we're reaching out, have a goal in it. What are we reaching out for? What are we gonna do? Where's the best place we can help them as well as they can help us? Like make sure we're prepared before.
Yeah,
but we'll definitely reach out, of course.
Because what I'm seeming to find at this precise moment is that the division is moving rife, and
the division is disgusting. I'm not feeling it at all.
Worse by
every day. Every day I see it, the hole getting bigger and bigger. It's like somebody's cracked. When you like crack a screen or a phone screen, for instance, it starts off as a little crack, and then eventually it trickles out and the crack spreads and it widens and widens. And next thing you know, the whole screen's kind of gone. That's what I'm seeing literally happening. It hurts my soul to say it, but I have to admit it. That's what I see going on with our community.
Yeah, and
we've got division like rife.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Even within a certain institution or a group or a certain community, they have division going on within itself. And this will happen that it will be individuals, one person on his own, instead of a collective. So nothing will get done. So and this is why I'm so advocate of using the saying Black family first, but for people to be able to understand. But if people don't like the word Black, but you understand what I'm talking about. And I'm just, as I said, I'm talking about dark-skinned, melanated people, and understanding how we need to work together from the Caribbean, Africa, South America, and Americas and Europe. We're global. So how are we going to unify, or not even unify, in able to getting us together before we can even actually unify? Because we don't have no institutions.
Exactly.
There's no institution whatsoever. And this is what I was saying to even our brother IC3. Yeah, he talks about all his stuff. But the thing is, what institution?
Has he got the link for over here? Has he been over here before?
I think he's been here once or twice. But what I'll do is I will put it into his Instagram.
Yeah, see if you can pass to his Instagram so we can jump over now.
There's much people. So anyone that's watching and has something to say about the collective and able to learn from each other, like each one teach one. Let's look at what's happening over there and how can we apply it over here, and you can look over what's happening over here and how you can apply it over there. Looking at our structures, looking at how we can create our school systems and whatsoever. Let's begin to build. But before we build, We have to understand ourselves. So, family, if you have anything to say, please do so. So, like, for instance, let me quickly go into something. There was a lady from London, and she was discussing about being in Gambia. So I want to just play this quick little video so you can see what this woman is talking about. You know, it's a little 3 minutes. So I'll play that while we're trying to get people in. Okay, so let me quickly play this for you, family.
I live here in the Gambia. I'm representing the African Diaspora Returnees Association. And we are a group of people who have returned to live in Gambia because we see ourselves as Africans. So I'm representing that group.
Why did you make the decision, knowing that Africa has a history of political instability, history of backwardness in terms of economy, corruption, and all that? You left the life that you lived in, probably in the Caribbean or in the UK or somewhere in America, to come and live in the Gambia.
Wow, you made some sweeping statements there. Political instability, you know, poor economy. That's not the Africa that I see. That's the Africa that the BBC and the CNN tells us about. Africa's our home as Black people, and we have to make it what it is. If you think the West was paved with gold, it wasn't. I was born in the UK, but I was always made to know I was never accepted there as a Black person. So you see the difference. You know, even though I was born there, and I should be able to say, yes, it was wonderful there, but it wasn't. The discrimination is still there. My parents faced it in the 60s. I faced it, you know, as I was growing up. My children are facing it. It's not changing for us. So it's imperative that we come home and we build Africa so that we don't make the statements that you made about the political instability, the poorness. Africa is a rich continent, and everybody else can see that except us. This is why other people are coming here, but we're not coming here. So we need to come here and we need to enjoy the fruits of Africa.
How do you adapt to a country that struggles a lot economically, and even when it comes to basic necessities like food, water, electricity, the on and offs of electricity? You've been in the UK all your life and you've not experienced such kind of things. How are you going to adapt in the Gambia?
Because it's a mindset. If you're coming home to Africa, you have to come home with a different mindset. The UK is the UK, Africa is Africa. And if you want to live here and be part and parcel of the fabric of Africa, you have to adapt. But in that adaptation, you have to be part of the change as well. So, you know, yes, we may not have stable electricity all the time. We may not have, you know, maybe all the things that we thought we needed in the West. But we have to think to ourselves, did we need all the materialism that the West has to offer? Have we been spoilt by the West? You know, is it really about living the life we should be living as Africans? We are different and we should be living a different life. So it's about adapting, but it's about changing the mindset first.
You look like one of us. Do you feel at home when you came to Gambia?
Absolutely. I've been coming here for 14 years, living here permanently for 2 years. This is the happiest I've been in my life. Every morning I wake up, I see the sun, first of all, and then I see people that look like me. That's enough for me. That's enough for me.
And you see what I'm saying now about going to Gambia? And she said that's enough for her. And she's been in Gambia for a few years now since she's moved out of the UK. But it's understanding the mindset of people. People are willing to unify. People are willing to work together, but no one is ready to push that narrative. And then we have to ask that question, why? Why aren't we pushing that narrative? Why aren't we doing the things that we're supposed to do? You know, so, you know, today we're going to do some bits of research and we're going to look over different countries and, you know, what's happening in the news. You know, we're going to, you know, one thing I wanted to talk about is the actual George Floyd case, not what he did in his past, not what's going to happen. That case of what that policeman did, was it right or was it wrong? You know, we want to go into it, we want to research it, we want to study it to have a better understanding within that case itself. So if there's any Americans that want to come in and join us, please do come and say your say. You know, let's build on this and get a bit clear understanding of where we stand.
I'm going to try and get good of Jacob. I'm going to try now.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, I'm asking everyone to come on board. Let's have this discussion, because it's about us talking and not arguing over anything, but just having a better understanding of every situation. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at the little video clips. Let's study this to get into into the nitty gritty of what's going on. And this is in many other countries. So, you know, there's another thing what I was going to say. Is able to looking at every aspect, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in the Caribbean. You know, let's look at this. Like, for instance, I'm going to play this clip from Sprague Bentz and his opinions. Okay, so and this is in Jamaica, because we have problems all across the globe. This is the matter of the fact. So if you want to join us, the link is on the top. And if you want to sponsor or give us any donations to our rites of passage, the link is in the description box. So please check it out. And able to give a little bit of donations as we do a global global effect of our rites of passage. So I'm going to play this video from Sprague Bentz and see what he says about the political parties in Jamaica.
All the while throughout district, the ones that will stand up for the people always get sold out by the same people that want them stand up for. Yeah. And they don't know Jamaica. Then. You grow up in a JLP, you can't go on like you're a socialist. You grow up in a socialist, you can't go on like you're a labourite. Anyway, as a man, we get to know myself. And as a youth, me and my friend them never take side for run up behind a politician and get no favours from them. Red Square we name. Anybody at Dunkirk can tell you that we build for our own self. And that is what causes we and people feel the vibes all the way, because we never run back on a politician. So right now, none are different. My friends are South. My friends are Tivoli Garden. My friends different areas of different affiliations. I care for people from all about in Jamaica over my career. It never matter which party you come from. When we come to Sprague, you know, say, whatever you come to him with, it will get addressed to the best of my abilities. We reach this stage now with this present government. I do the same thing where the next government, what do they do if them did in a power? So it no matter who in a power. So it's not about party, it's not about politics, it's about the people. And even more so, it's about Jah works, it's about prophecy where it's fulfilled in front of our eyes. So some people want to go on like them want to confuse this with politics. They know the game. Yeah. And just want the audience to die once. So anytime you free me out of that body with me inner as a soul, what else am I going to do? Yeah? So saying that for say, whatever will be, will be. But that still not going to stop me from saying what I have to say. Because I not say it for me, I say it for Jah. And who can overstand that? Sorry for only a limited understanding. But there are people out there who do understand what I'm going on, who do understand what I'm saying and what I'm trying to do. Because we not do this for money. When I run down money, I'm probably one of the poorest artists then. When I run down money, when I run down career, just put the work here in my lap. Because I don't know nothing about music, I can't tell you that straight. I don't know A key from B key. I don't know flat from sharp. I don't know harmony is neither. I just sing from the soul. And sing the words I'm going to put in my mind and perform from the soul. Because I'm never going to school for this. I see there. I'm one of the top artists in Jamaica. from the first song will come out of my mouth, Jah just put me in a position until a time when him use me for him I will use me for. And this at the time, and the time of a talk up against injustice and the things that I see happening in front of my face. From me a little youth, may I tell you that. Me a 52 years old now. From me a little youth, me a Rastaman talk about microchip. Me a Rastaman talk about New World Order. From me a little boy. And I see the people in my laugh off of Rastaman from them time. They say, nothing can go, so nothing on your microchip, nothing can go in your body, and nothing can make you think that. See it, you know? So I see him when me I tell you when me I say, when I say nothing, no go so. I know why we don't know. And who want war with me, And I'm always I was saying for some people want to shoot the messenger, but I tell you that the messenger I go shoot back. And the messenger I go shoot first because you give me the vision to see what's coming more time. Yeah. You think I joke? I'm not stop the job work neither. I can't kill me, but I can't do nothing more than that. And work still I go stand. And words them still I go ring out in all the years. And I still I go bother man, and I still I go suffer. The bigger heads them who plan and a scheme against me and Boudreaux and all of the other artists who want to plan against. The things of politics have to do this. And alright, yeah, man. I'm just telling you, people, look to Jah. People, this vaccination thing where them are coming with is not nothing for to run into. People, all of them things the government them do is not just Jamaica government to do it alone, it's all around the world, it's a plan. But decades in the making, and yesterday it come in. Decades in making, generations. So some of the young youth and they can't see it. Because the things that were happening from the grandparents' days and nowadays anything they just get revealed. If then they talk from them time, they say them kill Malcolm X and Martin Luther, what do you think could have happened? But no, them can't say it. Someone for be wise people. We don't come here to try divide, you know, we come here to try unite, you know.
You hear that, family? You hear that? You know, like as I said, we have to look much more deeper in that our community is disrupted in many different ways, as you hear from Spragga Benz. And he's talking about the government and how there's people behind the government, but it's not even about that. It's about watching what we need to do, how we creating to able to build in them situations. So, you know, I'm gonna look at some stuff. If you feel like you need to come on, please do come on, because we need as much as the family, because I want this to make this a big discussion, and I'm going to be promoting this all over. Go on.
What it is that they don't know the how to, they want to come over, they don't know, and I don't want to put the link or nothing in the chats in it. How do I do it? Because God Jacob said he can't see you live.
He can't see live.
He doesn't have the link. Yeah, and I don't want to put it
Black
in
Eyes
them.
TV.
Listen. I don't want to put nothing in the chats, like the whole name of the thing,
Okay.
for all of them people in the chat to come over here. You see what I'm saying? So how do I do this?
I was going to say I could. No, but he's God of Jacob.
Because the lady sprayed all of them. They're over there. But
Tell them to. I'm going to put a message in. I'll put a message. I'll put a message into the chat. And
tell him here. Just type in the chat here. So then he would know that's the channel you're talking about. Just type here, nothing else.
Type it in here.
No, you see in Veli's chat.
Yeah, I just type my name.
Just type the word here, nothing else, and he would know what it means. He would know that's the channel you're talking about.
Yeah, I just put what's good. All right. So, family, as we're trying to build and we're trying to get everyone in the house, just bear with us. Hold on. Doom 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 doom. Yes. DC Brad is showing off his face as usual. Hey.
Yeah, no, and they're arguing with our King of Gold about Israelites. Do you see what I'm saying about Israelites and madness? We got to tell you, we got too much division to be talking about building anyway. It's madness.
Decade.
Sorry. Yes, sorry about that. Go on.
Because the majority.
I'm saying that we've got too much division to even be talking about building when we're listening to these lot. They're actually arguing about Israelites and stuff like right now. It's crazy.
Okay. So I've put it in the chat. So once they see my name, they know what to follow.
There we go.
Okay. So yes, family, spread the word, because we're going to have a big discussion today. We want to do some research. We want to pull up some delils. You know, we want to have a good chat today on many topics. So if you feel that you want to talk, or even if you want to come on and promote your business, please do come and advertise your business or your products or your services, because we are here as one big family and we're always sharing as much as possible. So this is like a chat room for all. So as we're waiting and we're discussing, you know, we can able to promote your product services. Even if you put the link in the chat, make sure.
Yeah. But T, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I really want you to go over this whole George Floyd thing, and the reason being, in these YouTube streets, we've had a load of, you know, invasions lately on certain panels, and these far right people are coming with this thing of he deserved to be shot, he's a criminal, blah blah blah. And remember, I'm in the UK now. I remember, to be fair, I remember last year summer was on lockdown, and throughout that summer there was a whole load of madness going on in America. But I don't remember individual stories or the things. So you'd have to give me, like, when my brain was getting jogged yesterday, it slowly come back to me who exactly they're talking about. I remember quite a few of these things happened last year in the quarantine time, and a lot of America was on, you know, the whole lot of protesters going at Black Lives Matter was going ham, and it was a madness. So for me in the UK, keeping up with all of it, I couldn't, plus the homeschooling and all that, you know, and summertime and all of that as well. So I need the bits of the story. You know, I need to get into grasp with the actual story and see what's going on, because the way they're talking at here is like, why are we as Black people martyring this guy? He was a criminal. He deserves everything we got. And I'm like, huh? So you're telling me a Black man's life is worth taking away by a police officer for the fact that he done crime before in his past as a child or younger, or even a young man, or even it could have been 2 years before. The fact that his life was taken, that's just deserves. Like, I was a bit.
So in looking at that, and you have to look it in a certain way, and this is why a lot of people getting misconstrued in the facts of what we're talking about, and able to understand that we're trying to talk about the case and the altercation of the case. We're not talking about his past, where he comes from, and what he has done in the past, because that is what goes against, if he was in court, that would go against him in court of his sentence. But this is a policeman going into court, and we are looking at the facts of, is he guilty or not guilty of killing a person, regardless of where that person has come from. So we're looking at the facts of that. We look at the situation. Why was he arrested? When he was arrested, why was he arrested? What made him come out of the car? What made them think that they could put their knee in his neck and all over his body? What creates that altercation? Do you understand?
Well, I wanted to also dip into the fact that I was hearing like there was a number of police actually holding him down, and I want to know, is it normal that so many police have to hold that if they're not caught resisting or whatever they might be doing? Is it normal? Is it a normal procedure in America for that amount of people to basically arrest that amount of police officers to arrest one person? Is that a normal practice? Because I'm not going to lie, I've seen other practices where men have gone up and done the wildest things and police have not taken them out in America. They literally talk to them and try to coax them out of situations or whatever, but they don't kill them. So I'm trying to understand, why was this man killed?
So let's just look at even in the UK perspective. Have you noticed if there is some form of altercation with black people, that they call a massive amount of backup?
I have.
Most of the time, I've never see, like when they call for police, I've not just seen one police. I've seen 3-4 cars, a bunch of police,
3-4 vans, and then 2 more cars. What are you talking about?
Every single time that something has been documented. So is this person such a high criminal that you need that amount of police force? Do you understand? So, and this is why it'd be good that we hear from an American perspective, so we can even have a much more clearer. So, let me see, like, for instance, let's go through certain let's look at the George Floyd case in the newspapers. Hold on, while we're waiting for others to come in. Okay, so we're gonna go to New York Times. And let's see.
You clicked on the same one I clicked on. I skipped past the BBC one and went straight to the New York Times.
Yeah, because the BBC, there's always some form of narrative. So the BBC, I would say, always look at it last, in the fact that, remember, this case is in America itself. So we need to have the American perspective. Hold on. In the forms of news.
Sorry,
Okay.
can I read back this bit that I've got here? Do you mind if I start reading this bit I got?
Yeah,
here?
read it. Yeah, read it out. Read out what you've got so far.
Okay, so this is from the New York Times, and it says, on May the 25th, Minnesota, was it Menipoli? What's that area? Menipoli? How do you pronounce that?
Hold on.
I don't know how to say that in that area in America, but anyway, that police. Anyway, that police officers from that department. So it says, I think it's Minnesota. No, it's not Minnesota. What's it? Menopause. I can't pronounce that word. But anyway, that police area there. So officers arrested George Floyd, a 46-year-old black man, after a convenience store employee called 911 and told the police that Mr. Floyd had bought cigarettes with a confetti $20 bill. 17 minutes later, after the first squad car arrived at the scene, Mr. Floyd was unconscious and pinned, breathing beneath 3 officers, showing no signs of life. So it kind of skips in between, Tariq. It went from 16 minutes after the first squad car arrived. Mr. Floyd was unconscious and pinned beneath the 3 officers, showing no signs of life. Okay, so it says, by combining videos by bystanders and security cameras, reviewing official documents and consulting experts, the New York Times reconstructed in detail the minutes leading to Mr. Floyd's death. Our video shows officers taking a series of actions that violated the policies of the Is it Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Is it Minnesota? It can't be Minnesota. MINNEA.
Yeah, but it's the way the way the Americans will pronounce it.
Manipulate. It looks like manipulate.
I know, but it's Minnesota.
Okay, so Minnesota, yeah. All right, okay, so Minnesota Police Department and it turned fatal, leaving Mr. Floyd unable to breathe, even as he and onlookers called out for help. The day after Mr. Floyd's death, the police department fired all 4 officers involved in the episode. See what they called it? They worded it as an episode, not a death, not a homicide, but an episode. Let's be clear, yeah. So the day after Mr. Floyd's death, the police department fired all 4 of the officers involved in the episode. On May the 29th, the Hennepin I don't know how to pronounce these words. Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman announced 3rd-degree murder and 2nd-degree manslaughter charges against Derek Chauvin, the officer most clearly in witness videos pinning Mr. Floyd to the ground. Mr. Chauvin, who is white, kept his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for at least 8 minutes and 15 seconds. According to the Times, analysis of the timestamp video, our video investigation shows that Mr. Chauvin did not remove his knee even after Mr. Floyd's lost consciousness, and for a full minute and 20 seconds after paramedics arrived at the scene. So hold on, even when paramedics arrived at the scene, his knee was still in his neck for another minute and 20 seconds. Oh, ain't this some bullshit? Okay, so on June the 3rd, Hennepin County prosecutors added a more serious 2nd-degree murder charge against Mr. Chauvin and also charged each of the other former officers, Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kuhn, I think he must be Chinese, and Toy Theo. I don't know how to pronounce their names, yeah, with aiding and abetting 2nd-degree murder. So they were charged, the other 3 officers, right? On June the 18th, the Hennepin County Attorney Office said that it's a criminal complaint, misstated the amount of time Mr. Chauvin kept his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. The complaint originally said that Mr. Chauvin had done so far 8 minutes and 46 seconds, a length of time that became a symbol and a rallying cry for protesters. Responding to inquiries from the journalists who noted a discrepancy with the durations listed in the complaint, the officer said the actual time was 7 minutes and 46 seconds, but the Times' own analysis of the video shows this revised time is also incorrect. It makes no difference, said Jamal Nelson, who works with the families of the crime victims in Minnesota. The bottom line is that it was long enough to kill him, long enough to execute him. And basically, what this discrepancy sounds like to me from reading this is they're arguing over the it's an argument over the length of time. So what the New York Times has done, they have put together a video. If you go to the top of the screen again, Terry, you'll see there's a video they've put up there.
Yeah,
are we in trouble for playing it if we can never see the video?
That's why I don't know.
Okay, all right. So
I can, you know what?
Because I want to know after I even want to know when he's calling out for help. Did anybody help him? Take note of that. All of that stuff, like all of that's going to be in the trial. Is that clear on the video?
It's 9 minutes. 9 minutes 45.
I want to hear what's. Well, it says it's their own video, it's not a thingy video from YouTube. Yeah, let's try.
Okay, it's their video, yeah. So
yeah.
This
is a New York Times video. They've made it together. They've compiled this video together. So they
compiled it together. Okay, so
that's what they said in the
So hold on, let me just look.
I think the reason why they put the video together is because they want to see for themselves the length of time, like what we're trying to find out. What was the actual? Remember, one is 8 minutes, and the other one saying no, it's 7 minutes and 46 seconds. So I think it's a discrepancy of the length of time.
Okay, so in me looking at that, let me see now. Let me see if this video. What I do is I'll start and stop it. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry, T. I went to get some water. I was choking over it. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah. Start and stop it. So we start play a little bit, then we might talk a bit, and then like that.
Okay, so
It's a Monday evening in Minneapolis. Police respond to a call about a man who allegedly used a counterfeit $20 bill to buy cigarettes. 17 minutes later, the man they are there to investigate lies motionless on the ground and is pronounced dead shortly after.
Wow.
The man was 46-year-old George Floyd, a bouncer originally from Houston who'd lost his job at a restaurant when the coronavirus pandemic hit. Floyd's death triggered major protests in Minneapolis and sparked rage across the country. One of the officers involved, Derek Chauvin, has been arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The other 3 officers have been charged with aiding and abetting murder. The Times analyzed bystander videos, security camera footage, and police scanner audio, spoke to witnesses and experts, and reviewed documents released by the authorities to build as comprehensive a picture as possible and better understand how George Floyd died in police custody. The events of May 25th begin here. Floyd is sitting in the driver's seat of this blue SUV. Across the street is a convenience store called Cup Foods. Footage from this restaurant's security camera helps us understand what happens next. Note that the timestamp on the camera is 24 minutes fast. At 7:57 p.m., 2 employees from Cup Foods confront Floyd and his companions about an alleged counterfeit bill he just used in their store to buy cigarettes. They demand the cigarettes back, but walk away empty-handed. 4 minutes later, they call the police. According to the 911 transcript, an employee says that Floyd used fake bills to buy cigarettes and that he is awfully drunk and not in control of himself. Soon, the first police vehicle arrives on the scene. Officers Thomas Lane and J. Alexander Koenig step out of the car and approach the blue SUV. Seconds later, Lane pulls his gun, we don't know exactly why, and orders Floyd to put his hands on the wheel. Lane reholsters the gun, and after about 90 seconds back and forth, yanks Floyd out of the SUV.
Hold on.
Yes, and I want you to go back a bit as well. Yeah, I want you to go back a little
No.
bit.
You know the funniest thing is, why didn't they do the same treatment to the other guy?
Why did you pull out your gun at the holster? Can you just go back a couple seconds? I want to know what she said made him pull the gun out.
Okay, so let me go back.
Because normally, Terry, when they pull a gun at you, you normally pose the threat. You might have reached your pocket for something. You might have. So I want to know what was the reason she said that the gun was pulled out for.
Yeah, remember this is for a counterfeit $20 bill.
Exactly. So I want to know what is all this unnecessary pulling gun out for. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so when he left with the gear, there.
According to the 911 transcript, an employee says that Floyd used fake bills to buy cigarettes and that he is awfully drunk and not in control of himself. Soon, the first police vehicle arrives on the scene. Officers Thomas Lane and J. Alexander Koenig step out of the car and approach the blue SUV. Seconds later, Lane pulls his gun, we don't know exactly why, and orders Floyd to put his hands on the wheel. Lane reholsters the gun, and after about 90 seconds of back and forth, yanks Floyd out of the SUV. A man is filming the confrontation from a car behind them.
Terry, pause.
The officers cough up.
Yeah.
Did you hear what she said, Terry? That's the bit I wanted you to play again. She said that he pulls out the gun and they don't exactly know why. So that means immediately, remember, he's not said anything. They've not told him yet they're going to arrest him or whatever they're approaching him for. They've just immediately, these 2 officers walked up to him. One's taken one door, the other one's taken the driver's side door. The one on the driver's side door, as he approaches Floyd, immediately pulls out his gun at the holster, not declaring why he's there, if he's under arrest, what the suspects are for, nothing. He's already approaching him on an aggressive tip, yeah? Then he puts the gun back into the holster and then automatically grabs him out try to drag him out the car, which is what we paused at there when they're trying to drag him out. Remember, in that short space of time, have they told him that he's under arrest, read him his rights, told him what he's arrested for, any of that, in that short space of time, Terry?
No.
This crazy. This is crazy.
Opinion, I'll be calling
Mm-hmm.
You don't just
100%.
walk up to somebody and immediately pull out your gun as a police officer. You're supposed to walk up to the person, tell them that they've been under arrest, to stop their, turn off the engine, let them know what they've been arrested for, and to step out the vehicle. You're not supposed to go up to them and immediately pull your gun out of the holster. Right there is the first thing I caught that was out of pocket, and that was that's breaching the laws. You're not supposed to do that on first approaching a person. Only if that person is posing a threat, or if a call's been made, has said this person's got a firearm or whatever, then I can understand that. But all you're coming for is a $20 bill, and already you're pulling out a gun.
Mm-hmm. So let's quickly go. Let me quickly pull that back a bit.
Yeah.
So just here. Okay.
His gun. We don't know exactly why, and orders Floyd to put his hand on the wheel. Lane reholsters the gun, and after about 90 seconds of back and forth, yanks Floyd out of the SUV. A man is filming.
He dropped something on the car. Do you see that?
I see it. I saw it. It's right by the door on the bottom of the floor. But hold on, do you not hear what she said? She said, so he walks up to the car, doesn't tell him he's under arrest, doesn't say nothing. He immediately pulls his gun at the holster as he's approaching him, then tells him to put his hands on the dashboard, on the wheel, as he's putting the gun back in his pocket. 90 seconds later, 90 seconds is not enough time for you to read somebody their rights, yeah? So 90 seconds later, he then starts to pull him out of the car.
Okay, so let's go back at 2 secs.
Make sure you catch everything she's saying to you. That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
We don't know exactly why, and orders Floyd to put his hands on the wheel. Lane reholsters the gun, and after about 90 seconds of back and forth, yanks Floyd out of the SUV. A man is filming the confrontation from a car parked behind them. The officers cuff Floyd's hands behind his back, and Koenig walks into the restaurant wall.
All right, what's your name?
From the 911 transcript and the footage, we now know 3 important facts. First, that the police believed they were responding to a man who was drunk and out of control. But second, even though the police were expecting this situation, we can see that Floyd has not acted violently. And third, that he seems to already be in distress. 6 minutes into the arrest, the 2 officers move Floyd back to their vehicle. As the officers approach their car, we can see Floyd fall to the ground. According to the criminal complaints filed against the officers, Floyd says he is claustrophobic and refuses to enter the police car. During the struggle, Floyd appears to turn his head to address the officers.
Did you hear that?
He's telling them he's claustrophobic, so he can't get into the car, and they're trying to push him into the car. Meanwhile, have you noticed that police car right there's pulled up? Have you noticed there's another police car pulled up as you paused it? Yeah.
But have you noticed that they haven't harassed the other 2?
No, and where did they get the? Hold on, and also, do you pick up what she said before? She said they took him out the car. They had him standing up outside of the shop, and while they searched his car, whatever, and then they brought him back to their car, meaning they're trying to get him now back into their car now. Yeah. So they brought him back, and as they've done that now, he's trying to tell them, "No, I'm claustrophobic. I can't do, these tight spaces." And then he drops on the floor as they're trying to push him into the car. Do you hear that part?
100%. Okay. Let's go.
Six minutes into the arrest, the 2 officers move Floyd back to their vehicle. As the officers approach their car, we can see Floyd fall to the ground. According to the criminal complaints filed against the officers, Floyd says he is claustrophobic and refuses to enter the police car. During the struggle, Floyd appears to turn his head to address the officers multiple times. According to the complaints, he tells them he can't breathe. 9 minutes into the arrest, the 3rd and final police car arrives on the scene. It's carrying officers Tu Tao and Derek Chauvin. Both have previous records of complaints brought against.
Hold on. Do you see the guy? Can you hear me?
I can hear, but I'm actually shocked that Derek, the guy that's on trial now, had 17 previous complaints made against him, and that Tao Chinese one there has six complaints made against him.
Yeah.
What?
Remember, these guys before the whole incident, these guys come after. They come after.
So that, do you see the car that pulled up outside the corner? Like, when you paused the time just before, yeah, and I go, do you see that car just pulled up? That's the car they came out of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So go back
Uncle
again.
Brad.
Go back again, Terry, to that bit there
What
where
we
the car
talking about?
pulls up. The George Floyd thing. That's what we're going over.
We're going over the George Floyd thing and the video before we go into the case. Okay, so I'll rewind it.
Oh man,
What's been happening?
no, it's just like every time I look at this film, I just can't like honestly, I'm gonna say this: everything up until his death would have just easily been a charge, and none of these guys would have been justified in doing their job. But the moment that Derek killed him, it's over. Like,
yeah, but you know
it's
what?
almost useless. You know.
But you know what? My issue, right, is that the way they treated him. Why didn't they treat the other two that were in the car?
Who? What do you mean?
Because there was more than one person in his car.
Yeah, the thing I don't understand is,
I've got a different perspective, Brad. This is what I saw. Remember yesterday when we was going over this, yeah? I didn't know anything in it because I remember so much things happened in America over last summer, COVID. I couldn't keep up with the amount of deaths that was going on, so I was kind of like out of source with the story. Now my memory is coming back to me with this. The first thing I notice is it, and this is why I needed an American, so I was trying to get God of Jacob over here to explain for me, but you're here. Thank you. So is it protocol in America, yeah, when somebody's been arrested, yeah, do the police officers approach that person, tell them they're under arrest first, read them their rights, and then arrest them? Or is it normal protocol to approach the person you're trying to arrest and pull out your gun at the same time?
you're supposed to identify yourself first.
There we
You're
go.
supposed to say you're being placed under arrest or you're being detained, because the citizen can ask. If they have no reason to detain you, then they can't hold you. So if they have a reason to detain George Floyd, then the first thing he should have said, sir, you're being detained. Then you're being put under arrest. So they read him his rights, or Miranda rights. And then they're supposed to put him in arrest. They're supposed to arrest him. Okay, if they feel he's a threat, right, then they can just do, well, we're gonna have you sit in the squad car here. All right. What this whole process of just taking out a gun on an individual without him, yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
Right.
Unless that there was already a warrant out for his arrest, and in the warrant they state that he was armed and dangerous.
Right.
Or
Well,
that
this
he
is what
has
I
weapons on him.
noticed from this video. This particular video we're going off here, yeah. What I've noticed is when what happens is he's in the shop, obviously he pays for his cigarettes and he goes back to his car and he sits in his car talking and I guess playing music and having a smoke before he drives off, right? But while he's doing all of that, the store wardens already called for the police. They've now arrived on the scene and they are now approached his car that he's sitting in smoking at, right? As soon as they approach it, one officer takes the driver's side and one officer takes the passenger side. The one on the driver's side has now walked up to him, approached him while he's in the seat smoking, literally pulls out his gun without saying a word, without declaring who he is, pulls out his gun and then kind of looks at him, let him know that he's under arrest, and then puts it back into his pocket, and then or into the holster, that's it, the holster, and then tells him to put his hands on the wheel. That's the first thing he's done. Still not told him what he's under arrest for, any of that stuff. Then once he puts his hands on the wheel, he then tries to drag him out of the car. Still not declaring what he's arrested for, what the charges are, what's going on. This has all happened in 90 seconds, the lady said. 90 seconds. There's no way his rights could have been read out.
Yeah, so that means that they broke. That's what I'm saying. Like, if anything, like, okay, so if anything, there would have been room to condemn the police officer, but understand that George Floyd becomes the hero of the situation the moment they killed him.
Right.
So it's almost like nothing matters now with the police. Like everything what the police did before is useless. It's now like the murder. The moment, like, okay, so even if they battered him up and they got that on tape, right? The worst thing they would have done to the police was suspend them, possibly fire them. But when the moment they murdered him, right? And even if they battered him up, George Floyd would have still been liable to deal with the crimes he was facing because apparently he was using a counterfeit $20 bill. The fentanyl or whatever that was on his blood system, they could probably tie that to like, oh, well, he had an illegal substance in his body, but they can't say or not. I don't think they can tell or not if it was in the last 24 hours or, how long it was. You know what I mean?
Well, we haven't even got to that part yet. He's not even dead yet. All we do know is that they've taken him out the car. Now, remember that I told you they put the gun on him, and then they told him to put his hand on the wheel. Once they put the hand on the wheel, they then now tried to, the officer on the driver's side now tried to drag him out. So they've dragged him out the car now and brought him to the outside the shop. They've posted him outside of the shop wall, yeah? They've obviously had him standing up there. Then and only then they probably told him what his charges are, what he's under arrest for, and whatever. The lady did pause to let us know she doesn't know why the officer, first of all, pulled out his gun. That's still not been explained why he approached him pulling out his gun. Secondly, why is it only 90 seconds between the time of him putting back the gun and pulling him out of the car? And thirdly, the fact that when they put him outside the shop thing, they then moved him off for a little short while after the shop and tried to put him back into their car. That's when he drops on the floor. So he drops on the floor, and while he drops on the floor, he tries to explain to them that he's got anxiety, claustrophobic. That's it. He's claustrophobic and he can't do small confined spaces. Yeah. But they still try to shove him into, and that's where we're at now. So you're going to see them now shoving him back into the car. That's as far as we got.
Let me go. I've gone back a bit. So
counterfeit bill he just used in their store to buy cigarettes. They demand the cigarettes back, but walk away empty-handed. 4 minutes later, they call the police. According to the 911 transcript, an employee says that Floyd used fake bills to buy cigarettes, and that he is awfully drunk and not in control of himself. Soon, the first police vehicle arrives on the scene. Officers Thomas Lane and J. Alexander Koenig step out of the car and approach the blue SUV. Seconds later, Lane pulls his gun, we don't know exactly why, and orders Floyd to put his hands on the wheel. Lane reholsters the gun, and after about 90 seconds of back and forth, yanks Floyd out of the SUV. A man is filming the confrontation from a car parked behind them. The officers cuff Floyd's hands behind his back, and Koenig walks into the restaurant wall. From the 911 transcript and the footage, we now know 3 important facts. First, that the police believed they were responding to a man who was drunk and out of control. But second, even though the police were expecting this situation, we can see that Floyd has not acted violently. And third, that he seems to already be in distress. 6 minutes into the arrest, the 2 officers move Floyd back to their vehicle. As the officers approach their car, we can see Floyd fall to the ground. According to the criminal complaints filed against the officers, Floyd says he is claustrophobic and refuses to enter the police car. During the struggle, Floyd appears to turn his head to address the officers multiple times. According to the complaints, he tells them he can't breathe. 9 minutes into the arrest, the third and final police car arrives on the scene. It's carrying officers Tu Tao and Derek Chauvin. Both have previous records of complaints brought against them. Tao was once sued for throwing a man to the ground and hitting him. Chauvin has been involved in 3 police shootings, one of them fatal. Chauvin becomes involved in the struggle to get Floyd into the car. Security camera footage from Cup Foods shows Koenig struggling with Floyd in the back seat while Tao watches. Chauvin pulls him through the back seat and onto the street. We don't know why. Floyd is now lying on the pavement, face down. That's when 2 witnesses begin filming, almost simultaneously. The footage from the first witness shows us that all 4 officers are now gathered around Floyd. It's the first moment when we can clearly see that Floyd is face down on the ground, with 3 officers applying pressure to his neck, torso, and legs. At 8:20 p.m., we hear Floyd's voice for the first time. The video stops when Lane appears to tell the person filming to walk away. The officers radio a code 2, a call for non-emergency medical assistance, reporting an injury to Floyd's mouth. In the background, we can hear Floyd struggling. The call is quickly upgraded to a code 3, a call for emergency medical assistance. By now, another bystander, 17-year-old Darnella Frazier, is filming from a different angle. Her footage shows that despite calls for medical help, Chauvin keeps Floyd pinned down for another 7 minutes. We can't see whether Koenig and Lane are still applying pressure.
What do you want? I can breathe. Breathe the knee in my neck. I can breathe here. Bro, get in the car, man. I will. Get in the car. I can't move. I didn't wipe the whole
God, he complied.
Get in the car. Mama. Get up. Get in the car right. I can't.
In the two videos, Floyd can be heard telling officers
I didn't hear that
he can't
part.
breathe at least 16 times in less than 5 minutes.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
Chauvin never takes his knee off of Floyd, even as his eyes close and he appears to go unconscious.
Look at him.
He got made.
According to medical and
Can you hear them
experts,
calling for them to
these
get
four
off him?
police officers
No,
are
he
currently-
complied. He complied. Said, "Will you get in the
Terry,
car?" He
pause,
said, "I
pause,
will."
Terry. Yeah. Go
He
on,
said, "I
DC Bell, explain
will."
that to us. Yeah,
I
they
didn't hear
said, "Can you?" If
that
you,
part.
he asked them to get off him. He's asking them to get off him, and he
No,
said, "Okay,
the
if
thing
you
is,
get in
he
the back
said,
of the
"Will
car,"
you
they
get in
said,
the
"I
van?"
will."
And he said, "I will." He
Yeah.
complied. He didn't fight him. So there's no. I swear now, there has to be murder now. There has to be intent
There
now.
has to be.
That's
And then he started
intent.
saying, "I can't breathe," and he's like, "Mama, Mama," and he's like, "I can't breathe," and they still weren't listening, and the crowd
And
starts
you can
shouting,
tell.
"Get off
You can tell
him! Get
he's on
off
his
him!"
neck. You can tell he's on his neck because if you go back a little bit, you see Chauvin's knee rise and lower. So that means that Floyd was trying to get him off his neck.
But you also heard the lady said when the officer now calls back to upgrade the situation to higher, you can hear George struggling for breath in the background, like gasping for air. You can actually hear it. Play it back a bit, Terry.
Oh my gosh.
Is filming from a different angle. Her footage shows that despite calls for medical help, Chauvin keeps Floyd pinned down for another 7
Yeah,
minutes.
you can see his neck.
We can't
Tense
see
up.
whether Koenig and Lane are still applying pressure.
What do you want? I can breathe. Breathe the knee in my neck. I can breathe here. Bro, get in the car, man. I will. Get in the car. I can't move. I didn't wipe the whole car.
And he moved in. What?
Mama.
Chauvin killed him. That's why he's putting his hand in his pocket to apply pressure to his neck, to his leg.
Floyd can be heard.
Hold on. You see there,
He
right?
reapplied his knee. He reapplied his knee. You saw the space. Go back a sec.
Yeah, but you know the fact of, look at his toes. Look at the toes.
Yeah, he's applying pressure.
To put pressure. Because you're leaning. Because if he wasn't leaning, his toes won't be like curling on the floor like that.
But like, here's the thing though. You can tell that the angle. So like, for example, if you, God, I can't even show it. Hey, wait a minute. Take your mouse, Terry, and apply it around the knee, the shoulder. Like you see where that little space is between the back and his shoulder? Like circle that area. You see that space a little bit up now, go a little bit more to the left. Yeah, there we go. Now circle that. Now make a nice big circle. That area. Now go down, right where you see George Floyd's shoulder. Yeah, that area right there. There was a tighter space. Now that space is more open. So not only was he trying to find ways to get into his neck. Oh, this is murder. This has to be first.
He's actually he's forcing his body weight down as well. Big up EIE. Bless up, brother.
This is murder now. This is.
Well, EIE in the chat.
Yeah. Jump on the panel if you can, EIE. But
he has to go to prison now. He has to go to prison.
He has to.
Because he complied. He said, "I will." So the moment he says, "I will," Chauvin should have stood up, put him in the truck. If Floyd did not comply at that time, now you see he has to reapply it, put him back in that position.
Okay, hold on.
This video is the most damning thing to Chauvin. And if they don't,
what do you want?
see, you see that space open, right? You see that space reopen now. So now there's more pressure. You can tell there's more pressure in between his neck.
Hold on.
So that is intent.
Let me see if I can enlarge it.
Wow.
It's not allowing me.
This is crazy.
So,
Let's keep
enlarging.
going. Let's see what else they're gonna come up with now.
Please, please, the name of it. I can be
See,
serious.
he's clearly on his neck.
Get up, get in the car, man.
You can see his shoulder wrap around his knee.
I can't move. I've been waiting the whole
Yeah,
time.
he's rolling it.
Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car, right? I can't.
In the two videos, Floyd can be heard telling officers that he can't breathe at least 16 times in less than 5 minutes.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
Chauvin never takes his knee off of Floyd, even as his eyes close and he appears to go unconscious.
Look at him.
Get on him now.
He takes out his
He got made. He got made.
According to medical and policing experts, these 4 police officers are committing a series of actions
He's even
that violate
pissing.
policies, and in this case, translated. They've kept Floyd lying face down, applying pressure for at least 5 minutes. This combined action is likely compressing his chest and making it impossible to breathe.
The brothers passed. Look at that.
Chauvin is pushing his knee into Floyd's neck, a move banned by most police departments.
Bro, he's not. He moved.
Look at
And
that,
you
right?
still got your knee in his neck, you little fucking demon. You still got your knees there, and you know he's not moving.
No, he's not. No, the fact that the guy is pissing. Can't you see the guy's piss?
Yes, forget that. But the fact of the matter is, he's not moving. He's not even talking. Not even responding. Why is your fucking knee still in his neck?
Wow.
Why? Like, somebody make it make sense.
No, the thing
Why
is, the
your knee
audio
still
that
there?
now they're showing this into the full audio. Not only did he comply, not only was he willing to comply, is that they never gave him a chance to comply. So that has to be intent. There's no way around it. My heart.
Minneapolis Police Department policy states an officer can only do this if someone is, quote, actively resisting. And even though the officers call for medical assistance, they take no action to treat Floyd on their own while waiting for the ambulance to arrive.
You think that's okay? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
According to the complaints against the officers, Lane asks him twice if they should roll Floyd onto his side. Chauvin says no. 20 minutes into the arrest, an ambulance arrives on the scene.
Get off of his neck!
The EMTs check Floyd's pulse.
Are you serious?
Chauvin keeps his knee on Floyd's neck for almost another whole minute, even though Floyd appears completely unresponsive. He only gets off once the EMTs tell him to. Chauvin kept his knee on Floyd's neck for over 8 minutes, according to our review of the video evidence. Floyd is loaded into the ambulance. The ambulance leaves the scene, possibly because a crowd is forming, but the EMTs call for additional medical help from the fire department.
You added fire to your run.
But when the engine arrives, the officers give them, quote, no clear info on Floyd or his whereabouts, according to a fire department incident report. This delays their ability to help the paramedics. Meanwhile, Floyd is going into cardiac arrest.
320, if you could let MFD know that EMS needs, the fire needs to go to Carpet 36 and station in the full last now.
It takes the engine 5 minutes to reach Floyd and the ambulance. He's pronounced dead at a nearby hospital around 9:25 p.m. Preliminary autopsies conducted by the state and Floyd's family both ruled his death a homicide. The widely circulated arrest videos don't paint the entire picture of what happened to George Floyd. Additional video and audio from the body cameras of the key officers would reveal more about why the struggle began and how it escalated. The city quickly fired all 4 officers, and Chauvin has been charged with second-degree murder. Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Koenig, and Tu Tao were charged with aiding and abetting murder. But outrage over George Floyd's death has only spread further and further across the United States.
Wow. So why the other two not on trial? I mean, the other one not on trial, the Chinese one. Why is he being charged with aiding and abetting, but yet not gone to trial?
They're probably going to deal with him second. The other ones, trust me, the greatest crime, the greatest punishment the other officers face is that their names are out there now. So like, there's nothing they can do anymore. Wow. And the thing is, I'm reading the case from yesterday, right? A firefighter woman that was there, the white woman you saw with the camera, she's a firefighter. She was trying to apply aid, and the Asian guy wouldn't let her. So they're going to deal with him separate. They're going to have to.
They have to, because I had literally heard her saying, check his pulse. Why are you not checking his pulse? He's gone. He's gone. And this is why I was arguing with Wendy yesterday. I was saying to Wendy, it says here the guy died on the floor. You can literally see he's dead on the floor. The only reason why he was declared dead at the hospital is because they really, at that point when he got there, they can't bring him back to life. He's been passed away long, so they have to pronounce him dead. But that man died on the floor. That brother died right there on the scene. Trust me. He never died in no hospital. Hospital.
And that's what I'm talking about in looking at the forms of the details.
It's crazy.
Because even when you look at him, you can see he's rolling his knee in the guy's neck.
Terry, it's just that we literally witnessed an assassination of another African brother, innit? That's what we witnessed. Period.
So, and this is what I was talking about in the forms of the case itself, the situation. Let's not look at what his past was, but look at the altercations of what happened at that precise time. Because if that can happen with one person, what more can? How can that? If that happens again, are we going to able to deal with it in the same situation?
I think the more disturbing part is how many times has this happened without it being videotaped.
Exactly.
That's the scariest part to me. That I look at issues that are facing the community now are small in comparison to the fact that all these unsolicited deaths that have occurred. Man.
And this is why I said it's even on a global term of police, because sometimes I have to look at it that why do you need so many people just for a call that's saying that he's okay, he's drunk, they don't know what he's up to, but it's a $20 bill. It's not like he was robbing a bank and he had 10 guns on him.
Yeah.
Do you require that amount of police force? Do you require 4 policemen? And why, for instance, why is it that you didn't do that to the other guys?
Well, they were in the car, and I think they weren't.
They were in the car, but so they were together. But you see, one thing I kind of clocked on is that once these other guys contacted, all these other policemen come in. So my guy that's got his knee in the guy's neck, he knows the guy.
Yeah, they work together.
So if you know someone, we have a new person in the house. Let's see if they can come in. Greetings, Jasiri.
Hello, family. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. State your premises, please.
Sorry.
Who are you? Because we don't know who you are.
Yeah, this is Jasiri. I'm from Kenya.
You're from Kenya. Okay.
Yeah, and I saw this link from a WhatsApp group. Then I followed the link and I saw the show is live on YouTube. Then I decided to call in to contribute. Yeah.
Welcome, brother.
Yes. So that must be me. That would have been me. Yeah.
All right, but I'm calling from Germany.
Okay. So give us your side and your views of what you've seen so far.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for taking this time to analyze this situation and bringing it to our attention this time. This is very serious. We have to take it very serious because people really ignore things and they wait for things to come from the media or from mainstream media. But you don't realize that the mainstream media will not will not give it the required attention. They just ignore, and they just show us what they want to just show and ignore what really matters. So in the case of George Floyd, I remember when this thing happened, I was in Germany, and it was really painful to watch that situation happen. And it's really painful also to see that this kind of case that is happening right now. And as you asked, the last question you asked, how many other cases that are going to happen and what else can we do? I mean, this is one case, yes. And we were lucky it was caught on camera. Then the question is, how many other cases are never caught on camera?
Yeah. So, and this is what I'm trying to say. And it's not just and for me, it's the case itself. It's not just on an American case, but it's the brutality amongst Black people when we have an altercation with the police. And this is why the fact of why people do not trust the police, because of the treatment they receive from them.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
And it's global. Don't matter whether you're in Germany, whether you're in Holland, whether you're in London, whether you're even in Africa or the Caribbean, the treatment of police, because it's funny, like you see certain videos, they will call 1 or 2 police for just a standard person of a different race. But then as soon as it's us as Black people, the problem is that they will call 10 times the backup.
I tell you, that's it. That's how it is. That's it. I mean, as a Black person, you just the system makes sure that you know it. You know you are intimidated all the time, intimidation all the time, and they make it so clearly and openly, and you have to feel it and you have to know it. That's a message.
Okay, so like you said, you're using Kenya. What are the police like in Kenya?
Yeah, I'm from Kenya, but at the moment I'm calling from Germany. But the same case as you say.
I understand you in Germany, but I'm just asking like how are things in Kenya? I was going to ask you how things in Germany, because I like to hear different perspectives of how they've seen things within the countries they've been in.
Yeah. Yes. You have to understand that the police is the system. No matter whether he looks like you or he is in Africa or wherever he is, a police is a police, and that is a system.
Yeah. So it feels.
And they are trained to intimidate you. Yeah.
So Brad.
Who's think I'm
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you could hear me. I apologize.
Would you say that, Lady Divine?
No, I thought he was busy, but I want to big up to the brother from Kenya. Glad that you're here with us. And Brad.
Yeah.
And Tesla's got a question for you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I thought he could hear me. My thing was on mute.
So, like, have you been going over the case itself? In the courthouse, what is your opinions at this precise moment that you've seen on the case, how it's going?
Okay, so I think there's like a powder keg because of the video, right? If he doesn't get at least 20 years, and that will, since it's not federal, that'll be 10 years. If he's not looking at least some degree of like life where a huge chunk of his life is gone, there's going to be major issues in the streets. Okay. What this officer did, because he already had 17 complaints, I can show you another case of a Black woman stepping in at a black police sheriff stepping in because there's a police officer that hit a woman on her knees in Florida. He had 84 complaints.
Have you got? Is there a link to it that you can put in the chat?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me see. Get that. Say Black female cop corrects.
Because we like to see what's going on around the world, and this is why we had the title in forms of the of us as a community, in that we should have a global community as well as an individual community, so we can able to support one another.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. 1 second. Good to go on my computer. Let's see.
What are you looking for now?
No,
we're looking at a similar
there's because him having. I'm sorry,
Terry. DC Brad's got a little delay. That's what it is, D.
Yeah, here's a video.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. I apologize. Yeah, put in the back chat. But you see that there's a when looking at this. There it is. Looking at this video, looking at these videos, you see that I find it interesting that that these officers tend to have like a record of, to the brother from Kenya just said, there seems to be a record of this where people were doing this stuff and they have like something complaints. But the guy in the video I just posted in the back chat, he had like well over, let me see, is it 80?
What?
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's 80 complaints.
Right, you give me enough videos.
Huh? Oh, did I send you a website?
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
80 complaints, and he's still allowed to police the community and the people.
Yeah.
Listen, do you know that the guy that's on trial now for George Floyd, he had 17 complaints, one involving a fatal murder, and he's still allowed to police? That doesn't make any damn sense to me.
And I'm gonna be real. I think this is where it has to be I see it as a 35, and this I'm probably gonna get chastised for this. There you go, Terry. That's the YouTube version. I'm probably gonna get chastised for this, but I think in some degree we have to be willing to fill these spots ourselves as a community, because we can't keep.
But that's exactly
about
what I keep saying, Brad. I keep saying when I told them that this is why I'm getting my daughter wants to be police and I'm encouraging her to do it, they shut me down. No, why do you want to? I remember Motion went into a whole spiel about it's not about us joining in the system. We need to be able to do something from before they get to that stage. And I'm like, the fact of the matter is, we're always going to have criminals, no matter how much you try to curb it from a young age. There's always going to be criminals, and I would rather having more of us in the system. That way, you can get to at least change the system from within, or at least make a difference from the system within. If you can't change it, then actually sitting on and complaining about the system. What are we going to do about it? That's
so this guy right here, guy right here pushes a woman that's kneeling, and and you'll see like a black female officer. But the guy that currently is on the screen, the white guy right there that's currently on the screen, I want to make sure, I think it's like 84 complaints, but he had well over 20 plus complaints.
Let me play it. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So what was that over?
This black woman was kneeling on the ground. This cop still put his hands on her, but he has a history. The guy that did it has a major history of doing this, of like police brutality and many complaints. And the question is that how is it that officers are able to stay on the force with X amount of complaints? And it's simple. It's because the police forces have always said, we can't replace these guys with anyone.
So if we're going to keep them going, right? Yeah,
it's a moment that we can because I say it's a 65-35, and if we take care of the 35%, the 65% will fall. If we could take from the toughest neighborhoods 100 people without, and it will rate. And trust me, this is a quick way to raise the property value in any area. Okay.
What is going on?
Okay, so there's cognitive videos. I'm just looking through some of the videos of what's going on.
But hold on, before you go through those videos, because Harry, you got a lot of noise in your background. But you see the Sandra Bland case, yeah? What was the officers' previouses with that? Did anyone know what their previouses was?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm gonna look into her now.
Let me look. It's terrifying to me.
Yeah, let me look up her one in between that time.
Like the safest place in the world should be with a police officer. And oh man. That is terrifying to me. The Sandra Bland case. Like I'm gonna be honest, when a person dies in police custody, like at a station, you know, God. And the people that are repping for police, you know.
Like this video is for like this video shows Florida cop pushes a 14-year-old during an arrest. Let me look at this, because it just seems like these police don't have no response in anything whatsoever.
And a 14-year-old girl has many in an uproar.
I'm angry. I would never expect this to happen.
The teen's mother, Jessica Dennis, says watching the video is heartbreaking.
She clearly wasn't aggressive. Everyone could see she was laying there. So I just want justice to be served.
She has hired an attorney who says the police officer used excessive force.
Oh, the 14-year-old.
That my client was on the ground. Her hands are under her belly. The officer's knee is on his back, and he's just gut-shotting her one after another.
Coral Springs police say you are only seeing the end of the story. Police say due to early release, there were large groups of teens at the Coral Square Mall. The 14-year-old police say was seen hitting another teen. They were issued a trespass warning and told not to return. Police say they returned, officers responded, and claimed the 14-year-old began cursing. Police say she was trying to incite the other teens, and that's why she was arrested.
To say that the police officer was justified to punch her continuously while he has his knee on her back with her hands under her belly, the video speaks for itself. That's the truth right there.
Coral Springs police responding. Officers attempted to take her into custody, at which time she began to fight and resist arrest. Due to her stature and aggressive behavior, officers took her to the ground, attempting to get her to release her fist. As seen in the video, she resisted arrest, and in order to have her comply, she was struck in the side to release her clenched fist. She was then handcuffed. Their statement goes on, after she was handcuffed and officers attempted to place her in the patrol car, she violently kicked one of the officers.
I can't trust them anymore. Like, I don't feel safe in the area.
But you can see there is an aggression within the within that police force of the way they're dealing with things.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this thing or this issue from an angle of the society, and you realize that these police, before they become police, they were people in the society. They were children who were raised in schools and in families and in societies, and they went now to police force. So you kind of see some reflection of the society, and this thing is deep rooted. You know, this is deep rooted. But what we gonna do? What we gonna do? We talk about it, and then we wait for the next case, and then we just shocked again. We feel we are mad again. We are sad again. We are heartbroken again. Then we wait for another case, and it keeps on going on until when? So what we gonna do now? That's what I was proposing. Let's focus on possible solutions that we can push. Like the brothers, Doc Brad, you said something like this, and the lady also said the same thing, that we should push something like a culture of international solidarity.
And that's where, as I was talking about, some forms of institutional sovereignty, in the fact that, like, for instance, when we have diplomats, that there is a place where we can go to have our advice and help as a black person across the globe, no matter where we are. But we need, as a people, we need some form of institution, because we're the only people that don't really have a global institution. Every other people have they have their institution. They have where to go. Even in certain communities, they will have a close-knit community where they have their little institution that can support one another. And you know, as we've got the internet, we're very close to one another in the fact that we can spread this news on a global tip.
Yeah, we got to promote something that's going to be practiced everywhere, from no matter where you are, be it in Caribbean, be it in the Americas or in Africa or in Europe, everywhere, just practicing one similar culture of unity and solidarity. Because you know one thing, when you look at these people, for example, when a European from one country is outside somewhere outside of the Europe, and they are threatened by anything, these people have backing of the country. You know, this is I look like, take an example of the currencies. You know, you as a black person, you are like a worthless currency that has no backing. You know, you don't have any reserves backing your worth. You're just like a floating paper. You know, but these people, they have some systems behind them. They have some institutions that are already in place, basic that are holding their back. Even if you go where in someone from maybe Toka German is in Kenya suffering, that person is backed by a very strong system behind that individual. That is not just a floating paper. But look at black people who are in India, they're just suffering. No one cares. Look at them in China. They're suffering. No one cares. You have nothing backing you. You're just like a floating paper. And what can we do? The system has nothing for us.
That's a great question, because it's like we talk about it each decade. We talk about solidarity on a global scale, but how do we enforce? You know, because like the thing I'm seeing is that, like, especially coming from the world I was born in, it's usually the black people from my sector of life that are like the most like, well, if you know, work hard, it won't affect you, type of thing. And then it's like, but then what do we do about the ones who slip through the cracks, that don't have the protection? How do we enforce that? Like, if, you know, like I remember the brother here from Kenya, that terrorist attack that happened in Kenya. The thing that everyone doesn't understand is that Osama bin Laden actually said himself that, like, we knew that if we attacked Africa, no one would care. And it's because of that message that was put out there. You know, like, how do we as a people enforce it ourselves? Do we create a private security company ourselves and, you know, have it backed by, you know, hell, I don't care. I'll go to a Jew right now and ask for that, you know? Like, how do we globally create a defense force for ourselves? You know?
But you see, like, even in talking about like that, how comes we don't even have an institution of lawyers?
I mean, well, we do technically. They only work. The thing is, they only work in small spurts, so it's like state. And I can say in the Americas, it's on the state level.
Yeah.
You know, like if you look at the NAACP, the NAACP is primarily lawyers.
Yeah.
And they primarily deal with stuff in America. But I'm saying, my thing is, okay, so what's her name? You probably met her like several times. The ambassador to the diaspora from the AU. Yeah. What she's trying, like her organization, what she's trying to do is create like a diasporan African, continental African connection, where, you know, where like, you know, her, and I mean, I love the fact her first pathway is like granting diasporan citizenship, because the moment you give, you know what I mean, like I feel like that will be the first step. But it's like, how then do we take, you know, Africans who leave their countries because they want a better life? You know, how do we create that, like, well, it's good to invest back home, you know what I mean? And then, like, how do we create the power that would have it that if you hurt a Nigerian you know, your country is more liable. Because to be honest with you, I look at how they're dealing with the Asians that are getting hurt. You know,
Because
and it's not, you know,
like even and just put it into we don't have a strong global committee to
but
so
the thing is, though, is that committee, having a committee, you could have a bunch of black guys that say we're gonna, or black people that say we're gonna speak on issues that are hurting our people, but it's like, how do you enforce it? Like, what would be an enforcer? Like, what power would Africa have to enforce it?
because the committee, whether depending on what country it is able to hold that country or them certain people accountable. So
but America's already got a little bit of a mini version of that. Like, what about but they were leaders. They weren't actually anything in position. Like, you know, the civil rights stuff. Like, if we could actually have that on a bigger scale where they can actually get laws in place and stuff. Imagine that.
Yeah, but how would you? And the thing is, okay, so if you're an African that's in India, like the brother just mentioned, Africans in India are actually like getting beaten and suffering. Like, there's videos of them being hit with pipes and machetes. Africans in China are being
perfect example. How did we handle that? We noticed that the Africans.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you enforce? How would you make a country like Africa afraid? Do you start going to Zambia and start attacking? I mean, even in Kenya.
Listen, what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah? Remember, even with that situation with the Africans in China being harmed, especially last year when the whole, you know, corona thing came out, that wasn't even handled by the African. You know who that was handled by? Us, the people. We made up so much noise. We had to force the president of them countries there to go and talk to the president of China and get them to sort stuff out. But if it wasn't for us in social media making up such a noise about it all over social media, they wouldn't have done anything. That was literally the hands of the people that made that that forced their hand to go and have these talks.
And that's what I'm talking about in forms of us having different committees, in that if one place is having a problem, we're able to support that committee. Even if it's small, we have other committees in different other countries supporting that small committee. And that's where things were able to work in its format. So wherever a person is, they're able to go to that small committee and reach out to their main committee, which will support that small committee to able to pushing things forward.
Yeah, that's needed. That's needed.
Yeah.
Because, you know, go on.
No, the question is the system already, the system and the other institutions that are in place already are strong against, strong against us, and you have nowhere to hold. Like you don't even know how to penetrate the system, because how it is infrastructured in a way that it rejects you out, it just puts you out. And even when you're trying to get in, you look like a, I don't know, you are pointed, you are just eliminated, systematically in a way. You find that at the end of the day, as a Black person, you have nowhere to penetrate through. So what can we do? I was thinking about if the Black man takes it not to go to the system, yes, but first of all, take it upon ourselves on the social ground, on the society, in the society. We take it like we construct our own social system, because the world is having a system that is already institutional system that is against us. So what can we do? What about we go to the social way in our hearts? We make sure we are so bonded in a way that when it comes to the social way, you cannot break us. This is one thing. Then we can be able to face the system, or now find our way in and push one of us or several of us in the system. But first of all, we have to be very strong in the social level.
And the funniest thing is, you know what? And the funniest thing is, even with this George Floyd, right? It showed us the power of what we have, that it actually went global.
Yeah.
There's no one that cannot tell me they didn't hear about George Floyd. So if we could spread that word that far out.
Yeah, because the brother's from Kenya, but he's all the way in Germany. And he said when he first saw it, he was like, what? couldn't comprehend.
Exactly. Because
it's crazy.
And that's what I'm talking about. We're closer than we actually think we are. The social media, the internet, the telephone, everything, it's so big now that this internet that we have today, it makes someone that's in Africa like he's your next door neighbor in Europe.
Yeah, you can imagine.
So it shows you the power that we have as a people. So if we're pushing the narrative, then we're able to highlight something which, as I said, most governments, that what they do is that they want everyone to be quiet so that they can hide it underneath the carpet. But if you're putting pressure from the people within their community as well as people outside their community, this becomes a global court. Because if the country doesn't act right, then they're going to be held accountable for. And this is why, as I said, going back to the institutions, we need to start building our institutions, because I understand not everybody's going to go back home. So, why don't we set up the institutions wherever you put your head?
That's my
Actually,
point.
Yeah, that point is very valid, because I would also not say that everyone needs to go to Africa coming back home. Let's connect wherever you are, in the Caribbean, in the US, in the North America, South America, Europe, wherever everyone is. Let's have a social code that we can communicate. We know, we feel it. Why don't we connect and push the narrative? Make sure that the neighbor, the brother next door knows what you know, and use the internet. Make sure everyone we are connected to is aware of such initiatives, and let us push a similar narrative, all of us, and a culture. We build a culture of togetherness throughout, globally.
And that's what helps us to create nation building. Because then when we're doing this, we can able to communicate economically, educationally, health, all this kind of stuff. Where we won't need no one's help. We don't have to depend on anybody's system. Greetings, Melanated.
Greetings, everyone. Peace
Greetings
to the panel, peace to the chat. I wanted to ask you guys, what do y'all think about peace, Brad? What do y'all think about
She didn't call me back.
She did. You've got a delay.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
sis. He's got a delay, so he's gonna take a while to respond to you.
Oh, okay. You know how are y'all familiar with the Hispanic people who had the walk off of work and they did a no-show?
Yeah. I saw the YouTube
So there was
video.
a video that went viral. It was a YouTube video that went viral of this guy. He got fired on the spot. It was like a warehouse type of job. He got fired on the spot, and everybody walked off the job. When he got fired, they was like, "What happened, man?" He's like, "They fired me, Holmes. They fired me." And he was just like, everybody was just like, out. You said what?
So they came together and formed a thing and said, if he goes, we're
no,
all
but
going.
listen,
Wow.
But no, not at, but so that video went viral, and maybe like 2 weeks later, all across the country, there was one day, there was no lawn cutting, no damn construction, no electricians, no fast food, none of them went to work. None of them went to work. And I remember what going on to a training that day, and I was like, yo, it was just like, it was a construction site and everything was just, and all of the plywood was on the ground. Nobody was working. I was like, yo, that's to me, that's a stronger message than all of the other stuff that we do.
I agree 100%, because the weakness of our countries is that they're capitalist. The weaknesses of capitalism is that when the labor force does not work and the country does not flow, they will contend. Because I noticed after that kind of boycott, it was like they were talking about undocumented workers, and they were looking at like all of them doing that nationwide boycott. People were like, yeah, we need to find ways to naturalize give them citizenship, make them part of the country quick. You know.
Listen, Black people in America, the ones that are working, are predominantly in the service field. We are the bus drivers. We are the school feeding the kids in the schools, the custodial workers. We're the cross cross street people that, when the kids are crossing the street for school. We are the, you're gonna go to McDonald's, who's giving you your fries? The Black person, more than likely. So if everyone said, I'm not going to work, but the problem is that people will be like, I can't lose my job, da 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 da. But them Spanish people wasn't thinking that way, and their voice was heard. I don't know. I think all of this taking to the streets and making posters and screaming, it's nice and all, but as a matter of fact, recently at my job, they were wanting for all of us to return back to work, even though they hadn't done their due diligence with making sure everything was safe with COVID. And everyone was like, they can't tell you what to do. What we can do is we can exercise our right. And on a Monday morning, when all of the kids were having virtual school, every teacher in the district took 1 day of absence, took a day of leave. No school, the whole school, all of the schools, high school, elementary, middle school, no school. The following day, they was like, well, you guys don't have to return back. See? You guys just show your might in a different way. And then the protesting ain't doing it.
Well, they kind of did that with black people did that with a boycott during the Freddie Gray case in Louisiana, and it showed that how much Black people were the carriers of the state economy, that stores shut down early because they boycotted the stores. I mean, even if we look at the bus boycott impacted the actual busing service, that they were like begging Black people, like, listen, you can stay anywhere you want. You know?
Yeah.
So Eric, have you seen the video?
Yeah, I've seen it. And you know what? The thing about it, my whole mindset has changed now, because the previous videos that I've seen doesn't show anywhere near the graphic detail as that latest video I just saw.
Yeah. And I just can't see how people can get out of that situation.
And you can see, I mean,
what happened, Eric?
Out of misery. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
We didn't hear
Yeah,
what you said before, Eric.
I mean, okay, I was saying that it was clear to me from that video that Officer Chauvin wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
Even just by looking at how he was rolling.
Can you hear me now? I mean, that's what I'm
you.
saying. Yeah, because when we were watching the video together, I was just watching from the live stream, right? And as Brad was pointing out, when he was telling you, take your cursor and circle around where Officer Chauvin had his knee in Floyd's neck there, he lifted up. He put pressure back down on his neck, and he put more pressure. When he put his hand in his pocket, he leaned forward. That was to apply more pressure from his
Eric, you breaking up.
Wait, Eric, come back in.
Well, I'm fortunate that I have never seen the video, and I do not want to. I've seen enough Black men die. I don't need to see another one. It's okay.
But Mel, but you see with this one though,
No. All of them are special. You don't. I don't want you to describe it. It's okay.
No, I'm not asking you to watch it. No, but I'm just
I
saying
don't need
this.
you to describe it either. Is what I was
I'm not
saying.
going to describe it. I'm just saying is that it'll be a miracle if this policeman gets not guilty, right? I'm telling you.
Have you seen it when Eric Gardner was killed? It's the same type of thing. He was saying he can't breathe. It's the same thing.
Yeah, Gardner was
It's the
choked out.
same thing. It's no. I'm saying it was choked out. I'm not saying exact same way of dying. I'm saying that everyone was like, "Oh, how could you get away with this?" I mean, it's clear, and they still get away with it. They still get away with it. You see that video of that man flinging Sandra Bland around like a rag doll and nothing. I just can't watch another one. I'm done. I'm done. I'm like that the man from Kenya. We don't watch enough of this. Now what? What we gonna do? That's all I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Chuck.
I had a brother talk about the initiative by this African Diaspora ADDI initiative. I was thinking, what if everyone who talks about African unity and the oppression on Black lives, what if everyone who talks about it, and what if we start talking about or mentioning everyone who also has this initiative? Like, for example, when you come on this show, you start by listing a list of maybe 10 or 20 initiatives that you know that are talking about the African and Black people unity globally. And then we make it a culture that everyone who speaks about unity and Black lives before or during their show, they mention all the other forums such that we get to interact and we get to know each other, and our listeners get to know what is happening on the other side, and the other side gets to know what is happening. Let's try to mix up, because we are the spearhead frontiers who are talking about it. What if we start appreciating each other, like the host here? You talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah. A fast and easy way to do it is to do it on social media worldwide. You go from social media, then you go to the news stations worldwide. It's going to go viral. People are going to hear about it.
Yeah.
That's where you make your noise. Make your noise where it counts. Because being on the street, that ain't making noise where it counts. The marches, the damn riots, and all that stuff is not doing anything. It's putting us in the bad light as Black folks in general. Okay, but when you get on the media, okay, and you can show, for example, these films from this case and other cases, and you make it go viral, and wherever people are, try to get it on a local news station, on television screens where it goes viral.
Greetings, brother Eric. 1 second. DC Brad, do me a favor, because God of Jacob is so confused and slow. Yeah, can you find a way to get him here without putting the name in the chat? Does anybody can get hold of God of Jacob? He's trying to find us but can't find us.
Belly wouldn't mind if people plug their show.
No, what it is, we don't want to do that, Brad, because that's going to make the trolls and all of them people, they come out. I don't want them over here.
Oh, okay.
And we can't have a proper conversation amongst our own people and try and figure things out there. I don't know how to get him here without. I keep telling him Black family, and hoping he'll get it, but he doesn't get it. He said he can't find it. All he can find is Black Eyes.
Well,
Melanated, do you have a way to get to God of Jacob when, by any chance, and get him over here?
I'm trying to think about, like, does he have? Yeah, I've never seen him in Hangouts before.
He's over in Veli's chat now. He's in Veli's chat now, but he's not understanding what I'm saying. He's over there in the chat. No.
Somewhere you're gonna have. If you don't have his email, it's kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
Because you need to get the link
I don't know how. Yeah, we don't want them over here because what happens is
Yeah, but
EIE, once
Riggs
we
doesn't
start
let
to have
Riggs
our
doesn't let him on the panel though.
no, but what
Like
happens is
black
once
people
they
never
come, they start coming in the chat and doing all their foolishness and disrupting, and we
And
can't
really,
focus on our building, innit? As a people, we always get distracted and sidelined. So I'd rather them just not know where we are.
Yeah, but they're never allowed on the panel though. They can stay in the chat all they want.
That's what they think. Even in the chat, I'll block it. It's no infiltration. I'm sorry, just not happening. But yeah, so I don't want to disrupt the conversation. Carry on with the building because I like that talk about us coming together. But we need to find a way of how to do this because so far we've done things and then we end up dividing. Then we'll have a group over here, a group. We're not actually coming together. How do we solve that?
I like that point, sister. It's like we are building islands.
There we
Everyone
go.
is on an island. Another one is on an island. Groups, islands of unity. But how do we bring all these islands together?
There he is. Do we take a pre-existing group and add to it? Like, let's say the EFF. All right. The EFF is in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ghana. They're starting one in Nigeria, I believe. Do we just add one, like an EFF diaspora?
Yeah. And I mean, it would help it would help also if they could see some video coverage so that it's not so abstract.
Well, I'm saying because we have our own media. Let's be real. Black people are not absent without a media. We have our own media.
That's true.
I believe.
But
I just don't believe we support our own media. You know.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is this: until the wider Black media get together, you make a start. You make a start without it. You go with those groups, those pre-existing groups that you're talking about, and find a way to link them together. That makes the network.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do we find it? Because Shaka Ra came to an American panel, and he was trying to create like a consortium.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think that's what we need to do.
Yeah, indeed. But you gotta, but I think you have to also give them something visible that they can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
if you take the current existence of a political party like the EFF that has political power, you put you have them propose certain legislation that would include the diaspora, that would garner a lot of support to the EFF. Because like when Julius Malema said they are killing our brothers and sisters in America, everyone was like, who is this Negro? We are not afraid to die. America can come. Like, who is this guy, you know? I think
see, the thing about it when they say, well, they're killing our brothers and sisters in America, you got to show that if you're saying things, but you can't show it. You understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
Even when you form these groups together, you still have to have audio visuals so people can see what people are talking about.
But this is the thing, Eric, because you missed part of the show. So literally before earlier, we was going over the brother George Floyd, may him rest in peace, yeah. But we was going over the video footage of that, and there's a lot of stuff that. Remember, I didn't know nothing yesterday because I wasn't really following the whole thing throughout the COVID situation, right? So we went over it and we reviewed it today, and it's sickening because what I noticed is instantly as the brothers as the police officers pull up to the brother sitting in the car after he's bought his cigarettes with this counterfeit £20 or $20, sorry, he sat in his car and he's smoking. As the police come out the car, one goes to the passenger side, one goes to the driver's side where George is at.
I saw that.
Before they even announce that he's been arrested or he's under arrest or whatever, the man's instantly drawn for his gun out of his holster. approached the
Yeah.
brother, then put it back into his holster, told him to put his hand on the wheel, and as soon as he puts his hand on the wheel, then tries to drag him out of the car. He hasn't even announced to him yet he's under arrest. All of this happened in 90 seconds. So when has it been police policy to approach anybody with the guns drawn? When is that police policy?
Well, it depends on the state. It depends on, because understand, police forces have their own personal. Police have their own personal, like no-knock warrants. You have people that do no-knock warrants. You know.
Yeah.
And
But come on,
no-knock
Brad.
warrant.
All you've been told is that he's used the counterfeit money, and he may be a bit intoxicated. That is still no reason to pull out your gun. I'm sorry. How does the law work in America? You can pull out a gun on somebody.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that there's no universal law for police.
All right,
It's
so
based
the place
on
where
state,
he's at,
then,
what is it?
Then when he goes from
Minneapolis?
state, it goes to county. Then it goes from county. Then it goes to town.
All right, where's the state he's from? Is it where's the I can't even pronounce the word.
Yeah.
Minneapolis,
Minneapolis.
whatever. That's what I meant. That one. Yeah.
Minnesota.
So in that state there. That's a tongue twister for
Minneapolis
me.
was the-
Yeah,
was the-
mini.
was the city, yeah.
That's what I'm calling it.
That's not the state.
Right, so Minneapolis, whatever it's called, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it common practice for police to approach?
Yes, in the state of
I'll say
Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah. So is it a policy for that police department in that county, in that state, whatever it is, yeah, to approach their suspected people to be arrested with their approaching them with guns, pulling out their guns at their holster, or is that just
You have to see.
was he
You have to see. What the
practice
state,
then?
you have to see what the state legislature allows.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's like there's like different rules of engagement based on the state. Like for example, in Maryland, you can't pull out your gun. Where in like some states, they'll tell you you can go for your taser. You can go for if you feel like you're threatened and you don't see a visible weapon. Like I mean, in a weapon, see a visible weapon is like a lethal weapon. So like, a gun. If you don't see a gun, you can't match fire with fire. You can't match like a gun to a knife. So you know.
Yeah.
But Terry, do us one favor quickly. It's not even a long video. Go back and play back that bit. I want the brothers and sisters to see what we saw earlier because they missed that part. They weren't here.
What?
Yeah, it's on the New York Times. Remember the New York Times link?
Yeah.
Play that. Yeah,
you
play
want
that
to see his
video.
death again?
Not his death, the practice of the policing. That's the bit I'm focused on. That's what's
Yeah,
important.
that's what I'm saying. It could be legal because he took his gun out and put it back. See, the thing is,
I saw that.
Everything he did, right? Everything Chauvin did is technically lawful because he took him out of the car, handcuffed him, put him to the side. Got it. The moment he refused to get in the car, they handcuffed him, put him to the ground. Less than, I think, about 30 seconds, they should have asked him, are you ready to comply? He agreed to comply. They didn't give him a chance to comply. Now, from the moment they didn't give him a chance to comply, Chauvin broke the law.
That's the point I'm getting at. Because remember, even clearly showed before they got him into the car, when they dragged him from the wall back over to the car, he literally said to them that I'm claustrophobic, I can't breathe in small spaces, please. And he was like dragging him up, and then him drop on the floor. Then they tried to push him back into the car. Then they put him back on the floor, and then that's when all their knees were on him. So it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there. Because he refused to get in the car, technically he was refusing to comply.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's resisting.
So the moment that they said, "Do you want to get back in the van now?" and he said, "Yes, I will," that's when they should have given him the chance. Now, the moment they stood him up, he starts to fight again, and they have to reapply the same pressure. But because they never gave him the chance to comply, the moment after asking him, "Will he comply?" that's when they were in the wrong. That's when, after everything that George Floyd did, right? He could have fentanyl, he could have all the drugs and everything in his problem, in his all the issues all the things he could have done would have just been charges that would have made those cops look like heroes. But the moment they put him to death, everything that he did, because nothing that he did warrant the death penalty.
Nothing, literally. So the way I see it is from my point of view,
being drunk drunken driving, that's not warrant. That's not warrant for the death penalty. There's no crime he committed that was warrant for the death penalty. Not one. Okay, so it took 4 guys. They could have put him in the car. Like, for example, with disruly guys forcing him in the back of the car, right? Because an assailant can't unlock the door from the inside. The common practice would be fold him up, like push his legs to his chest, and throw him in the back seat, and then shut both doors. So now at that moment, he's no issue. Because if you have to, when he gets to the jail and he was still fussing and fighting, they have something known as the chair for disruly drunk people. But George Floyd wasn't doing that. He only showed discomfort to being put in a small space.
Yeah.
So they gave him a chance to comply. They were like, listen, we could be in this position. But even with that, Chauvin never got up. So because of that, Chauvin never gave him the chance to comply. Therefore, the police were in the wrong at that time.
Yeah.
And even when the lady was screaming at them, listen, he's not breathing, check his pulse, they still had the knee in the neck.
Yesterday, the court case showed that she's a licensed firefighter and EMT. Her job is to keep people alive, and they refused him medical attention.
Wow.
And that's where, and I'm saying, that's where personally, I know if we were to go by the legal terms, I know people trying to say it's not first degree because there wasn't an intent. But the moment he put his hand in the pocket, the moment you see, thing is, if he was leaning his weight against the car, right? If Chauvin was leaning his weight against the car, then yeah, it would have been like, yeah, he wasn't trying to kill him. But the moment he leaned his weight against, put his hand in his pocket, that was to establish balance.
Yeah.
I like how Terry pointed out, if you look at his shoe, you could tell he's digging into the ground more. And then you can look, if you look closely at the movement of George Floyd trying to get air, you can see that he moved his shoulder back and Chauvin's knee goes even deeper onto his neck. That now George Floyd's shoulder is wrapped around his foot, is wrapped around his knee. So now you see that there is a breaking, and that's where you can see that there was an intent to kill him. So at that moment, I don't think second-degree murder warrants anymore. Because if they had given him, like, for example, this is when George Floyd would have been wrong. If they would have got him up, put him in a car, and he would have started fighting again, okay, you're not complying.
Right.
But even then, let's be real, even when he was saying that he couldn't do it, he was addressing the officer. So it wasn't like he was swinging. He was handcuffed. He didn't get up and try to run. He was talking.
No, he didn't. Everything he said was that he's claustrophobic. He can't do something. And the next thing he said is he can't breathe. And then he went, "Mama, I can't breathe. I can't." And then he went quiet. Literally no fight back, no force, no threat.
And he was just saying he couldn't breathe. He said, "Sir," that. And then you see it. So now you understand. Now we understand that, like, I can obviously this. I wish I went to law school like my dad took me, because I would. This would be an easy case. Because
no, but the lady also put it out on the video, Brad. Let's be clear. The lady also put it out on the video. At one point, when they saw that he wasn't breathing, like he was saying that he's claustrophobic, couldn't get into the car and stuff. They then escalated the case up to a high level. So he radioed in, and while the officers radio in, you can hear George gasping for air, and she literally highlights the bit where he's gasping for air. So it's crazy.
But see, the thing is, I personally think that with this one police officer, the one police officer, the Chauvin, the other 4, I don't think are I don't think the other 3 are responsible, because where they were, I mean, the worst thing they could be held for is not intervening with bad behavior, but they're not agents in his death. Chauvin was the only killer in that situation, like only him. Everybody else, no.
This is sad. Shalom, brother God of Jacob. I've been trying to get you here all morning.
Yeah, man. My mic might be mad because I'm out here in these streets trying to wrap some stuff up. But yeah, man, I finally figured it out. I'm like, all right, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I was trying to tell you with the code and you weren't getting it. But yeah,
I
we're going
wasn't
to
paying
discuss
attention
this.
until you said Nah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But
You know, we're not
what
trying
I
to
talking
bring them
about? I
over
heard some
here
of the
or anything.
conversation, but it's pretty good.
We're basically talking
Absolutely,
about what we're
absolutely.
focusing on right now is the actual case itself. Not, you know, yesterday we heard all that nonsense about,
Mm,
oh, he deserved it, he was a criminal. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about the actual case and where that the police have gone wrong in this, and where maybe George have gone wrong. And
right.
so far, I'm not seeing where George has gone wrong. I've not seen no mistakes he's made, other than telling them that he can't breathe, he can't focus, he can't stay in a small confined space, that he's claustrophobic. That's the only thing I can see as resisting arrest, but that's it.
But that's not even resisting arrest,
Yeah,
though.
if you
That's
really look
kind
at
of
it, if you really look at it, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Not bad. If you just focus on the case, what's gonna kill him is the protocol everybody is talking about. Because number one, he don't have his department behind him. He got the union behind him, but his chain of command is really not behind him. Because what they're gonna say is we don't teach that. We teach restraint and sort of like the military, man. Once you get that guy under control, he can spit on you, kick you, whatever you want to. You can't, deprive this man of certain civil rights, human rights. And to put that amount of pressure on him, whether you think he was on drugs or not, y'all could have just handcuffed him and just let him sit there. He posed no threat at that time. And that's what's going to convict him. Not on first degree, but he's going to get convicted. Once he's down, that man, Floyd could have spat on him, shit on him, but he posed no threat. Deadly force or the use of deadly force doesn't really matter. It's aimed at yourself, number one, and public. There's no situation where he had to be killed in handcuffs because he posed, number one, no threat to the officer, the officers on top of him, and no threat to the public. And that's where you're gonna have to use the reasonable person standard that cops and military personnel can kind of get away with stuff. The reasonable person standard. I felt like I was,
Yeah.
but it's all going to
Yeah.
come down crumbling on him because it just was no call. Like I said, it just wasn't no
Well,
call. And the handcuff, had he been not handcuffed, it'd have been a different story. But the fact that he was
yeah.
handcuffed is going to be the
We
nail in
don't.
the coffin on that charge.
Well, see, the thing
What
about it
about
also,
what Freddie Gray was handcuffed and they ain't do nothing about with Freddie Gray either.
The only thing about Freddie Gray is we have no video on it. You get what I'm saying? That's the biggest difference about the Freddie Gray situation. This time you had eyes and also other stuff. You know what's going to help this case? I hate to say it, but the white outrage. Now the white folks finally got to see what black people have been talking about for a long time. You get what I'm saying? Like they whip our ass, but it was just us telling them that. Now they really get to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like and they human and they saw it. You get what I'm saying? So now you have not only the man dying in handcuffs. Now you also got some rally behind you, and it's just not black faces. So, even white people was like, "Damn, that was kind of fucked up." People in his own department and across America, police wise, I'm talking about, was like, "Yo, that ain't how we do business out here." And it's just those little things that's gonna get him convicted of. And I'm thinking it's gonna be manslaughter. I hope it's second degree, but I think it's gonna be manslaughter.
And how much time does someone get for manslaughter?
Thing now that's when we gonna lose our shit as black folks. It's manslaughter. What he's gonna do, this is my opinion. I think he's gonna get charged for manslaughter. He's gonna get about 8-year sentence, 8 to 10 years, but he's gonna get time served. He's already been in jail, not 2 years off of that. And in good behavior, he'd be about 3 years, 3 or 4 years. And they're gonna let him out in the darkness of night, and nobody knows, and he's just gonna be on with his day. Like I said, this trial is not about trying to get him off. It's duration. Like how much time can we, get for you? You're gonna do some time, but we want you to get the least amount of time as possible. We had a guy in my old unit. He did some fucked up shit, shot somebody, and he was going down. You get what I'm saying? But what they was fighting for is how much time they was trying to get him locked down for. And he was kind of a rogue ass motherfucker, crazy white boy. But he gonna do time, but he ended up doing 15 years. But he could do life. You get what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean,
go ahead, Melanie.
no, you go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying that also what they showed on the film there, when the fire truck came, right, and the paramedics from the fire truck stepped out and asked Chauvin where's the ambulance, where's the location of the ambulance. Nobody told him. They didn't tell him anything. They found out later. They found out later, and then they headed towards the ambulance because the EMTs in the ambulance said, "We need the fire department. We need extra help with him to bring him back to consciousness."
Yeah, I honestly would say that the moment he said, well, "You want to get in the van," and he said yes, and there was no removal of the neck, I would advocate that there was intent for murder, and it should go to first degree at that point. Like I think if they can't prove it from that point, then because I'm gonna be honest, I was hard on the guy on Benjamin Crumb, but Benjamin Crumb has over 200 success cases against police brutality, over $100 million in settlements as well as convictions. You know, this guy, he's actually really good at his job. I just
So
hope
was
that he's
it
like
true that George Floyd had drugs in his system, or like
they
are they
had
trying to
weed,
say?
fentanyl, but melanated. That's the thing. They could easily put that as a charge. You know, drinking with the drinking. He had illegal substances in his system. These are all charges. What makes all this what makes everything about this case about that
White
case.
people get high all the time and they get to live. I just don't understand.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say is that like if they didn't kill him, this would just be charges against him. This would be an easy win for them. But if they didn't kill him, you know, even if they battered him up, like let's say if they beat him up, they use excessive force, fine. He would still be held liable for these cases. But you killed him. You didn't even give him a chance to comply. So you can't use if he complied, he would be alive thing. That wouldn't work. So
I think some of that stuff from back in the day still exists, where there are some people that really believe that our skin tone or something like that gives us a different level of pain tolerance, and I really think that they feel like these animals don't feel it anyway, or like they need you to deal with them more harshly. Like a video of punching a little girl. Like what is she? Is she so different than a little frail little white girl? Like why does a black little girl get punched? Because her fists that were underneath her body were clenched. Maybe it's a natural response to tighten up yourself. Like I just don't even get it. So you punch her until she releases her fist because somehow she is a damn avatar, some kind of superpower girl because her skin is black. Like this is just ridiculous, man. Where is the videos of little girls from other cultures getting punched up by men? This is this is why I can't be doing this. I really get emotional around this kind of stuff right here. Because that could have been my brother, that could have been my son, that could be my man, that could be my uncle, could be my dad, anybody in my family. It's just
Well, this is data reports for decades. So psychologists have been doing it, doctors have been doing it, and they have this data to push their agenda on file. And if you get people, if you get enough people to believe it, then it's going to go to law enforcement. It doesn't have to be true. You just got to get enough people to believe it.
Yeah, man. I think he gonna get convicted, man. But it's crazy, man. It's
He's gonna
crazy.
get convicted.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He won't get, but he
But like I
won't get.
said, man.
He won't get murder. Murder one is out of the question. He's not gonna get that. He's
Well,
not gonna get
brothers, I'm
murder
not
one.
gonna
Yeah,
lie
that's
now.
not
I'm
it.
not so hopeful, because we've seen what happened with the Trayvon thing. We've seen all of that, and they get these little bits of time, and then they come out like they ain't done nothing. This guy had 17 complaints against him, formal complaints before George Floyd, yeah, and one of them included, from what I saw earlier, a fatal death, like murder. So he's already been tied up to a murder before, and he was still allowed to police. Something ain't right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Which means that.
He was never
Which means that.
convicted of a murder, and he can have all the complaints you want. A complaint is nothing. That just said tone it down, or somebody's complaining. That's just gonna go on
Yeah.
his jacket. That all is
Yeah.
geared towards promotion. It has nothing to do with his ability to police out there. You get what I'm saying? So complaints, all this, yeah, they should take a look at it, but he's just gonna rest in his jacket, and that's where it's gonna be at. Until something like this pop up, then they can say, "Well, you was this, you was that." But complaint, that's nothing. That's just gonna go on his jacket. When he go up for review for another position, that could be a determining factor why he doesn't promote up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But as far as policing and stuff like that, man, that ain't gonna hurt him out there.
No, it's not because it
You know what I'm saying?
depends
So
on it depends on what the state legislature. Because then they tell the police. Then they tell the police chief
is it me or is it Eric?
what they will tolerate and what they won't when it comes to law
No,
enforcement.
that's
For
Eric.
example,
Eric, you got a
in
bad connection. You keep cutting out, brother.
the state of Minnesota. Boy.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. The other officers gonna get charged too. I was in a situation like that 5 years ago. I was around a situation that would happen, and I still that court martial for not intervening in a situation, because you can be there and still get charged. Now, luckily, I got out of that shit. But and I look at those other officers who are around him. Just because he's in a senior position, at some point in time, you're going to have to do what's right lawfully. If you see that man sitting on that other man, and I mean, damn it, you got to have a heart, and he's posing on the dude, really stunting on him. So you have to. I don't care if he's senior you, an officer, whatever, a little corporal or seaman, you have the right to say, get the fuck up off him, and we'll wait for a sergeant to come on scene or somebody like that. By them not doing that, they are just as guilty for not living up to the oath. And when they say protect the people, that includes people you have in custody as well. But it's the situation, like I said, I was involved in. I should have. My spirit was telling me, "Yo, this is some fucked up shit," but I didn't do nothing because I wouldn't have seen your man that scene. Man, that arrow didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You were supposed to X, Y, and Z that situation. So that was a lesson learned for me. Like going forward, man, I don't give a fuck if a motherfucker, a commander, captain, whatever. I see some fucked up shit. Reasonable person standard. I'm going to use that shit, and if we got to get into it afterwards, it will be what it is. But the other officers should have intervened. You get what I'm saying? But they looked at him as a superior police officer and did nothing. I'm sure they conflicted right now, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Because the other one was charged with, was it accessory to, no, what was it again? But like Brad said, they might not have their thing until maybe later or whatever, but they were charged with something. Was it accessory to murder or something? The Chinese one was charged with, definitely. I don't know.
I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's going to be on the lines of something I just described, something like that.
It's just weird because in America, it's just mad seeing it. And the fact that it even goes this far to the point that every time it happens, it's basically the police get off. It's like people are losing hope out there. People are out there, they're dying on the streets. They're getting assassinated by the people that are supposedly supposed to protect them. And then when it does get to a place where we actually get it into the courts, it's basically made a mockery and a joke of, and either they get a slap on their wrist or they walk away scot-free. And then they come back and do a George Zimmerman on us, where they end up trolling us and like making us know that they're bad and they're out. Like, how much more of this are we willing to take? Because this is actually crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me started about George Zimmerman. Don't get me started about him.
Sorry, sis. Sorry. But I can't believe it, sis, because the man's coming out after he took away one of our little, our little children's lives, and then boasting and talk and still doing the most shit, still getting arrested, beating up his girlfriend, doing the most, and living like nothing happened, and we're just sitting back and letting it happen. In other words, not that we're sitting back. Is that we have no power to make anything happen. That's what it's feeling like.
But the thing about it is, you need more. You need representation by numbers of people. That is, numbers of Black police officers, Black lawyers, and these types of things to go into those fields to do investigations, to see what their fellow officers are doing. But a lot of, and there are plenty of Black lawyers, and there are lots of Black law enforcement officers. Unfortunately, in the cities, though, you need more of them.
All I'm trying to say is, if one of us takes those matters into our own hands, and they family have a GoFundMe, I'm putting some cash up on that GoFundMe, because George Zimmerman raised millions of freaking dollars for legal fees. What's that? Let somebody take something in their hands. Where that GoFundMe at?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? But you know what, Melanated Goddess? To be fair, there have been many people who have done that with GoFundMes. Not necessarily.
No, what I'm saying when we take things into our own hands to defend our children that are killed, or our Black men, and when we fire back, meaning we get one of them, right? And then now instead of that person taking their own lives, which is what usually happens, is that they end up taking their own life. They don't even go to jail. But if they go to jail or they get arrested, they're gonna need a good freaking lawyer. So guess what? We need to raise money. We need to put our money and support our people, because they support their little devils too. Shit.
But sis, not only do they support them, they openly do it. And this is what's frustrating. This is why I get angry, yeah? Because you would literally see them, like, for instance, all right, this is a bad example, but I'm going to use it as an example all the same. When that thing happened with, what's his name? OJ Simpson, yeah? You saw how the outrage was when he got away, when it was all a cry, and they never stopped until they made sure he paid. That's the power they have. Whereas when something happens to one of ours,
auctioned the gun.
You know what?
George Zimmerman auctioned the gun that he killed Trayvon Martin with. You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Case in point.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
But the point of the matter is, you got people in numbers in the right places who have the right professions, and also you got financial backup, so you can do that. So see, when I hear people talk about, well, we don't need to do things the way Europeans do it. Well, if it's working for Europeans, why the hell won't it work for us? There's power in numbers.
I don't understand how nobody could spot George Zimmerman on the street and get him. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
It's crazy. And on top of that, when I was looking through as well, I did look through the New York Times as well, because that's where I seem to be getting all the good news. It did say something about they're trying to reopen back Sandra Bland's case as well, but somebody's trying to prevent it. About, it's old footage and there's nothing new to it, but they're trying to open it back on the case of what happened to her in police custody, what was her mental health and all of that stuff. So I don't know what's going on there.
But you need legal professionals to bring the case to court to begin with, and for them to have evidence, you need psychologists, you need doctors,
right?
These same people that these white folks are using, okay? We need the same shit. There's no difference. It's just a flip side of the same coin.
Well, I guess I can't be considered because somebody's gonna find the footage of me saying today that I'm gonna put money on the GoFundMe. I can't be the psychologist on it. I can't be the mental health professional. They like, no, she's biased.
You know what?
You see, in this particular case here with George Floyd, has Black Lives Matter America got anything to do with this at the moment?
See, that's the problem. When you got groups like Black Lives Matter, they're not doing anything specifically for Black folks. That was not their agenda from the beginning. They're too busy doing the LGBTQ shit.
Yeah, this is mad.
And what they do, unfortunately, to be fair and to be truthful, I gotta say, they exploit the deaths of these Black kids. For example, George Floyd. They're exploiting it. They're not doing anything to help the matter.
Well, this is kind of this. We've got kind of a situation, not the same, but we've got a situation going on right now here in the United Kingdom, right? So in West London, we've got a little African brother named Richard that's gone missing from his house from last week, Monday. Yeah. So he's been missing. And what the problem we're having now is we're realizing that the police are just not doing enough. Now, if that was a little white girl that had gone missing, she's not got, remember, it's a university student. It's just him and his mum. He's very good. You know, one of those ones that's always on time, always on clockwork, doesn't really go nowhere, just mainly studies and stays at home. Typical Nigerian child. Yeah. Cool. He went missing Monday night and he has not been, I think it's over 12 days now he's been missing. Mum's done all kind of pleas and whatever. People are feeling like the police ain't doing enough. We had another sister, an African sister that was a care worker. She was doing her normal job, caring for old people, staying in their houses overnight, doing her normal, nursing healthcare thing. She goes missing middle of the night, ends up dead on the beach with her mobile phone about 5 or 6 meters away from her. Still, case just closed. This is what happens here. So when the things happen, like, you don't hear us talking about it, especially not on Vellies, because it's not, they take joy out of our pain. So we don't talk about these things over there. But the thing is, when we hear the stories in America going on, we can it might not be the same thing, but we can kind of relate in the fact that we've got a kind of similar thing going on here in the UK, where we see the system just doesn't care about our people. But the other day we had the white girl that was killed, and they had you saw the rights and all that stuff that was going on, little protests and all that. And that's the difference. When it's a Black life, nobody cares.
Guess what? We got to do the same shit, Lady Divine.
There we go.
We got to have
that's
more
why
Black
we relate with you guys.
more Black lawyers.
Yeah.
More Black medical examiners, psychologists, psychiatrists. We got to mimic what they're doing. Why? It works.
Right.
You mimic what works.
We need to do something, we need to, and I think we're looking to you guys as well, to be honest, here in the UK, because we know it happens more out there with you lot, black people dealing with police and the system more so in America, because it's quite highlighted. And we're looking at how you lot highlight these things. I mean, how you lot handle these things. So that then shows us give us a way. Okay, it's different laws, different procedures, but it kind of gives us an idea on how we should be operating here. Even though we're a smaller group in numbers, we're still suffering the same injustices. It's just that because our thing is small, England small, it's not highlighted like America. But trust me, things happen here too. We've got we've got 3 going on right now as we speak.
The thing about it is the mission is exactly the same, though.
Yes.
It's not different. It's the same. It's the same mission, but the only difference between the UK and the US is what you said, the law.
That's it. Just the different, and that's why I'm trying to understand you lot's law. So even we know we have something similar, we just don't know what the names are. So once I get to grips with your lot's law, and then again you lot said it's different from state to state, so that makes it a bit.
Yeah, it is, because the thing about it is this. I was reading a textbook that I bought on American government, and it says in that textbook that actually America has 50 different governments, which in a way they do have 50 mini governments, because why? You have a state legislature for all 50 states. And you've got state laws, you've got state Supreme Courts.
that must make it even harder for you guys, you know, because now you've got to go to each state to deal with each law and to deal with each criteria and oh man.
Yeah, the only time if something goes into the proportion where you're talking about federal law, okay, the law of the U.S. Constitution, that always trumps all state law. But
Okay.
it has to be an incident such as this, for example, such as this incident
with
with
Floyd.
John. This is something where federal law comes into effect.
Right.
You know.
So it has to be on this kind of scale. Okay.
Yeah. But see but at the same time though, in this case though, you would have to have the legal minds, okay, who are looking over American jurisprudence and seeing if in fact they can push this to the Supreme Court.
I hear you, but you know what it is as well, because I don't know if the brother's still there. The brother from Kenya, I can't see his name. My eyesight's gone. Is it Jarari?
Yeah, he's still
he was saying, oh, there you go. You were saying the same thing in Africa as well. You don't have the same kind of, you know, where. Oh boy.
Yeah, because when you've got like different states or different major provinces within the country, and they have their own, system of law to maintain decency and stability and peace in those major provinces because they have large populations. There's always a law. The national law is always going to trump these state laws, but in day-to-day law, then you have states' rights basically, or regional rights.
Okay.
You see, in the U.S., you have states' rights,
But God Jacob wrote in the chat that federal law is because of civil rights violations. What does that mean?
It means that
when you break the person, so for instance, if their civil rights have been breached, then it becomes federal. Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah, then federal law takes over. Yes, because federal law protects all citizens' civil rights.
Okay, makes sense. Wow. So what are we gonna do, people? What's our solution? Look, we'll come for all. You're in America. I'm in the UK. The brother there is from Kenya, but he lives in Germany. Like, what are we gonna do to like get together and want to call on this madness? Because this can't keep continuing.
The thing about it is that you need a network of people because you have to organize this, So you need networks of people who are of different professions, okay, to carry out this mission. Okay, of course you can always start small. In the beginning, you always start small, but the thing about it is, even when you start small, you still need a network of like-minded people who are in those positions: law enforcement, medicine, who practice law pertaining to medicine and healthcare. How can I say, child protection? All these types of things. You have to have a network of these people because they know what's going on from the inside.
I hear you, brother Eric. Oh boy.
And once you know what's going on from the inside, then you know how you can use the law to your advantage, to say, hey, well, you need to defend my rights by these same laws that you defend everybody else's rights. We know this because we work in these professions, and this is what the law states. You see what I'm saying? And when you have a network of people who can show this, in the courts and say, this is what your law says, enforce it. You see what I'm saying? But you have to have a network of people who have these different competencies. Okay, on a professional
and then what you're
level.
saying, and once something works in one place, then we start to share it amongst ourselves across the
you
on
share
how
it.
to. Okay.
Oh yeah, you spread the information because information is power.
Yes.
especially when it comes to law, and you end up going to courts. You end up electing, your mayor and other civil servants and things like that. Yeah, the more informed you are, the more informed the public is, the more powerful they are, because they know how the laws work from the inside. Because why? In that network, you got the people in different professions. They're lawyers, they're teachers, they're doctors, they're childcare workers, they're social services workers. But you need these people, and they have to. And the thing about it is, okay, you may not agree on everything, but you have to be generally like-minded.
Yeah, at this point, I think there's so many people who are already taking initiative and having the same discussion, and some people are already, like brother had talked about this American, the former AU ambassador to the US. Yeah, she is collecting professionals, and they have already started organizations, and they are trying to do whatever the same thing you are saying, collecting professionals in different fields, and networking.
Yeah, because you need those people, because they have all different levels of competence, in all the areas that you're concerned with, And in the end, what it comes down to is being protected by the law, having the law serve you. That's what the law is there for.
But I have a feeling like the law is just there in paper. Like we have to really, I don't know, we have to do something more than, because whatever happens in this world, it happens in the presence of the law.
That's right.
It seems like it's not just obvious. We really have to do something about it. The law, yeah, the law doesn't recognize us.
Yeah, but the thing about it is this, though: you have to know. You have to know what the legal ramifications are for what you're doing, and these different professionals, okay, they're going to know some basics about the law, about how they do their work. Okay, and they could say, well, this is the written law. This is what you're supposed to carry out. Enforce the law. Because ultimately, it's the law that's going to keep people stable. That is, if people can rely on the law. But you can't rely on a law that you don't know about, or that you don't know what it entails.
Yeah, we got to network now.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, I mean, and see, for me, what irks me is that if people get together and they're like-minded, okay, I can see having a clashing of ideas, okay, so that because that way, you know where people's minds are, you know what their competence is, you know what they're willing to do, what work they're willing to do, what sacrifices they're willing to make, in order to, for example, eventually write up a plan of action, okay? And for example, a memorandum of agreement for all those people who are in the network, and say, this is what we're going to do. Let's get at it. But see, the problem is that people like to do a lot of debating. And for me, debating is irrelevant. You have to have the evidence. You have to have the law. You have to know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, and you're all like-minded, okay, you do things based upon your competence. You can stay in your lane, and you stay in your lane, but when you got a network of people who are in all these different lanes, then if these people are like-minded, okay, and they're willing to work in a unified as a unified force, then you eventually draw up a plan of action, and then you enact it. And this way, okay, how far you can go. You know what doesn't work, and you also learn what does work. But I think, but I think that debating delays that. I mean, if you look at how politicians debate different policies and whatnot, I mean, they debate, and debate. But in the end, the thing about it is that the debate doesn't matter because eventually you got to make negotiations. You got to negotiate, and people have to be generally like-minded, or politics doesn't work. Law doesn't work.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry. I was doing a few things. What did I miss?
No. I was just saying, just talking with the brother from Kenya, who's presently in Germany, that you have to have, first of all, you gotta have a network of people with different competencies, depending on what you're dealing with. You have to know, and they have to know that working within the law, what can they do? What kind of action can they push? How far can they push it? You know? And if you're like-minded and you're unified in your action, then once you draw up a plan of action within your network, then you say, okay, well, this is what we're going to do from the inside. Okay, other people can help us out doing this, and that thing. Okay, the information goes out, and then people start doing work, and then from their actions, you see what works and what doesn't work. What doesn't work, you try to fix. You correct that. What does work, you keep pushing that. You always push what works, and whatever doesn't work, you find out why it doesn't work, and then you adjust. You correct yourself.
Yeah,
but that kind of leads to the question of the day, Eric, which was, should we build a black global? Hold on, what is it? Hold on. Yeah, should we build a black global? Should we build a black global community or think about ourselves as individually? And I think globally for myself works better because each one teach one when you reach out to your brother and sister.
Well, guess what the Europeans did going back to Julius Caesar?
What did they do?
They went global, did they not?
Of course.
Did not the British Navy go global?
Of course.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you got to go global. But the thing about it is that when you talk about going global, okay, you have to have people in a different. You still have to work with people in different countries, and they do what they can do from there.
Yeah.
Okay, and whatever they can do from there, then what they do is they pass around information. One of the easiest ways to do it, like I said, is through the internet and through social media.
Facts.
It goes viral. Then you go to like I said, you go to local news stations and whatnot, and you call on you call on your politicians and you call on the people who run the law and govern the countries, and you say, hey, listen, we need to do this. We need to start doing this and get this done. And the reason why we need to get this done is because we're not being given a fair shake.
Yeah, we never started on an even race yet.
Where we at with it?
Welcome back, Brother Jacob. We're on the thinking on how we can, in other words, basically get things changed that are benefiting our best interest. Because right now everything works against us, isn't it? And should we do it on a global thing where we work together with different pockets? As once one gets somewhere, we then share that information onto the others, and hopefully it spreads and we benefit our brothers and sisters across, I guess, the diaspora, innit?
Mm-hmm. But one thing about it is this: once you get information from one area that's doing work and their procedure is successful, don't hope for anything. Say, hey, this is what works. This is the information. See what you can do with this information where you live. Maybe you may be restricted on some things that we do. Say, for example, you may be restricted in certain countries, let's say on the continent, right? That you're not restricted to do in America. However, then You don't do that. You use what you can use from the information that you can use for America and procedures you can use for America in your country, and you keep spreading that information around.
Yeah, I'm all about spreading information,
The
but as
spread of
far as
information
on the
can't
go
stop.
ahead.
And I'm just saying that spreading information can't stop. Information is power if you use it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But and to be realistic, I'm all for this whole black global thing. I get it. I get it. I get it. But realistically, we gotta ask ourselves: is it feasible? Is it possible? Just to keep it 100,
Yes,
I
it's
don't think
possible.
so.
It's possible. Any damn thing is possible, GOJ. You know that.
Yeah, that's cliche. That's cliche,
You're a
and I
service.
get it. And I
It's
believe
cliche.
that.
It's cliche, but it's true, right? If you get a network of people together who have different competencies, right, and they know how the
Hmm.
law works within their, within their professions and things like that, right? If it
Right.
comes, if it goes to court, then they can say, "Hey, this is what the law says here. Enforce this law."
But and I was just about to get into it. What I'm
Yeah,
trying to say is, it can work, but in America, in America, and I'm pretty sure it's like that over there too. You know,
yeah,
when we enter these institutions to put us in seats of change,
yeah.
your own face will shun you. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
You will
yeah,
become a coon. I mean, even police officers. You got black people out here that are being deterred from being police officers. You get what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Well, you know what?
Deterred from being.
You know what
Go
Malcolm
ahead,
X
bro.
said in the '60s, right?
Hmm.
Okay. So we knew this. We've been knowing this. We've been knowing this since at least that long.
Right. So
But see, the
I
thing
mean, to
about it is,
me,
yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
no, I was about to say, to me, it can be done, but I don't think we are in a mindset right now to want to do that, because everything that we can get into and should get into
Mm-hmm.
to be the change agent, our own people would say, "You coon, you Uncle Tom." They would rather sit on the system, i.e., sit in social programs, bitch, complain all day. I mean, and then you ask them what's the solution? It's always just black power. But black
Yep.
power ain't gonna put no food on your table. Black power ain't gonna keep your lights on. Black power ain't gonna keep uh your health up. You get what I'm saying?
And that's
That
why,
sounds good,
yeah,
you know?
that's why I say you mimic the shit that the white folks do that works for them. Because if you can mimic it well enough, guess what? You can have more power. It'll work for you too. Because everybody's striving for the same shit. It's just that who are the people in power to make sure that people get the shit that they want and that they need?
Hey,
Yeah,
and
I believe.
this gonna sound pretty tough, Eric. A lot of I run my own little business, man. It keeps me
Right,
up, it keeps me right, it keeps me comfortable, it keeps me where I need to be at. But
right.
every time I've done business with
Mm-hmm.
people that look like me and you, I've got fucked.
Yeah, yeah. I've heard that many times, man. You're not the only one to say that.
Brother,
I've heard it many
brother, I
times.
mm, 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 mm.
Yeah,
I
and that's
oh
it.
man.
There's nothing more discouraging than that. You know? Yeah, yeah.
And I hate,
I.
and sometimes I try to hire my face. My
Mm-hmm.
face.
Yeah.
I closed out a house, man, a week ago.
Uh-huh.
And I would have been done. Because my whole philosophy, man, if I'm on schedule, I'm behind schedule. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
I
You
want to
always
be
want to
ahead
be
of schedule.
right. Yeah.
And when
I
I
get you.
hire white people, I'm always ahead of schedule. I hired
Mm-hmm.
the brothers for this one property. It's totally the brothers. And man,
Mm-hmm.
all they did when I showed up sometimes ain't there. Motherfucker drinking. I mean, like, it's just so much shit that I had to go through. I'll let them finish that shit out, man. But I was like, man, this why I can't. And I called my mother. I said, this why I can't fuck with us, man. I
Mm-hmm.
give a damn what
I,
y'all think.
have you ever listened? Have you ever listened to Judge Joe Brown, DOJ? Or are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
Okay. He said the same thing. He said the problem is this, But then what did Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. say? We lose that. What did he say? It's not about your skin color, it's about the content of your character. So if you got a weak character, it doesn't matter what color the mask is. If you got a weak work ethic, it doesn't matter what color the mask is, right?
Exactly. But I'm just saying, man, Eric, you know, I mean, like I said, I hate to say it, but I mean, just in my little own world, man,
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust us, man. I don't trust us. So if I can't
But
trust
God,
it here, I don't know if
God
I
of
can reach
Jacob,
out globally.
God of Jacob, you're going too far. What do you mean? Like, hold on a minute. I know you like. Don't get me
Too
wrong.
far.
Like, if anything bad's gonna happen to us, it's probably gonna happen to us from our own people. But don't give up the faith, brother, man. Like you sound like you gave up.
I haven't gave up, but at the same time, Lady D, I can't keep taking a loss, man. I got deadlines. I got a deadline when I want to get the shit inspected. I got a deadline where I want to push it to my realtor to get that shit out there or whatever it's gonna do. I have timelines that I need to meet, and every time I hire or contract out some shit with the brothers, I'm either behind schedule or on schedule, and that ain't the way I work.
God of
You get what I'm
Jacob,
saying?
could
So
it be you're hiring the wrong brothers? So I hear what you're saying. You were trying to
this ain't
help
my
your
first
own.
rodeo with the brothers.
Oh gosh, I'm trying for
I
the
can
brothers. I'm
contest to
really
that
trying for the brothers.
100%. I have been cheated.
Oh
I
God,
have
here comes
been
the other one.
betrayed. I
Talk
have
to
been
him,
caught
Brad. They
running.
think I love
I
my brothers, but Brad, you know what I'm talking about, Brad.
gosh, bro. Like I have set up organizations, and they only last for like maybe a month. I'd be like, all right, listen, I'll bring on like 25 dudes from the hood. I would say, listen, this is how you're going to impact a market. You're going to make up to $1,800 a month extra. Okay, this is not money to live off of. This is money that's going to increase, it's going to add to your current career. Okay, your current jobs, I'm going to help you get current jobs. I'm helping you get into career sets. I was helping these guys become licensed practicing nurses. Okay, I told them, I was like, listen, complete your work. Your class, your tuition is free. All you have to do is complete your work. That's it. Okay. I even was fronting their mothers because some of their mothers were on Section 8. I was fronting their mothers' bills, grocery money, and things like that because I knew if I can get these 25 dudes, ready for this, going from, okay, $1,800 from working from me, but in the careers I was putting them in DC, they'll be making $7,500 a month. All right, $7,500 a month. All right, and I told him, like, listen, don't live in DC, move out to Maryland. Your money will go further there. Once they got to $1,800, 13 of them stopped talking. I was like, I fronted them to $1,800 because I was like, you can make this every month. But the thing I was trying to tell them was that was a lie. The $1,800 was the minimum. They can make up to 36 to 42 a month if they were to expand out to local businesses and stuff. I always start with my home. That's how I gotta say. I always start with my people. I start with the
All right,
rod,
Brad,
fraternity.
Brad.
And to be real, right? When it came to me working with Nigerians, when it came to me working with the Caribbean, the issue's been as long as like when we work with Nigerians, the weakness with Nigerians is if there's not an enemy outside of us we have to fight, then we turn on each other. All right. So when we were taking on the Asians at the farmers market and we were trying to get them out and trying to get the Hispanics under our heel, it was like cohesion, force working together. The moment we got that achieved, next thing you know, we got guys disputing, well, how come X amount of dollars have been removed? How come he got a new Mercedes? So I'm not going to say it's just an ADOS thing. I'm not going to say it. I don't know what it is about us that I just think we need to constantly have an external enemy to maintain, once we learn that the whole world is against us, I guess in a sense, or not against us, it's competing with us, then we can move forward. But I'm not gonna lie, most of my investors were black. Well, all my starting investors were black. My clientele was black, and then I would go to certain clientele, give them the full crop, and only get paid in installments while they're trying to take another order out. And I was patient. I was like, all right. They're starting a restaurant, but man.
But hold on, Brad. This is why when we Nani asked the question, do you guys think we perform better as a group of people, when our backs up against the wall, or do you think that this whole assimilation and spreading ourselves all over the place and thinking we've made it because we're not, we're in, I guess, you know, America's or England has been more damaging for us?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. See, the thing is, like I said, is I've had some success stories. I've had some there's some partners I have right now that like fisheries. I mean, there's a guy that has a YouTube channel called he does aquaponics in Nigeria. He has an incredible turnout number. You know, and I've been trying to. We were supposed to be going to Japan to get a fish that Japanese people will pay 250 pounds for per pound. You understand? Like they will pay that. You know, and you know,
I ain't gonna even lie, Lady D. I told my daughter, because my daughter does what I do now, and she's getting better at it. She do blueprint building, and she's getting phenomenal at it. But I told her, I said, baby girl, if you want to keep doing what you're doing, you want success, keep hiring white folks.
Wow, talk about circulating the money in the black community.
But the fact of the matter
you want me to? I'm
Terry,
being honest.
brothers. Where is Terry? Get your brothers.
I wouldn't go that. Okay, I understand. Now I get what he means because my father has said on certain projects he would say that like the further he was away from DC, he would start to hire more white people for his projects. But the closer he is to DC, he will hire more black people. I will say that professionalism amongst black people has it's only like certain sections. So like the contacts I have, because there's a 75-hectare farming project that's being done to address food deserts in Atlanta. Okay, my contacts I have down there are beyond professional. Like, I mean, these got like black-owned farming industries that are killing it. Okay, we work side by side, especially when Amazon started doing COVID. At the height of COVID, my goal was to get that contract into medium-sized farms in the DMV area. That was my goal. Okay, and then from there, I was going to grow it to the point of trying to get farms in beneath the Virginia into the Carolinas, from the Carolinas to Georgia, Georgia to Florida. Okay, and that was going to include and that right there would have opened me up to the Caribbean if they didn't do flight restrictions at that time. That was my initial plan. From the Caribbean, I could get into Brazil. Like that was my step for 2021. I'm sorry, for 2020. You know, that's where I was moving at, and it was going to get it done in a couple of months. But when I tell you, man, I got down to Carolina and I said, listen, I want to make this investment. Let me bring my materials. I'll move into your farm. You just got to maintain this quota for me. My trucks will pick it up. Maintain this quota. Bruh, $2,500. They didn't buy anything. They didn't grow anything. And then when I get to Atlanta, though, see, now I'm being real. I don't want this to be like this is a universal black thing. Like black people aren't good at business, and like me and GOJ. But I gotta understand. You gotta understand that there's some sections where you gotta realize, like, yeah, my people may not be reliable in this area for this job. You know, I don't shame. I'm not trying to shame black people. I'm just saying, unless you actually.
But do you feel that it's because you're doing things locally?
No, for me personally. Like I said, I've worked with Nigerians, I've worked with Ghanaians, I've worked with people from Liberia, people from Mali. You know what I mean? Like I've worked with even some Sudanese. You know, that's why like honestly, like the amount of homes that I've been sketched in and supposed to be spending the night out in Nigeria in Africa is endless. It's just. I personally don't think. I think that like we need to come up to another level, especially if there's money on the table. It's not like I'm coming with this, like I have to always agree with God. I always concede to this point to God of Jacob. Black power is not going to pay your bills. So whenever I do work with another black person, I come with at least 50% of like, here's the plan, or at least 75%, and the 25% you like. If I come to you, Rick, and was like, hey, I need you to put together a curriculum for my nieces and nephews, I'm going to come with the intent of paying you, at least $2,000 to get that done.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the black power, first of all, it's a mindset, not something you should be putting out to the public. If you run around the world saying black power, of course, you know what's going to happen, innit?
I get what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is this: you need the skills, and you have to have people who are in the same mindset, the same general mindset, who are willing to work together.
Okay, so if you have a business, a thriving good business, right, that is doing well in general, do you feel that person would slack? That black person would slack, or would he try to keep up with the Joneses?
I think it's something. Well, it depends, because the thing is, and I'm just saying in my situation, I have never been the type to like come on a dream. I've always come with something tangible. So like, you know,
because you know the one thing is like it goes the reverse way. A lot of black brothers say that they're gonna meet some guys that have their own business, and the people that have their own business wants to give them pennies.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's honestly, to be real with you, those people that give you pennies, like that's part of the business world. You have to either do two things. You either have to prove that you're valuable, or you have to take it upon yourself to outperform.
But
you can't compensate. You're not going to be able to compensate for that. You're like, honestly, there are Nigerians I know.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Are you going to give the same wages as a European person will give if he's valuable?
I give. Excuse me. Like everyone makes jokes about my Mexicans like that. I pay for health insurance for them. You're not supposed to pay health insurance for people with work visas, but I do.
So what about the Caribbeans? Could you do the same?
The ones that, yeah. Well, the one I pay for a professional, like you've heard of Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Go on.
They have a corporate, it's premium, so they can get like, honestly, like I had a situation where, one of the guy I work with he's from Mali. His wife worked for me for about a good 3 months before she went off and started to manage one of the facilities at the farmer's market. Well, at the market, excuse me. And her daughter had some kind of form of a disease that they try to get treatment for, and they needed like an extra $1,500. And the one thing she was paying out of pocket, not knowing that her insurance was going to cover that $1,500. So I called her and I was like, "Why aren't you using your insurance? That's what it's there for." And she used it, nothing out of pocket. When it comes to my own, Terry, I tend to give them premium. I was only just saying that what God Jacob was saying is not some like, oh, black man giving up. No, it's like, yeah, there are crap stories. And I can be real, you know, your skin folk ain't always your kinfolk. Like, you know what I mean? Like it happens. You know, I was just only picking back off what GLJ was saying. That's true. Like black people, sometimes your worst enemy will be your own.
I'm not lying, but look, the next project I take up, guess what? I'm always gonna look at the black contractors that's out there. Schedule a meeting, go have my coffee at Starbucks. That's what I do. Just have a coffee. Let me see some of your work. But as far as the Mexicans, in all my projects, I always hire Mexicans to do my goddamn floor work. Tile, they can do that shit real good.
You know what pisses me off about Mexicans? Is that like you can talk to one guy, he paints, and I'll be like, "Yeah, I need an electrician." Oh, my cousin Juan, he does the electrician for you. We'll only add an extra $200. I did this. I had a black electrician. I had a black electrician, a black plumber, and a black that does apartment renovations. Like he rejuvenates an apartment, puts down new carpet, puts down new tile and things like that. The guy was trying to charge me $25,000 for $1,500 worth of work. And then I go to the Mexicans. The Mexicans were trying to charge me $3,500 for everything. And then they said, if you could include lunch.
See, Brad, you see what's happening now? That's becoming a pride thing. Because this is where, like even with the Asians, they undercut. Even if the job is valued at 50, they're gonna try and undercut it just to get that money.
And guess what they do? They're successful at it too.
Yeah.
That's the point. They're putting the work.
Personally, Eric, though, I don't believe in trying to undercut black people, because the thing for me is I tell them, I say, listen, because it was GLJ that got me into real estate in the first place. So I went from, because I'm trying right now, there's like 100 questions you have to take, and you'd be able to get a property manager. You become a certified property manager, and it's like a low involvement. Because I was looking at something called low involvement businesses, and I've seen like a lot of real estate go up, especially in like Capitol Hill, you know, where you can almost charge someone $5,500 a month just to live there, you know, renovate the whole property and things like that. And I've told them, like, listen, this isn't going to be. I will contract you. You know what I mean? I will put you on retainer. You know, I have no problem in doing that. I just need this done. How fast can you get this done? I hired a guy that does renovations, and he said 35 days. I said, okay, I'm gonna give you a chance. 35 days. But I put in the contract, if you exceed 35 days, I am liable to drop you and have someone else complete the work. He got it done in 73 days.
Wow.
73. So then I had like, it was a simple 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom townhouse over by K Street. Had a black guy do it. Had a Mexican guy do it. I said, how long would it take you? 3 weeks. It took them 4 days. They wanted the extra 2 weeks just to go over their work. 75 days to 4 days.
But is it always sufficient?
Yes. I mean, like, it's to the point now. Like, let me tell you, what's the one thing that happened? The pipes burst in a property I had in Baltimore. Okay, and they give away row houses. I don't know if GOJ knows this or not, but they're literally tossing those row houses at people. Like, they're literally begging people to take those row houses. And the guy had
the houses I'm working on now is 2 of them going on at the same time. The city basically gave them Jack's away.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I work. Here's the thing. Go to HUD, because what Joe Biden's trying to do with HUD right now, right? Go to HUD. There's a bunch of HUD properties they're trying to give away and get people to manage, and HUD's trying to pay people to manage these properties and keep them up. So I go through that. The pipes burst. I get a call saying, "Senor, your pipes burst in the basement. We have to stop the work, but don't worry. My friend knows a plumber. You buy the materials, we can get it." The guy meets me at the store. Cart filled with them supplies to say, "Can you pay for it? I'll have it done in 3 days." He got it done in 12 hours. He literally stayed over to fix it. So then I told, yeah.
Go ahead. I was about to say, and this is a prime example, man. This is why I said I can't do us. Now, I just happened to look at the chat, right? And I got the brother EIE talking about black Hebrew this. I didn't come in here on no Hebrew, nothing. I came over here to speak my truth, my reality. And all I'm getting is know thyself. Black power equals this. I ain't got time for that shit. You get what I'm saying? If you speaking on some global shit and you coming at me with black Hebrew this and what, like, I ain't got time for cats like that. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said I can't do people like that.
EIE doesn't really.
Yeah, but hold on, Brother Jacob. I hear your point. Yeah, I know you never come on no Hebrew, nothing, but you did come shitting on black power. Don't forget you did that. And
what is black? But gotta be real. What is black power?
I'm talking to God of Jacob. Give me a second. I'm talking to God of Jacob, man. Chill. But what I'm saying, God of Jacob, okay, you didn't come in talking about nothing to do with Hebrew. I got that. But you did kind of said, like, you know, the way you talked is like you're kind of shitting on black power, like it don't do nothing for you, don't pay you for nothing, and it don't benefit you. But this, and then on top of that, you went and talk about, you know, the brothers that you've hired and they've let you down. And I'm not saying that's not your experience, that's not happened, but it doesn't actually make us feel any better, like unite when we're trying to talk about uniting, innit? It makes us feel a bit.
But guess what? It shouldn't make you feel it shouldn't make you feel any better, Lady D. And I'm going to tell you the truth. That's the problem sometimes. We want to get told smooth things, nice things. The black brothers I hired were garbage, and I still stuck with them. You get what I'm saying? Only because I had another investor in with me. I got 2 projects going on right now. Right when I leave my house, when I say I'm out here driving around, I'm in traffic, I'm going to check on them brothers, so I make sure they still there. The white people that's over at the other spot, one is in Chesapeake, the other one is in Hampton. I don't even go over there, bro. They call me and tell me, we wrapping up for the day. I said, cool, I'll see y'all in the morning. These other brothers, I got to go over there 2-3 times a goddamn day and park out there. We had a simple demo for that house, clean demo. I wanted to open up a kitchen. They knocked they just knocked everything out of that shit. So it set me back a week reframing the shit. I had to bring somebody in to reframe the shit. But guess what, Lady D? I still kept him there. I said, brother, maybe I didn't explain it right, or y'all can't read this goddamn blueprint. But neither here nor there. We go upstairs. They didn't knock the shit down. I said, all right, I'm losing money with you motherfuckers. So I rather tell you the truth, man. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, man. So
Go to
them
Jacob, just
cost me money.
something else. Bible classes the next 2 hours. Make sure you're ready. This is too much.
I don't think I understand. I don't think people are hearing what we're saying. Like, we're not saying we're against black people. The
No one
question
said
is
you were saying
what do
that.
we
DC
do?
Brad. That's
What
not
do we do?
anyone.
One
No
second.
one's
What do
saying you
we
are
do?
saying that.
What do we do? What do we do when, like, I mean, oh my gosh, like the fact that he just said, okay, that he has to sit out front. I can tell you from experience, going into a property and trying to figure out, like, they just had to replace the carpets. 6 hours, and I walk in there and they're sitting down. Just sitting down. Carpet been tore up. They haven't laid that near thing down. I'm like, are we taking a break? This was a 2-hour job.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're sitting down talking about, oh, it gets heat. I'm like, the place is practically done. You could have turned on the AC if it got too hot, but you're in the basement. The property was in the basement. So there's no way you're going to tell me it's hot in here. So I'm sitting out front saying, well, I'm going to wait out front until you guys are done. 25 minutes. They're trying to bill me for 6 hours of work until I sat there, and it took 25 minutes.
So, Brad, let me tell you something. Have you ever what's it called, employed any other people that are not black, non-blacks that don't do good work? Or is it only just black people that do the bad work?
Oh, this is my negative. My worst story with Mexicans was it was in 2017, and I had a couple of guys working trying to set up a hydroponic farm in a simple, like, 2-floor, about 35,000 square foot building. It's about 2 floors. I said, I just need you to put the piping in and set it up. One of the guys was an illegal, and INS came and took him. And I stood in front. And come to find out, was like, of the crew, about 15 guys, 6 of them were all illegal. You know,
Wow.
and 6. So that was the worst experience. So 6 of them had to leave. I at least, like, said to them, well, they're with me. You can't take them without problem. Because I learned they sent out an email saying that, like, if you have people working on your site, they can't pull you off a site because they're technically under your protection. And I told them that they're filling out their work visas. I vouch for them. I showed them the paperwork. Other than that, that was more we being harassed. But when it came to work performance itself, no. Like, when it came to actually getting the job done itself. But you know what, GOJ? Maybe I think it's because we're hiring. Like, let me ask you: Did you hire Brute? Did you hire dudes you think you're trying to give them a chance? Because for me, okay, I'm never going to forget the company's name. Top Notch Performance. That's the name of the company. Top Notch Performance.
Brian, this what works for me, man. I usually got my when I acquire a property, I kind of get where I want to get. I got my regular contractors that I go to. Hell, they call me. It was like, they asked me, you got what we got going on? I said, man, I'm chilling this month, or I ain't doing nothing, or see me in 3 months. But I got my go-to people. Now, this crew that I got working out in Chesapeake was referred to me by a buddy of mine, an old military dude of mine. He said, hey, blah, blah, blah. My brother do this. He's starting to start up. He got his own this, that, the third. No sweat. Met the brother. I get up, work out. Tell them, meet me at Starbucks. We'll have a coffee. And I like talking to people face to face, man. I ain't, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to read you, and then bring me something that you did. If you do good work, man, you should have a little portfolio to show me what type of work you did. And then I want to see your licenses. That's what I want to see. I don't want you to screenshot me shit. I want to see it because I know what all that shit looked like. So, and it was on the strength of one of my old lieutenants back in the day when I first came in. So he said, blah, 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 blah. Plus his son was part of the crew too. No sweat. And they were just horrible. They can do the job, but I think I misjudge them because the type of shit I'm doing, I'm trying to rehab, flip, and get the hell out of it. Yeah. This ain't I'm not building no new house. You get what I'm saying? I'm trying to get this shit done and scoop and on to the next one. So It's not a foundational build, man. I need you to knock this wall down and get to it. But you know, so that's it. That's just how I hired them. But this one I should have kept with my people.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'll ask them. How many what was your greatest success story with Black people?
What is my greatest success with Black
Meeting me,
people?
of course. What kind of question
No, I mean
is that?
hiring Black people.
No, meeting
And
me is the
hiring,
best success you can have.
I did meet a guy who told me it was an inspector. He came out and I was looking. It was a lien auction I went to. Put the money down. Went to go look at it. He said this whole foundation is fucked up. Don't even do it. And that was probably one of my best success stories. Brother man, he said it don't look it. You don't see it, but it's trash, and that's why you got it for so low. I said thank you, brother.
Yeah, I can say my greatest.
But like DC Brad, but where would you say you look for your recruitment from? If it was Black people,
For me, it was coming from the lodge fraternity, because like there's a level of professional. Like I think it's coming from like the non-hood environments. Because I try to go like my worst stories have always come out of like guys who open up businesses and from the hood and trying to give them a chance to elevate. Because like I can say from the fraternal aspect, you know, ever since 2020, I told my whole line, I was like, listen, we all should be working on a passive income. And I was giving them like I have this contact with HUD that puts out like, oh yeah, HUD has this property for sale. They need someone, and they'll pay you to manage it. HUD has this property for sale. HUD has this, you know, and they will issue guys that are like, we're trying to keep it Black owned, you know. So I'll put in the group chat like the red, black, and green heart, and they'll understand. You know, let's try to do that, and that's usually where we all end up at.
But isn't that a bit dangerous in the fact that they're offering you the people the jobs on who they know than experience?
Well, ultimately that's what I'm trying to say is, you know, like, well, no, it's not, because the thing is, and that's what I was trying to ask about, like some good success stories. Because I can tell you, there's been companies that have like done like when I did yard work or if I needed like appliances. I always bring up this guy. He's a non-camp Hebrew that lives in Virginia, Daniel Ben Israel. He has a appliance company, and he comes in and he came in. I said, well, there's 4 of them more. He's like, okay, let me give you a package deal for like, it was like $2,400. I was able to get refrigerators, a refrigerator, an oven, and stoves for 4 different properties. You know, so that's where it killed. You know, I mean, that's some success stories I could say I had. You know, but yeah, I think personally, it has to come from a financial backing, like Black people who don't come from I hate to say ghetto, but like just can't. Maybe that's the thing,
Hold on,
GLJ.
pause.
One second. Let's not have.
Pause.
Maybe we shouldn't just be hiring niggas. Maybe we just been messing with niggas.
No,
we
pause.
forget
Stop,
there's a
stop.
difference
I'm
between.
no more. No,
there's a difference
stop,
between.
Stop.
Excuse me. There's a difference between niggas and Black people.
No, excuse
I think
me,
we've been
nothing.
hiring Black people. Yeah, I think we've been hiring niggas. I think I've been hiring
some niggas.
What
man.
the hell? No,
Niggas get that shit
now.
done.
Listen, the way you two are talking right now, yeah. If you two were my last cling on to us black people doing better, you lot would have dampened my whole mood and made me just think, nah, I'll be anti-Black. I'm not gonna lie, you lot have had nothing positive to say. Seriously.
No, I just said something positive. What are you talking about?
That you call that positive?
Yeah, I said that we need to stop because there's a difference. There's a difference. Understand the greatest creation. I know I don't believe in it, you know, because I'm asleep. But white supremacists have created was the nigga. The nigga is meant to be the destruction to the Black community. So, like, I think maybe I've been hiring niggas. I need to stop hiring niggas and start hiring Black people. Because it's a difference. It's funny when you hire a Black man who's on Angie's List or who's part of the Better Business Bureau and has good ratings. Maybe that's what I need to do for that one, rather than just like, oh yeah, meeting guys from barbershops. You know? Cause I be picking up business. Oh yeah, bro, I do real estate, man, and I be doing the thing like that. But all right, brother, let me give you a chance. Here, meet me at this place. We can have lunch and we can talk. Shows up to the lunch 3 hours late.
Brother from Kenya, do you ever hear these talks in your surroundings, or is this your first time hearing these kind of talks? Is he here?
I think he's replying
Lady
from the back
D,
chat.
Lady D,
Yeah.
you know why you can say that with such confidence. Number one, I don't know if you have a business you might do,
Yeah.
but
She does.
when your shit is on the line, your integrity is on the line, everything you kind of work for up to a point, a certain line, you have to take that black shit out of it sometimes. I told you from day one, I'm always going to look for the black contractors. I love working new people because they bring new ideas, new designs, and you can take it from property to property to property. But it just so happened that it's not really worked out for me at that as of yet. So I keep my same contractors, the dudes I'm comfortable with, I work with, and that's just what I'm comfortable with right now. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand that. And you know what it is? I'm not going to lie, yeah. We do need to hear these type of conversations in the sense of we do understand that, we can't live in this fantasy that, just because we're working together, whatever, everything's going to be perfect. So we do need to hear some of these stories. But at the same time, give us something as well to cling on to, like there is hope while you're giving us these stories, please, because it's too much.
Telling you the truth is hope. I hope that you
God.
hear this
Oh,
and hope that we can do business in the future. Because right now, working with y'all, I'm gonna be with y'all. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
like I said, I even tell my own daughters and some of my family members. I said, man, I am a complete failure. Even though I might have stuff, I should be way up there, you know. But because the years I put into this stuff, the returns is not where it should be at. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I always push my daughter like you going to be the new phone booth or everybody's going to be calling you in a minute. And I'm glad. I just encourage people by telling them the truth, man. If a guy's on site and he suck, I'm gonna tell him you suck, man. But here's the rest of your money. Don't come here tomorrow. And he should
DC Brad,
understand
go to
why he
sleep.
sucked
Nah, I'm
and
tired of you.
fix the
Go
stuff.
to sleep.
But before he leaves, I'm gonna tell him why I let him go.
Yeah.
Because you
I like
can't
when they
even
try to
read
hit
a
you with
damn
that
tape
contract.
measure.
Don't
So
forget the
it is what it
contract.
is.
I'm like, all right, cool. Let's bring out the contract. All right. So it says, that's what I always put in. If you can't meet the deadline, if your performance is off, you know what I mean? Like, and maybe I think that's what it is. I think like in this conversation, there's like the boss level talking to the workers level. And it's like, if you're not on the boss level, you would understand that, like, you got bills to pay. Gracious. I'm trying to get an
But
LLA,
Brad, here's
right?
what
One
happens,
second,
Lady
Brad.
D.
Brad, I
Here's
need
here's what
ticket
happens, Lady
and your
D.
passport. You're coming back to England. I'm tired of you.
Huh?
Get your
Here's what they
ticket
do,
and your
Lady D.
passport ready.
And
You're
I
coming back to England. Yeah,
don't come back
I'm
to
done
England.
with it.
But this
I'm
is
done
what they
with
do,
it.
Lady D. This is what they do.
Yeah.
Experience. When it's a brother to brother relationship, they will work hard for that white man and come brother you. You get what I'm saying?
Thank you. What is
Like
it?
to them, it's all
What is
good.
it?
Like if I show up late, it's all good, man. You know how it is.
What is
Da
it?
da 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 da. But they won't
Yeah.
pull that shit with the white guy. But we always get the my brother excuses because we brothers. You can come up, show up anytime you want to. Shit, 2 months ago, I had a
No, that is
goddamn
fact.
dude.
I have heard a lot of people complain about
Come
that
on,
part. The
man. Let's
fact that
tell the truth.
because we're black, we do take liberties amongst each other that we probably wouldn't take with anybody else.
Thank you.
No,
And I
that
mean,
is
and
true.
we'll be
I'm
real.
not going to deny that.
That's not just a worker to worker thing. That could be from a business. Because I've gone to black businesses where it's like they sell crabs. I'm like, all right, cool. You guys got crabs. Woman gives me crabs. Traditionally you're supposed to put crabs in a brown paper bag. I was like, okay. And so I'm going there. She gives them to me in a plastic bag, and they're ripping apart. I'm like, "Oh, you guys want any more brown paper bags?" Nah, there was a death in the family. No, not send my condolences, but what does that death have to do with your business? How does that you run out of obey? Now I don't know about GOJ or Eric, but you understand those two are instrumental. That's like French fries without ketchup. You know what I mean? Like you need your
Behave
obey.
yourself now. Behave yourself.
I'm just trying to figure out like what does the death in your family have to do with your business performance?
Well, maybe
You know?
they might be grieving and their head might be in the right space, so they can't focus on the
But
job
that has
properly,
nothing to do with
Brad.
shut your business down. Don't leave it open for business if you're not given the proper materials.
I hear that.
Because I'm gonna be
We
real.
need to find
During
something
9/11,
positive, though. I'm so trying with you, brothers, but you lot are just
well,
dwelling
I
me
can
down.
tell
Kerry,
you
where
some
are you at? Nanifa, jump
I
on the
can tell you
panel.
about some black businesses. I can tell you some black businesses that are very, very, very powerful. Like if they have, like I said, I go for the ones that have a high ranking on the Better Business Bureau, or there's a company called there's a business rating company called Angie's List, or if they have good ratings on Google. You know, there's a place called Greg's Driving School. I always send my nieces and my baby cousins to, and you know, my brothers and some of my fraternal brothers that are like, hey, looking for a driving school for my kid, be like, hey, there you go to my uncle's place. You know, very professional places. You know, there's tons of black businesses, but we were just talking about like we can't just have it. You just can't go into this idea of like black people working together just because we're black. No, there has to be a criteria set. You know,
there is a criteria set, Brad. That's the thing. The criteria is doing black economics. Isn't that
but the thing is, if you have a black guy, like for example, I'm gonna put him on spot. EIE. I don't want EIE leading anything.
Oh God, here we go.
I don't want EIE
I second
in charge.
that. I
I don't
second
want
that.
EIE. Like the thing is, like yesterday, I was reading the Georgia voting bill to him, and he's trying to tell me I'm detached. That bill made it valuable. That bill made it legit. That if every black person who's registered to vote, that made Georgia a blue state. Now Governor Kemp just said, yeah, get the free ID bill, get the free ID and vote me out. And he's like, you don't understand politics in Georgia. You don't understand things on the ground. Literally have a bachelor's in political science. Don't even know what I'm talking about.
EIE, come and get your brothers together because I don't know what to say.
Listen,
I don't know America.
I love EIE. We go at it. That is my brother, but I don't want nothing to do with him politically or any type of business or nothing like
Business
that.
at all. Nothing at all.
All right,
He
so
doesn't have
Jacob, right, let's do it like this. I'm in the UK, yeah. You guys in America. There's a lot of things you lot have in America that we cannot get access to at all in the United Kingdom, yeah. If I wanted to do business with you, and remember, I've not done business with you before, you don't know anything about me, but I'm black in it, and I'm reaching out to one of you brothers. And I'm saying, like, you've got this, that, and the other. Can you source this for me? Can you get this for me? You're probably going to turn me down by the sounds of it because I'm black and I might be bad for business.
What?
By the sounds of it, that's not what you're saying, but that's
All
how
right, let me
it's
ask you a
coming
question.
across.
If you ask me right now, you know what I want to do in the UK right now because of Brexit? I want to get a couple of black people together and open up a fishery.
Okay.
Because I want to do that. I want to take a section. I want to find out what are the highly sold fish in the UK right now, and get a bunch of black people together and build a fishery and have that fishery distribute throughout the blackest areas in the UK, and then have that market be funded by businesses in America. Because see, the moment we get our hands on the euro, I mean, trust me, we get our money in European banks. That's going to be about $7 boost to our money here in the US. So that's black power. That's global economics right there. So if I can find a
But like
professional
Lady
brother,
D, go ahead.
no, I was just saying if I can find a professional brother to get that done, I will. But there's like the odds of finding me that professional brother that can think like me, that goes to school,
Respect to everyone.
that goes to school and actually like studies.
Peace of black power, EIE.
Black African power.
Black power, EIE. Black power to the brother.
Let me ask you something, a simple question, my brother DC Brad.
What? Here we go.
Do you think that you can save everybody? Or black folks? Are you even trying
comprehensive education with comprehensive? Yes, because I'm smart enough to look at a problem for what a problem is, not
I didn't ask
speculate
you
on
your
what the problem
smarts.
is.
Your
No,
smarts
no.
are not in
Yes,
question
I
here,
said
sir.
yes. I said yes.
I'm asking you, yes. But I've heard you said literally that you're not here to save everyone. You
Yeah,
deny
everyone
saying that?
everyone as in
As
other
in
races
black
of people.
folks? No, you pertaining to black folks. You say you can't save everyone. And I even joked at you and say, well, Boule, Brad, that's not a good method. You don't remember that conversation?
Yes, I did. Yeah, but I said I
Okay.
can't.
So
Because
your
people like you,
whole
people
MO
like
is
you.
not to save all black folks, right?
No. I said I can't. Not saying I could. Not saying I wouldn't. I said I
No,
can't because
DC,
black
I'm
people
not
like
going to
you.
be here misrepresenting you. I'm saying, as a matter of ideology, you subscribe to that ideology that you cannot save all black folks. Nothing
No,
wrong
I
with
said
that, brother. I
When I
just want
said I
to
can't, excuse
ask
me. When I
you.
said I can't, it's because I know I would get pushback. I know there'll be black people who reject for what I have to say, like you do on a regular basis, because I don't know
That's not
what
the
you.
issue, DC. I'm asking you. So you're
That's
saying
my
today,
point.
as a matter
I
of
can give.
ideology, you don't subscribe to that ideology where leaving some black folks behind is okay. You
No,
don't subscribe to that.
I never subscribe to
Okay.
it. I just know I.
What
I
about
know
you,
that black
Gada
people
Jacob? Are you here to save African people?
Not at the currently, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your honesty. As far as the Georgia
Anytime.
bill, DC Brad, I'm not the only one who was going crazy about the fact that the Republicans, whenever they can't win fairly, seem to go to the lab and remix the rules. All that's happening is the people in Georgia voted. No election shenanigans went on. The Secretary of State gave it a clean bill. The governor gave it a clean bill. Trump tried to get them to do a bunch of shenanigans and they buffed him. I don't know if you're aware of that. And he's being looked into right now, about to be sued for trying to co-opt election officials. And after they lost the state, they went into the lab and came up with all these little techniques to try and stop black people from voting in mass. Now, I don't know if you understand the layout of Georgia, DC Brad, how the Georgia governor have already taken away many voting sites where black
Yes, and they've
people
been
would
called
normally
out
go
for
to
that.
vote.
Yes, and that's why they're having. That's why this bill. This bill is primarily targeted at mail-in voting and absentee voting. So the beautiful part about this
But
bill
you forget the issue. But why is mail-in voting coming in the first place, Brad? Who brought in mail-in voting and
That's
why?
why this bill is more detrimental to the right and not to the left. That's
I
why this bill.
agree, but the right has not been known for being long-sighted, right? They've been reactionary to try to stop black people from voting.
That's why
And
this
that's
bill
my
is not
point.
an issue.
They
That's
are
why this
keep
bill is
doing
not an
this
issue.
because.
That's why this bill is not an issue. If they really want to
Let me
stop
say
black people
something,
from
Brad.
voting,
May I say something? May I finish my point, Brad?
Go ahead.
Because let me put the point that you're missing, Brad. The fact of the matter is we're dealing with a group of people in Georgia who keep changing the rules at random, making it impossible for people who they know are below the poverty line, don't have the finances or the wherewithal to keep up. Do you know for a fact, Brad, that in this country, your people who are African Americans are the least politically active? Is that a lie, Brad?
In the South, true, but
In the South,
the premise you're
right?
making.
Okay,
the premise you're
well, you
making
want to
is false.
say in the North, maybe in the North they're more
No,
politically active,
it's
Brad. I
no, it
can
wouldn't be in
debate you on
Georgia.
that, but I won't.
It wouldn't even be Georgia. I would be talking about more places that actually black people could be more powerful in, like Mississippi.
So you don't think
Arkansas,
Georgia has
Alabama.
a very bad problem with people not being black people not being politically active? If black people in Georgia were to vote, there would be no more Republican government.
America.
All these little, do you know how many counties in Georgia that are majority black but are run by white people?
This is why I made the statement.
Do you know how many counties in Georgia that are majority black?
Did you come to
but because the
lecture
people
him?
don't
Did you
vote?
come to lecture him or have a conversation?
This is
Bro,
why
you
I
didn't answer
say.
my bro.
This
Let
is
me
why
talk to
I'm
Bradley
saying.
for a minute.
I see freeze
I'm
in the
talking to
back.
Bradley for a minute.
Veli.
Let me talk to
This is
Bradley
what
for a
no,
minute.
but you're talking at me and you're not letting me get one word in edgewise.
No, I'm
The
trying to
reason
show
why-
you where your folly is, Bradley.
And I'm trying to show you
You're
where yours
thinking,
is too.
well, come on, Bradley, roll with me. Let me speak then.
Go ahead, man. Get it all out.
Go ahead. Okay. So I'm saying to you that in Georgia, where a lot of people who should be voting are not voting, and they look like me and you, right? And you know that there are tons of counties in Georgia where the population is majority black.
Yes.
And guess what? They're being run by a population of white people who are 30%, 40%. Why is that? You don't think that has consequence? That's called lack of involvement by black people.
May I please?
And let me tell you something, Brad.
Okay,
when these laws were put in place, they were put in place to make sure a group of people who don't vote as often as they should, are not as interested in voting as they should, just give up voting. They want 10, 20, 30,000 people to show up, and that's how they win. That's how they win.
Okay, so if I may,
let him respond.
Okay, so starting back in 2012, the one thing the Obama election brought on to the South was that they saw more black involvement because people started to see a president themselves. So with that, black people became more politically engaged in the South. With that, that's the one thing that brought on. Well, Governor Kemp's policies and practices didn't just impact black people; it was to impact the right. It was impact the left voting pool.
We agree. The
issue that black people are that Governor Kemp is fearful of with his current bill is that the fact that he's now allowed black people to vote, to make it easier for black people to vote, because the bill includes 2 extra days for early voting, and then on top of that, it allows black people to procure a free voter's ID. That means,
and the way you just worded
that means that black people don't have to worry about waiting in lines anymore, because not only do they have 2 free days for early voting, that means the early voting is usually 1 week, 48 hours. Now it's 2 weeks. Then on top of that, the absentee ballots, they have to be registered in that the person that votes has to be registered with a state ID. Now, the voter ID and the state ID are the same. And the one is $32
Do you
for
mind
state
if we
ID.
address those
But
issue
the
by
voter
issue,
ID,
Brad, rather than you do this long diatribe?
That's what you were doing.
Do you want us
I
to
literally
address it issue by issue?
I let
No,
you
listen,
speak.
let him rock, because I wanted to talk about if we could save all black people. My answer is no. But go ahead, y'all.
Okay, the bill made it easier for black people. And then on top of that, you forget Stacey Abrams' organization was able to get 800,000 African Americans registered to vote in the state of Georgia. That number is projected to be double by the next election.
How did she get them to vote, Brad? How?
She got them registered to vote.
Do you know the ground game
vote.
that went into getting those folks to vote?
Yes.
Are you aware of the ground game that had to went about to get those people to vote?
Yes, and that's why this bill is primarily pointed at mail-in ballots and absentee ballots, because Governor Kemp closes down polling stations. Do you understand that this bill actually made what she's doing legitimate?
Exactly.
Brad, this bill, I'm telling you, Brad, this bill is going to hurt Republicans. Yes, but guess what? Republicans are more loyal voters than black folks. This
Republicans
bill is going to hurt black folks because black folks are the ones who are less able to follow the old, what you call it, moving the goalpost system. Most people don't just vote and went about their business. Black folks, white folks are more.
They're not moving the goalposts. They're not moving the goalposts.
How are you going to say that they're not moving the goalposts and
they're making the goalposts solid? They're making the goalposts solid.
But you keep making it.
They're removing this.
Brad,
they're removing
you're making this weird assumptions that what the governor just did. He did it to help black folks. Are you saying that the governor just helped black folks? So you're saying the intention of the governor was to help black folks?
Have a conversation, man. Have a conversation.
Brad, are you saying the intention of the governor was to help black folks?
I'm answering your question and you keep asking. Okay.
Was it the intention of the governor to help black folks?
Hold on. Stop repeating the question over and over. Come on, like we was having a good conversation, and you asked somebody a question.
Was meant to hurt black people. If the bill was meant to hurt
Yes.
black people, they would have done to black people what they did before the Voters Act was signed at 65. They would have made it expensive to get a license. The getting a voter's license is free in the state of Georgia. So that's why Stacey Abrams' group is now
Why can't the
registering,
person use their college ID and vote, Brad? Why can't a person use their college ID and vote?
Because some states allow and some states don't. Because, like, for example, in Maryland, there is no ID law. It's up to the state.
Why do some states allow it and some don't?
Because it's up to legislation of the state. It's called state law.
It's up to the legislature, right? And Georgia is run by fucking Republican legislatures, right?
You do know that this bill allows you all to vote him out in the next year. You know that, right?
Brad, you're playing word games.
How is that?
Yes, I know. That people fucking vote on in the numbers they should.
This is what I'm saying.
But I'm saying,
listen, I don't know why it's getting
intended to
escalated.
let black people vote in mass, Brad? Was this bill intended to let black people vote in mass? Are you saying
it was the bill legitimized
trying to help black people?
Hold on.
I don't know where you been.
Please.
How is it word?
He's playing fucking word games.
The issue with Georgia.
Hold on, no swearing for the moment. Okay, so that now, EIE, state your premise, and then Brad, you go after. Stop going over each other.
My premise is this, Mr. Riggs. The Republicans have always moved the goalposts. Yes, the rules that they make can hurt and harm anyone, but the Republicans know, based on habits, who they target by these bills that they're putting in. Habits. They know the habits of black voters and they know the habits of white voters. And when they put these hurdles in, they know who these hurdles are going to hurt more. Don't make it no mistake that Bradley want to make you think that this Republican governor put these rules in place in a state and an election where no fucking goddamn major voting fraud was happening. He decided to go and change the rules because he wanted to help black folks. Brad is playing word games. This governor wanted to hinder black folks from voting. And he did his research and he knew where our Achilles heels was and he's trying to target it. That's what he's doing.
Okay, so Brad, what is your counteract?
Yes. Okay, so for someone who's actually educated in American politics, it's simple. The reason why the bill was passed is because Governor Kemp was accused of shifting the election away from Trump in 2020. Okay, because most of the votes that came in that turned Georgia blue were mail-in votes that primarily came from black states. This company, the organization that Stacey Abrams, a former opponent of his, who went against him, I think it was in 2016, I'm gonna say, went against him. She had an issue where where a lot of the votes in which EIE is talking about at the time, where there were voting stations that were closed. They made it hard for people to vote in Georgia. So what she did was, for the 2020 election, was she got black people registered to vote, and because of COVID, she advocated for mail-in voting. The conspiracy theory that was being pushed out was that mail-in voting, Governor Kemp allowed the Democrats to win in the South. So he legitimized mail-in voting and absentee voting in the South. The way you hinder black people is what EIE likes. Mind you, EIE is not realizing. I don't want to ad hominem. He's not realizing he lives in a black hub where there are where the average income of many African Americans in the state of Georgia is between $50,000 to $120,000. He doesn't get that piece. Okay, so black people are not dumb in this area. 3 of the most prominent black colleges in America are in the state of Georgia alone. Okay, Morehouse, Spelman, and A&T. Okay, Clark Atlanta, A&T. Okay, so the thing that makes it, the reason why this issue is hard, I don't think you can grasp this, is the fact that the bill that Governor Kemp did made it harder for Republicans to maintain control in the South, especially in a state like Georgia, because now all you have to do is put your state ID on your ballot, which is free to get. A voter's ID is free to get in the state of Georgia. You put that on your ballot, you have literally won. So that means the next candidate to run against Governor Kemp, African-American voters in the South won't have to go to the polling station, and those who want to are able to get 48 hours extra. 48 hours extra to vote, or it would be 24 hours extra because it's a 12-hour day. Okay, I don't understand. If you have a slight level of education, I mean a high school level of education, you can read policies, you would realize, like, okay, this bill is not a hindrance to Black people. If he made the voter registration card feeable, like he put a fee to it, that counteracts the majority of African Americans in the South, then everything EIE is saying is true. But if you have a basic education, you realize the bill legitimizes mail-in voting for Georgia. Simple.
What this young man is saying that George Kemp inadvertently screwed the Republicans over. That may be the truth, inadvertently. But you know, don't listen to this immigrant. Listen to Stacey Abrams. Ate us just like this idiot. And she's more educated than this fool. Listen to her and her concerns to this goddamn bill. Anyone can Google Stacey Abrams.
Oh. Where I'm going? Oh, he's right there.
And if we do
well, I wanted to address the part about oh, can we save all blacks or whatever he was trying to go with that, and you know, almost saying
what
it
do you
as
say? I
a,
didn't hear that.
oh no, I didn't know if you was coming back, so I was saying I guess when you guys are done with this mail-in ballot stuff, like keep going back and forth, I'd like to go to that stuff if we can, please.
Yeah, the mail-in ballots work for Republicans real good until it didn't work for Republicans real good, and then they want to change it. They're the ones brought it in because it was an advantage to them at one point. But when it didn't become an advantage to them, that's when they want to change it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The law shouldn't be working like that. You shouldn't be changing shit just because you're trying to win with a minority. The Republicans see the writing on the wall, lady, melanated that is. They've been winning with less majority for the past 3 elections. Check and see what the popular vote is. When Trump lost by over 8 million votes, Bush lost by about 4 million votes. What they're trying to do is use old fucking colonizing tactics to keep the South down, to keep the black votes down. And this young man is not aware of it. I don't know what the fuck black college he went to. He reads the words real well, but he doesn't know the facts on the ground.
All right, so you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna read the bill right now. I'm gonna read the bill out right now because you know somebody
the bill
with
actually helps black people, man. It actually helps.
The bill with someone with an actual education can explain it because I think it makes no sense.
And after
he
you
only
read that,
legitimized it.
If black people are starting to be more active now,
people have not been voting in Georgia. When you after
you're
you
talking
read
about
that,
in the
explain
past,
why
you're
black
talking
people
about in 20
have not been voting in
listen,
Georgia as they should have been voting.
But EIE, black people did vote this particular election in Georgia,
That's
right?
why
So
this
you
bill
could
was
talk
created.
about the years before, the election before. Yes, no one is arguing with you that in the past, black people were not participating. But now that they are, right, then this bill is helpful. I think we all can agree. With what is the point in talking about,
It's helpful only
why
if
they
you know
just
it's
now
helpful,
changed it?
Sis, it's helpful only if you know it's helpful, and that's the tactic
So
the
why don't we
Democrats are
spread
playing
that
right
message?
now. They figured out. Let me
why
speak,
don't we
sis.
take our
They figured out
energy?
that the Republicans. They figured out that the Republicans, out of being desperate, pretty much paint themselves in a corner. And what they're doing is waking up all the people in Georgia who are voters and saying, "Hey, we got an opportunity right here." They just did something because they're desperate that we can take an advantage of. You see, DC Brad not explaining it like that. What he's making it look like is Kent, out of the goodness of his fucking Republican heart, did something to help black folks.
No, you have a bad comprehension. You have
It's their
bad comprehension.
desperation that's making them to do these things. And
You
guess
have bad
what? The
you have
numbers
bad
are not going to add up for them. No way they do it.
No, he didn't say
People
that.
are changing.
I didn't hear him say.
The demographic is changing, and they're just going to lose. They're going to have to win on policies, not tricks.
No,
That's
the
the
only
game
that
the
bill
Republicans
only
don't wanna
addressed
freaking
that
admit.
bill is only tied to one aspect that turned the state blue was absentee voting.
That's voting.
That was it.
Yeah.
What?
That was only based on that.
Dude, this
Can
is
we
a
have a
power grab.
conversation
What are you talking
about
about?
if everybody coming to the barbecue? Can we have a conversation? Is everybody coming to the barbecue? Because EIE, it sounded like you was trying to get on Brad for saying that he Like I know I can't save all black people, or all black people is not going to be saved, or whatever. You have a problem with that statement?
No, sis.
It wasn't even
Here's
that
the deal,
melanated
sis.
to you. I know
Once you
melanated.
know
You must have
somebody's
missed some.
agenda, then
Hold
you
on,
can know their
EIE.
politics.
EIE,
No, I
hold
just wanted
on.
to hear what I just
Melanated,
wanted
you
because
must have missed. Hold on, you must have missed something, because what actually was happening was Brad and God of Jacob were actually talking about the downfalls of working with your own and putting Black Power first. You get me? Like, just because they're your skin tone doesn't mean they're going to do the right work, or they'll be sloppy on the job or whatever.
Okay, yeah. I missed that part.
Right. So that's what I just feel you in there. So that's how that came up. Because they were comparing having blacks working for them compared to having Mexicans. And that's when I came in and I said, man, listening to you two, it sounds like if I was to ask you for a job or
Yep,
work with you, you're not going to want to do it because
No,
I'm black.
melanated. What
Yeah,
happened is
that's
we
when I
told
started
the truth
listening.
based on what happened is we told the truth based on our experiences and how when you hire a white group and a black group and you put them together, I tend to have more issues with black people. Whereas they try to buddy you, friend you, what's up, brother? Hey, this is this. That's what we're saying. And if you own any business, big or small, you have to get the job done. Because if you put your job and integrity on the line because of blackness, you're gonna be in trouble. And I always said, I predicated by saying I always look for black people first. But I do have my regulars. I will reach out to black people. But in my experience, it never goes well half the time. And the business I'm in, I have about 14 to 15
because
weeks.
you're a Hebrew
But I got
and you said Latinos
shit done,
are your
and I
fucking
gotta
people.
move.
You said Hebrews are
You bring that in again because you have no
black
argument.
Latinos.
But you got the flow.
Hebrews are your people.
Listen.
The Africans aren't your people.
I
I don't expect to hear shit.
That's
bring
not
Hebrew in this
true.
conversation at all. You got the flow.
Listen.
Brother, I have black family members that I won't save.
Latinos are
I would save Terry
he can't find no black people. And when I
before I save at least 6 of my own uncles. I can't stand
looking to save everyone. I'm like, no wonder y'all talk that shit about black people.
EIE. Why you can't have a conversation?
I'm not up here to kiss nobody's ass, man. I'm gonna say what I have to say.
No, but you come up here to have a conversation.
You got two fucking
sellouts
sellouts up here talking shit about black people.
Hold on.
No, listen. Hello, I'm another Black American. I would like to be able to speak, but I don't want to speak through all of that, because I will say that I think I can agree that I mean I don't have any employees and I'm hiring anyone, right? So I'm not in a position like Scott, Jacob, and Brad. But I will say that, you know, my parents are immigrants, so I'm not averse to immigrants. I don't look at a Mexican, you know, any different than, I mean, they not black, but I'm just saying, like, they immigrants. So if my cousin could do the job, then the Mexican could do the job, because they both immigrants. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to look at somebody who's a native to the country versus they're not, right? If you're looking at it from that perspective. But sometimes I will say the level of professionalism goes down. Just like I was working with my cousin. My cousin felt that because we were related, you know, actually, as a matter of fact, we were going to go into business together. And then he said there was someone who wanted to contribute money to the business. I said, who was that? And he says, why do I have to tell you? I'm sorry. What? Is my name not on the business? Like, it's your partner, right? Like, and he was like, don't worry about that. You just do this. You see what I'm saying? That's not professional. And it's because you know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot just say you're going to get great service because somebody's black. EIE, because someone's black, you cannot say they're going to be a good worker.
Nobody said that.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying that his experience, right, is that they weren't. And what you're saying is that that's not valid and that's not cool.
No, what it is, melanated. Let me just make sure I make sure you're really feeling.
I've been on many construction sites, sis. Since I've been in this, I've done many type of jobs, sis. And I've seen white people hiring people, black and white. You know what white people do? When white people hire black people or Mexicans, they hire it because they want to deal with the bottom line. Which one of these motherfuckers can I hire to save me more money in my pocket? That's how the white man do it. What these two motherfuckers are doing is the same goddamn thing. But the only difference is they're throwing black people under the bus. Mexicans don't hire Mexicans a lot of the time. I've seen it. I've seen it. Indians don't hire Indians a lot of the time. I've seen it. I've seen it.
So who the
Different
Mexicans
cultures don't
hire?
hire the people from their culture.
Hold on, pause,
So
pause. You see where this is all coming from? We've got go back to the title of the show. The title of the show is should we work together? Should we work as globally, like interconnecting globally, or do we look out for ourselves? And that's where this whole thing stems from. Because God Jacob, I have to call you out. When you did come on the panel, you were like, basically, F Black Power. He ain't putting no money in your pocket.
He the one started it.
Exactly.
He came in with that type of energy.
You've got to make sure when you're coming on that you've got the whole scope of the conversation, because you've got to understand where it kind of how it got to this.
That's what these Hebrews do. It's like they gotta come and shit on black people.
Oh my God! But see,
Now, may I say something?
Listen, I didn't invoke Hebrew. I didn't invoke Hebrew.
Man, we all know you are Hebrew, man. When you talk like that, we're gonna look at it like that.
Brother, you got to discipline yourself.
You walk with that shit on your chest.
He is the reason.
Good for you.
He is the prime example. You can't sell that to me. All this global myth. He is the example. All we got to do is mute our mics and listen to him talk. And then you ask me that question again.
Can we, God of Jacob, as black people work globally and actually help each another? Is it possible?
Results oriented.
And the point of that is this: we all have to do the work together.
No, Eric. It's if we're all results oriented. This dude doesn't even understand the basic nature of how American policies change. America changes its policies based on a result that happened previously. The reason why George is a blue.
How did we get back to America? We're talking globally. We're talking globally.
How did we get back to America? Probably be in the hood right now, motherfucker. If Dick Cheney didn't start the war in Iraq, your ass would
Oh my God! EIE is not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying. The truck drivers are stay on the road.
Let's hurry go. Let's hurry go.
Hold on. In the facts of even though we're different groups, can we work as a collective in supporting one another? Or do we have to go individual ways?
I believe we can.
Well, it doesn't sound like it right now. I'm hearing a whole lot of noise.
Yes, we can.
And we all black folks here together, and we making a whole lot of noise, creating a whole lot of drama. Why?
Right.
Okay. Let DC brag. You go.
We making a whole bunch of noise.
Eric, bring your tempo down. Eric, bring your tempo down. Let's just bring it down a little bit, because the more you're loud, the more it raises the tempo. So what I'm trying to say is, each one will take it their turn, and let's see if it can work or it can't work. So, Brad, what is your altercation on this?
Yes, I believe if you have like-minded individuals working together, you can get anything done. If anyone can approach a situation from an
before you go in, I just want to hear you yes or no. Yes?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, Eric, yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Melanated, yes or no? Melanated, yes or no?
To some degree. To some degree.
Okay. Go to Jacob. Yes or no?
To some degree.
There we go, guys. Jacob. There we go.
In general, those are still two yeses. If you say some degree, that means
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, Lady Divine, yes or no?
Yes, with evidence.
EIE, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so we have to come somewhere in
Nah,
between.
my brother in Kenya hasn't spoken. Don't try me
I'm
today.
come to him, but he's quiet at the moment. Is he there?
Yeah, he doesn't want to get involved with all the nonsense that's going on.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so now in what you've heard so far, do you think that we should go individual ways, or do you think that we can work as a collective?
You just asked us collective. We said collective.
Okay, so what I'm saying is,
we follow. Okay, I meant we either crash together or we make it together.
Okay.
True.
So what would you feel that needs to be done into creating a solution?
We need like-minded people. First and foremost, we need like-minded people to work together with each other. That's the beginning. Without unity, the whole process will fail. Plain and simple, straight up and down.
And I think with that like-minded,
I think our problem, and we've seen it displayed tonight, literally on this panel, and I think it's communication. We've got bad communication amongst ourselves.
and I think with with the being like-minded, I think that goes to what I was saying, is that we need to also accept that not everybody will come to the barbecue. Everybody is not going to be
and we have
on the
also
same
got to
page.
keep
They're not going to be.
Apologize.
Hold on. Listen, let me just get my thought out. Everyone is not going to be on the same page. They're not going to be on code or have the same values, or like Brad said, be solution oriented, or even their idea of what the solution actually is will not be the same. So I believe that there will be multiple different approaches, multiple different groups, multiple different people exercising, maybe working towards a similar goal, if not the same goal, but at least a similar goal. And that is okay. And we have to be able to accept that, instead of fighting and trying to force everyone to come under one banner. That's just not going to happen. It's just not.
Can I say something? The majority of the black community is up in roar right now because of this Georgia bill. The majority of the black community. The lady that this young man was quoting, Stacey Abrams, is in an uproar over this bill right now. Yet this young man want to tell us that he read it and he's good with it. He's good with it because of the station he holds in America right now. That's why he's good with it. But Stacey Abrams, who represents people who she needs to vote so that she can go in and put in policies that can help black people, including this young man.
EA, 1 second though, because we're actually we're in the first part of it, in the fact of a global. So what you're talking is regional, and I'm talking about that we're at. We're in different places. So how would we apply how we can able to communicate so that we can support one another? So I understand.
Can I respond to that, my brother?
I understand the situation on the Georgia thing, but I'm just looking at the perspective.
Let me tell you how it connects, my brother. Respectfully, let me tell you how it connects. They have a saying: "Our politics is local." If we black folks in Georgia can't even get in position of power to help ourselves in Georgia, we useless worldwide.
Then hold on. So EIE, what I'm trying to
that's why the black American community is so weak in America, because they're not
what's the
voting
solution?
and putting in.
EIE, wait, 1 second.
Sounds like whinging.
Please. What I'm trying to get at is that regardless if there's a situation within Georgia, you have friends outside. It's like if I don't get on with the friends next door to my house, I'm going to travel to the other side to make friends. So
does that mean give up Georgia? Does that mean give up Georgia?
No, I'm not saying give up Georgia. Yeah, you can reply.
Well, Georgia is home. Georgia is home, though.
I get
no matter where you go in the world and hang out with friends, for many people, I'm from Jamaica, for many people, Georgia is home.
Yes, I hear you on Georgia's home. But what I'm saying is, even when it goes to your parents, Jamaica's home.
Up. But when it comes down to it, you're home.
Yes.
Georgia is full of black folks, man.
But you see,
they're not all going to.
What you're doing is you're
Mr.
carrying.
Red, can I add something?
Go on, Willow Jacob.
Yeah, with regard to the global concept, I want to lead George.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? If you can't help yourself, who you gonna help?
Let him speak, EIE.
That's just my way of seeing it.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're in Africa or wherever.
Because you bring it
if
back.
Your situation at home is not good, you're no good to no fucking body else.
EIE.
You're just running.
EIE, you're crossing
I
people.
don't think he can hear us. EIE, hold on. Gonna Jacob's gonna speak
No,
now.
I think that, yeah, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear
Yeah,
you.
you can't.
I
He
couldn't
can't
hear
hear
you.
you though.
It's a delay.
Okay.
It's a delay. My apologies. My apologies.
Yeah,
What
what I'm trying to say, and I want to bring it back to the global stage, the global setting. And what I believe is, and you can blame this on the military. I'm objective driven, task driven. So in order to become global, give us something that we can strive to be. Because you can say the slogan, we must unite, we must do this, we must support each other. Sometimes people need a thing. What is the foundation of what are we rallying around? Because outside we got a lot of many groups, as you said. So what is this thing? Is it because, for instance, the return to Africa, we rallied around that. But when it happened, you return. Now what? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
What is something? What is this thing we can rally around?
And this is and that for me personally is we're not saying for you to come to Africa or go to the Caribbean or go anywhere. You can stay put where you are.
No. That was just an example.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. So what is it that we have that are in common with all of us? What do we have that we can put to the table that all of us can get involved in forms of our skills?
That's why I'm asking, because I told my nieces and nephews, I said, if you guys get straight A's, I'll take you to Walt Disney World. And all of them got different ideas. They all different, but they know if they get straight A's, it'll be 8 students. Uncle is taking them into Walt Disney. Now half of them can't get along with each other. They don't like each other. But I said, y'all got to get straight A's. That's the only way I'm taking y'all. And some of them call me every day. I'm doing good at school. I'm like, all right, but it's a team. It's for y'all to come through. I'm gonna take them anyway. They don't know that, but still, they striving.
When I was growing up,
what
farm respect? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry to cut you.
Go on,
When I was growing up, the one agenda for anybody in the West, my brethren, the motivation was always Mama Africa. We don't know where them people are getting talk from. The motivation was always Mama Africa. And that's my motivation. You see me, I say, I want to set myself up here in America. I want to reach this up. And that's the motivation. It's like that's what I want to bury, You see me, I say, I not have to give up this, I not have to give up Jamaica, I not have to give up nothing. But that's my motivation. I want to see African people win. I don't care whether they how them flex. Because I know say if them win, me I go win. Because the truth is, road boy, all a white person have to say is I'm white. You see what I say? I want to be able to say I'm African. And that good.
Go on, IC3.
Yeah, I think the first thing is to settle the matter of identity. And African is not a good enough identity. It's not effective enough. Because that word has been co-opted by so many people. What is an African? See, so it hasn't got any power because you can't. Everybody says they're African, so that word is weak. It has to be attached to something else. By itself, it's not going to function. And who wants to be African anyway? With the state of Africa,
I do.
Right.
Wait,
Okay.
he
Well,
didn't say.
yeah. Okay. So, and also, yeah. So as God of Jacob was saying, you have to be able to organize effectively and organize around something. So just saying black people, that's not good enough either. What is a black person? There's loads of people. There's politically black. There's all kinds of, well, what exactly is a black person? Is it anybody who says, yeah, I see myself as a black person. I identify as black. Is that sufficient? I don't think so.
Nothing I see, Tree.
Say that again?
You're killing all our options, man. You're leaving us with nothing.
Well, this is the process. Sometimes we have to go right down to the bottom of the barrel and then end up almost dead. And then you resurrect afterwards. But sometimes you have to go all the way down and then look at and then create something
I'm
new.
listening, Elder. I'm listening.
Yeah. So it's painful on the way down as bits of you being ripped off. What? African's not good enough. Black's not good enough. What are we going to be left with? Well, let's just keep going. Let's keep taking it down until we hit the rock bottom, and then we can reconstruct. But I think we could all agree that even in Africa, when I ask the Africans, what is an African? Even the Africans can define what an African is. They say, well, if you have a white
Pause, brother from
dictionary.
Kenya. Can you answer that question? What is an African?
Go on then.
I see 3 knew we had an African. A continental African.
Let's listen.
Yeah,
listen. Watch this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, this discussion is very big even now in Africa, because we have discussions of people identify themselves as free, like the free, and then at the end K-A-H-N, African, instead of the African that is written in the books of history. And there's also another group talking about Al-Kebulan. They are calling themselves, or they're trying to say, what was the original name of the mother continent?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. What was the name? Where did this name Africa come from? It was named by the Europeans, Right. So why are we calling ourselves this name, which is not even we don't know about it? So there's a group saying we are Al-Kebulan.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that means mother of humanity.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I can say so far as that question is concerned.
So what is an African in your opinion?
Outstanding.
Listen. You see that the brother just said, yeah, he said that, what's the word you said? We are Ale Kabam. What's the word?
Al-Kebulan.
Al-Kebulan.
I think Dr. Ben came up with that word,
So would that be an option to throw up in the air, IC3? Like you said, Africa's not good enough. Black isn't good enough. So if the Africans in Africa are using this particular word, why are we not adopting it?
Al-Kebulan is not strong enough. Not strong enough.
You can't just say that. You got to give us a reason why it's not.
Yes. One, Al-Kebulan, I know there's a few using that name, is not internationally recognized and understood. Some of you could say, well, it's for us to try and promote the idea that people in Africa and in the African diaspora should throw away African identity and unite around Al-Kebulan. And then you're going to push that as a marketing project to try and convince the world to drop African and pick up Al-Kebulan. Now, the word Al-Kebulan, as you were saying just now when you mentioned it, is to do with Africa. But still, what does an Al-Kebulan person look like? How do you identify an Al-Cabanese or whatever?
Hold
Al-Kabulanese.
on. Sorry. Sorry, he literally just gave us a description of the word. Was it mother of? Sorry, it was mother
Yeah,
of.
it would have to be indigenous Africans. I mean, you just look at the three, you just type in indigenous African groups. You type that in, boom.
No, but
That's
he
an
gave us a
African. That's a,
definition of the particular word.
Mother
and
of mankind.
and then
Mother.
asked us
He said
afterwards,
mother
what
of.
does it mean?
yeah,
The
but
mother
then
of
the thing is,
mankind.
you have to figure out. But the IC3 asked the identity. Like, how would you tell that person? So all you have to do is look for the
That's the
phenotype
Twa,
of
the Khoisan, and
Well, no, all you have to do
the
is look
other.
at the identity. All you have to do is look at the identity of the indigenous Africans. So that means that people that didn't come into Africa, they originate.
Right. That's the Twa, right, and the
Yeah,
Khoisan, and then the what's the other group?
like
Three
all the
of them.
Bantus.
Yeah.
So the white people will also claim that name. They say, yeah, we're
No,
They
originally from
how?
can't. They
Al-Kabalan
can't.
as
They
well.
How
can't.
could
They
they?
can't. They're not indigenous.
You just right. You're not like. Are you
They're not
just listen to
indigenous.
what he just said, right? So, cause see, like, you know, a black person who has 5 generations in China, they're Chinese.
Yeah.
Are they Chinese?
Never.
You see what I'm saying?
And so,
IC3, they're Chinese.
and so what? What's the point? I've
I
heard
know
that
the
many times.
question. That was well, before you
Well,
say
I
so what,
thought
could
what
you at
is
least
that
answer the
Essex is
question?
saying,
So
right?
What's the
Essex
I'm
is
question?
curious to
saying,
see what your perspective is on that. I'm very curious.
Okay,
Is that person
ask me the question.
so a person whose great grandmother was born in China, right? And they're black. Are they Chinese?
The Chinese people will decide. The Chinese government will decide.
So then we need to ask the Africans if our Cabinet. We're not ask you. You know what I'm saying?
exactly,
If we can,
sis.
if nobody can't answer the question on the panel right now, you can't answer my question because the Chinese people got to decide. Well, then guess what? Then the Al-Kabilan people, let them decide if they want to call it Al-Kabilan. Let them decide if it's good enough. Let them decide
But
if
the thing is, though, when you
it
look
means
at when you
enough.
go to
Then
North Africa, like if you look at the Arab League in North Africa, and you're excluding countries like Somalia and Mauritania, right? The political term that's given to North Africans are they usually go by their country name, whereas usually when you think generally of Africans, you're thinking about the indigenous Africans. So you're thinking about the Sudanese or the Cushitic, or what's the other, it begins with an N. You're thinking about the
is it
Niger Congo.
Neolithic? Is it called Neolithic?
Neolithic,
I think.
yeah, Neolithic. You're thinking about the Niger Congo.
Still,
You're thinking
I
about
need
the
to know a little
Khoisan.
something.
You're thinking about the Khoisan. You're not thinking about the Bua in South Africa and Zimbabwe. You're not thinking about the Chinese in Zambia. You're not thinking about the Indians in Kenya. You know, they just became an ethnic group. Like what? If my brother can say, I think the Indians just became like technically a tribe in Kenya a few years ago.
Yeah,
So like we all know.
Yeah.
And so what?
So the African title would be strong enough because we would know what an African is. Like when we talk about,
hold it,
you can't confuse nationality.
Do y'all
You can't
realize
confuse
North
nationality
Africa
with race.
is called the Middle East? Do y'all
Oh, look,
realize
look,
North Africa is called
let's,
the Middle East?
can we just look? Oh,
Get that pseudo term out of here. Ain't no Middle East.
Right. So
no, but I'm saying it's legal term though. It's pseudo, but it's legal. It's being used. It's being implemented.
Yeah.
Right. Are you saying that there's we should use the let's take it bit by bit.
Okay.
So are you saying the Al-Kabilan identity should be the new one and drop the African? Is that what you're saying?
Personally, I think.
What are you saying?
The Africans in Africa, and that's what the term that they
I have a
prefer to use.
solution, man. I have a solution.
Wait a minute. Why can't we? If it works for them, why are we then not using the term? That's all I'm simply asking.
What works? What is working?
The name. If they don't,
what name?
Listen. You can't interrupt me what I'm trying to tell you. So if they're saying in Africa, that they don't want to refer to themselves as Africans or whatever, and they've got this new term, Akabalin or whatever, and it's working for them, that's what they want to self-identify as. And like you said, the Chinese can sort theirs, so the Africans are sorting theirs. Why are we then not adopting that same term?
Because there's no government behind that term.
No, that's the thing. We've got, like you said earlier, we've got to make it happen. We've got to give it power. So we decide it. We don't wait for them to decide it for us. Isn't that the point?
And
There we go. So you're laughing. There you go. Look, you're getting it now. You're getting it now. There we go. The penny's dropping.
right. No, I think that's nonsense. It won't work, and it won't work because you're thinking right. So what? So 5 people then are going to now start a marketing campaign to promote Al-Kebalan as an identity for and what do Al-Kebalanese look like? Can a white person become an Al-Kebalanese?
No,
because he just said the word indigenous. I don't know why you pretending you don't hear that part. But go ahead, Dr. Jacob. What you have to say?
Thank
And
you.
how much of the geography of Africa will
Melanated,
be
you got this.
so-called Akebulan?
He intentionally don't want to hear. So, Dr. Jacob, you wanted to come through, brother?
Yes, this ain't nobody putting no objectives and goals that I think. Well, I have a goal. My goal is, and I talked to a person like this. I told him that in order for us to take that step, I believe descendants of slaves should be awarded land in Africa.
We have them.
You get what I'm saying? Let that be the first step. Hold on, let me finish. You saying what? But ain't nobody brought up nothing else but the name of it. What I'm saying
technically
is,
we have though. Technically we have.
I don't care. Yeah, technically you have. But what I'm saying is, the descendants of slaves,
you're not asking for land in Israel, though. You're
granted
Hebrew.
their own.
Oh my God!
Brother, you got to discipline yourself.
EIE, let's not go backwards. We be cool right now.
Right.
Let's please not go backwards.
No, I don't know how else to address the problem without tackling the issue.
Brother,
because
you can
we can have land in more than one place.
To address a problem that
we can have land in more than one place. EIE.
You can address the
Can we let him finish?
Let
You
him
can address the problem by going on mute and then speaking after
the
me.
man claims to be from Iraq ancestrally, and his people and his
Brother,
God
I have brought that up nowhere in this conversation at all. Brother, you
Go to
need to discipline
Jacob.
yourself just for a few more moments. Yes, hold on. I'm almost there. Give us a land, dose. Go to the UN, do all what y'all need to do, versus having us assimilate into already established countries. That would be a good solution for us. That would be something I would rally around. That was something a lot of my friends would rally around because we talk about it. We always say, hell, if they give us some land, shit, we go over there. That's something I rally around. Carve us out versus assimilating into already established countries.
There's already
You're gonna go to Africa and say you hate Africans?
No, there's technically 2 nations that already African.
I'm going to say you should have some
Terry,
discipline right now. I'm about to say something different, but I want to keep it funky.
There's technically already 2 nations African Americans started and have been in charge of until recently.
Hold on.
Terry, can't you just manage
Re-scrap
it
it, start over.
one at a time, and that we take turns? Terry,
I got this. Don't worry, I got this. Right, who's going next? Oh, God, Jacob, you hadn't finished.
Right.
So EIE, God, Jacob's gonna continue. Yeah, please do not interrupt him, brother. Please. Right, go on, God, Jacob.
That's all I've said. Give Doss a little land. I know Brad said we started already. That's fast. Scrap that. Let's start over. Give us a land. Let's go make it happen. Versus assimilating into already established countries, i.e., you can live in Nigeria, you can live in Ghana. Nah. Let's just let us live as Doss. And then from that point, if we want to assimilate to other countries across the continent, so be it. But let us have a base and let us get it popping. I would seek that in a heartbeat.
Is that serious?
I mean, I think that's so.
Who's next?
Because
Who's the moderator?
because there isn't like a one size fit all solution. I actually don't see anything wrong with that. They have Garvey Town in if you let me finish, right? Before you I just said there's not a one size fit all. So am I saying that I don't see anything wrong with it and that is the solution? I think that we can have more than one way to skin a cat. There is more than one way. So some people can do that. Right now, in Nairobi, Kenya, or in Garvey Town in Ghana. There's lots of different communities that are exclusively African American. Yes, they are going there and building their own communities. Is that where I want to go and live? Probably not. Like shit on what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? Especially when I'm over here in America, I'm not going to shit on that. That's what I'm trying to say.
May I
So
respectfully say
they
something?
can have that approach. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna respectfully interrupt you too. Just say respectfully and then just interrupt.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
but
brother.
yes.
There's a delay. Forgive me, okay? There's a delay. I'm hearing. I
Okay.
thought you were done. Okay, bear with me. Okay, my intention is not to insult you or disrespect you. There's a delay. Bear with me. Thank you.
Okay, I forgive you. You good?
Okay, you can speak now, Melade.
No, I think he has a delay. He doesn't know that I'm not speaking. Go ahead, brother. It takes a couple of seconds. Oh no, I done lost my train of thought now. Yeah, you gotta go.
Okay, don't worry about it. What I was going to say, in general, in West Africa already, there is a massive Hebrew community in Ghana, which which has been established. There is a big, massive Kabelan place in Senegal. There is another place in Liberia, and there's another place in Sierra Leone. And these are majority American.
Ivory Coast.
Yeah, and these are all majority Americans that have flown over creating their own communities.
Right. Yeah.
So
I don't want a community. I want a country.
No, yeah, but hold on. Yeah. You've got to take baby steps. But what I'm saying is that you can stay where you are if you like and create a community there. Or you could.
We want George Zimmerman taken out, but George Zimmerman still walk around.
So you could go to a different country and build a community there. But my thing is that we all need to find some form of way of supporting each other, regardless of where we are at. So what are we going to use to able to working together, whether it's trade, whether it's political, whatever? What are we going to use to make us tighten as being we as strong as the weakest link in the chain?
Sort out identity first.
Why identity?
Because
can I respond?
when
Can
you
I
use
answer
the
that?
word we,
Okay.
if you use the word we, that means us and them. There are those that are in the organization, there's those that are in the plan, and those that are not part of the plan.
Can I say?
Even some people with your own identity is still not a us. That's what part that you're not understanding. There's some people with your quote unquote identity that will not align with you, right? So there's gonna be times where me and a person who was born in America are gonna be on the same page. There's gonna be a time when me and somebody who was born in Nigeria is gonna be on the same page. Me and somebody who was born in Cuba are going to be on the same page. And me personally, I will call all of them an us, depending on who we comparing ourselves to. Somebody from Germany, absolutely. We gonna be a us, and they gonna be a they, right? If we are on the same page, if we have the same goal and vision, like Brad said. See, so if I can call myself an African American, I'm a Black American, I'm an American. Is that my identity?
But don't you find
even if I say that is my identity, I shouldn't allow that, whatever my identity is, to limit me from connecting with other people who, quote unquote, if they want to have another identity. That's why God of Jacob is my brother, regardless if he's a Hebrew, regardless if he was a Moor, the Orthodox Moor is my brother. Like, I can't, like, we gotta miss me with that bullshit.
Why is he your brother?
That's stupid.
Why is God of Jacob your brother? Exactly.
Why?
Man told you over and over you ain't his sister.
He told me I'm his brother.
Told you you ain't his
He
sister.
told me I'm his sister, and I told him he's my brother. It's family business.
Okay. You can believe him if you
Mute,
want.
yeah, you have to mute. Newton. Okay.
Let me speak for 1 second. Don't you find that identity is what's creating a division within our black people?
Yeah.
No.
Give me an example.
He liked them mixed up. He liked them mixed up. That's why.
No, I'm allowed to. Go on. Why can't he? Why can't we? Come on, tell us. Why
You
no?
have to use the model of a tree. One tree can have many branches. So you see the different identities of the different people can unite under one single identity to be effective. So you don't try and take away people's identities. You allow them to have their own identity, but you have to unite all the identities, just like you unite the people under one identity in order to harness the power of all those different
Okay.
identities.
And what would you, as you know, as black people, what would you suggest that will be an identity that will bring in the collective?
An identity that is internationally already recognized.
Which is?
African.
No. He didn't say. Come on. Go ahead, IC3. This is the moment. Which is what? Drum roll.
IC3 black.
I knew he was going to say that. I knew.
That's only recognized in the UK, and that's the police code.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Hold on, son.
It has to
Hold
be
on.
African.
Listen. Son, do you know what IC3
African
means?
is useless by itself.
My son don't know. My son don't know what IC3 means.
Union.
You want to use a police?
They're pretty much admitted that they're African. There's the term the African Union.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
Afro-Caribbean, Afro-American, Afro-European,
Let Lady Divine go. She didn't speak. Let Lady Divine speak. She didn't speak.
Thank you. So IC3, I'm going to tell you right now, that IC3 thing you got going on here is not going to work. Because even people like me here, black, African in the United Kingdom, we're not subscribing to that. I'm telling you that right now. So if we're not even going to do it, why would you expect any other blacks outside of the UK to want to do it?
Right. So I think the best way forward then is we are mounting what I am mounting a challenge. We will see how things are in a year's time.
Wow.
You hold your position and promote your position, and then we will see who will win. Who will win? That's the only way. So what it is, promote your identity, promote your position. Yes. So I like God of Jacob. He has a position, and I'm challenging all of your positions, and we will see.
Okay. So
I'm not going to argue. You have my position.
Hold on. You're going to.
Brother Jacob just started another war in Africa. That's what he did.
Why make it 1 second. So you're going to put it towards a letter and a number. Do you think people are going to go
codified?
Yeah.
Codified.
So how would a prisoner feel about that?
Feelings. This is functional. This is how this person feels. No, this is pure functional.
But when someone's going into their feelings, it's going to create a division, isn't it?
I speak to God of Jacob here. He'll tell you when you join the military and you're organizing a government, right? They said when you join, they'll say, well, this is what your position, this is your title, this is your code, this is your identity. Work with us.
Socialism.
Yeah. But
you don't discuss it. The organization sets the rules.
Hold on. Does God of Jacob carry that everywhere he goes? Or does he call himself God of Jacob?
He carries it everywhere he goes.
Identity code is what is needed to function effectively.
But do you understand there's already an
Jacob
identity
could not
code.
operate without the money he made in the military.
There already there's
he
already
was formed
an identity.
by the military.
There was already an identity given. We're talking about back in the 1700s. An idea, even from the removal
I was formed in Cleveland, Ohio, baby. That's what I got all my swag from. Jacob was here.
Understand that
you were. Big up Cleveland, Ohio. But I'm saying,
But understand that this thing is
the whole
this thing makes no
discipline and
sense.
everything
Say
you
that
carry
about
out
me.
was
You don't know me.
put
You
inside of
say
you by the
nothing, man.
military.
I ain't even trying
You're
to
a
disrespect a
military
man
brat,
like
man.
this. But go ahead.
I don't think we
A
understand. I don't
brat.
think you
Military
understand
brat.
here. The term
I
African.
You know
learned
what a
to be
military brat
punctual
is?
by the military. The military helped me to be on time and punctual because you
It's
could
no
get
shame in it, but he's
NJT
denying it.
if
We got
you
a
are
breakup,
late.
and DC Brad were made
You couldn't
rich by
shame me if you
the
tried, brother.
biggest social
You don't want to be AWOL.
experiment in America, which is the military. And now we hear them talking shit.
No, but the thing that
Without the
understands, the
Why
thing that
so many
socialist
black
of the
people
military,
like
Brad and DC Brad and Ghana Jacob would be in the
EIE, guess
hood.
what? The
listen?
military has one function, right? The military has one function in every country in the world, and it's to defend its people against foreign attack, right?
There you go.
Right? Everybody
Thank you.
everybody stays in their lane, right? And they put their skills together towards that mission, right? It's
That's
one
right.
for everybody.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you,
And
Eric.
you joined the military to honorably. You were fucking sent in the military because you're a badass and you had to go in there because you had no more options. You joined the military because
If
you're
you
a
did,
proud citizen of that country and you want to
no,
serve.
I had a lot of
because
options.
so
You didn't fall in
so
that
you would have
by
preferred.
accident and got rich and now talk shit.
No, listen, EIE, you just be on here
I
to
didn't get
start
rich in the
mess,
military.
man.
I got connections and access in the military.
yeah, like worldwide.
Nothing
There's
wrong
people
with
that.
that.
Excuse me, one
Nothing
second.
wrong.
May I please get? Can we please get back to identity here, please? Because the one thing we have to understand is that like there's already an internationally recognized identity for the indigenous people of Africa. Like there is one for the indigenous people of Europe. And yeah, they may have a person that calls himself French or British or, I'm sorry, English or Scottish or Welsh. But when they leave Europe, they're either white or European. When a person leaves Africa, they're known as the African diasporan, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-American, Afro-Latino, Afro-Brazilian, Afro-Canadian, I mean, like, I
What
don't
does
understand.
indigenous mean? Let's look at that word.
A person that originates from a landmass. And that's where all of us on this panel originate.
Sorry, y'all.
Can I just ask one question? Can somebody put a number on Rich? I want to know what Rich is. Keep saying me and Brad Rich. Put a number on Rich so I can see if I'm rich.
Bruh, like, God, I wish I had my dad's money. I would have worked.
Dr. Jacob, that's why I'm trying to connect with you, bro. I want them to start saying melanated is on y'all level. You feel me? Like, listen, Dr. Jacob, I'm trying to be on y'all level. What's that?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Everybody else
One
want to
second.
be.
Here, I'm gonna just 1 second. Let me get the proper definition for the word indigenous.
Of what? Rich?
Just realize.
Oh, indigenous.
Forget this, Rich. That's not the subject. It's about identity.
Listen. Forget Rich.
You
that
right,
don't sound
brother.
like smart talking right there.
Okay, or originating or currently naturally in a particular place. Native. Okay. All right. So we originate. All right. For example, indigenous people also referred to as first people, Aboriginal people, Native people, autochthonous people, are culturally distinct ethnic groups who are native to a particular place. Now, I wouldn't use the word native. I do believe that originating, because our origins
people are not native. They met other hominids when they migrated out of Africa.
Did you hear what
Did you hear a word I just
said? Did you hear a word I just said? Did you hear a word I just said? I said I would not use the term.
No, you speak Boule. I can't understand Boule.
Did you not hear what I just said? I said native.
Put a little get on your talk, nigga.
I said native. I said we would not use the proper term native because native has a different definition.
Terry,
but originating or
all right. Listen.
or occurring naturally in a particular place. African.
Can I just make sure everyone's focused? I'll let you continue. Sorry, DC Brad. Listen, the subject matter.
I just want the record show that they're the ones started all the insults.
Yeah, I got this. Hold on. The subject matter is, can we work together globally? Yeah, and then what's it called? IC3 came in with, no, we can't until the problem we have in coming globally is that we need to self-identify first. Hence why we're on this subject of self-identification, yeah? Brad is trying to let us know something, and if we're not listening and keeping our mouths closed, we can't understand what he's trying to relate to us. So let him get it out, and then after Brad's finished, then EIE, you can respond, yeah? And then whoever else after that. Go on, Brad.
Thank you, Lady D. Thank you. Okay, Brad. You got the mic.
Sorry, Brad, I don't need just interrupting so you can get your point out without interruption. Brad?
He probably got a phone call or something.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, you go on, and then when Brad comes back, please give him the floor and don't interrupt him.
I'm good.
After all of that, you're good? Oh, come on, man.
So we can talk. We can talk about getting rid.
I'm not
We
liking
can talk
this
about
fucking,
being
I'm
rich.
not liking the energy here. Y'all giving
Right.
too much room to these two niggas, man. They came out here dissing
Can we
black
talk
people.
about?
Dissing black people. And y'all
No.
giving these fucking
Why
y'all know
are
what
you talking
position
about
these
that
dudes
for?
hold. Y'all know the position
you
these
wanna
two
rant back
particular gentlemen
Brad.
hold.
Do
You understand me?
Yeah, all
And
you
so
doing
what?
is ranting
me?
though. Like,
Yeah.
so all you
What's
doing
the
right
point?
now is like
I
What's the
hate
point you're
hypocrisy.
making?
That's what I hate. I hate
What's the point you are
hypocrisy. We're
making?
talking about uniting. And we're trying to
so
find
you're
out
stopping
why
the
we can't
discussion.
unite.
You're stopping the
And that's what we're trying
discussion
to do.
so you
Find out
could
why we can't
so you
unite.
could just call people hypocrites and they're stopping the whole
Oh,
discussion, right?
so melanated, you missed all the names he called me.
So
Yeah,
what?
you
Leave
started
that.
this idea on
No,
identity.
I didn't miss out all the names he called you, but I
Who
did
cares
hear
about
you.
the names he
Look,
called you?
that's no. What I did
Focus.
hear is that when we were having a peaceful conversation, you started bringing up the Hebrew thing, and you brought up the military thing. He didn't talk about you. He didn't bring up you Jamaican. He didn't bring up you married to a Black American woman. He didn't bring up any of that stuff. When things were going good, I heard you go into the personal stuff. So I gotta call a spade, bro. If it was the other way around, I would have said, God of Jacob, why are you going personal? Why are you doing that? Why are you starting? Why are you going back? That's what I would have told him. I'm saying if we're talking about identity, I was trying to give him the example that, I'm an American, but I'm also a New Yorker, and I'm also from Brooklyn. So I say what my identity is depending on who the person is and who's asking. Somebody might say, "Oh, who are you?" I might say, "I'm a Pan-African." It all depends on who you are. Maybe you have a different political ideology. So then that answer would be sufficient. If somebody if I'm on vacation, they say, "Oh, what are you?" And I say, "I'm an American." That identification is sufficient. But if I go somewhere in America, they might be like, "Oh, what's up? Where you from?" Am I gonna say I'm American and I'm in America, or am I gonna say I'm from New York? Or when I meet somebody from New York and I say, "Oh, where are you from?" Do I say I'm from New York? Yeah, I mean, where in New York, right? So like, you have different layers to your identity, and we need to realize that somebody can be African from the continent of Africa or continental African, and they can't identify as Black. Not all continental Africans reject the identity of being Black. We need to stop saying that. Some do and some don't.
You got the mic, IC3.
Yes. Can we identify a chair for this meeting, please? Who is the person who is the manager of this meeting? Let's organize this as if this is a conference.
I'm here.
Let's imagine that this is a conference now. We have representatives here, yes, and we're all together. Let's run this like a proper conference, and imagine that there's 1,000 people. Each one of us here is representing 1,000 people behind you. So let's identify the chair of this meeting, and if there's any chaos, I'm going to blame the chair. Who's the chair?
I said I'm here ages ago.
Right. Who's speaking now?
Lady D.
I have something to say.
Yes.
But if somebody else, who can I speak, or do you want somebody
you
else
are
to speak?
speaking. I was only identifying myself as the chair. That's all. But carry
Right.
on. Yeah.
Right. Well, I am saying African is not a suitable identity because too many people are claiming that identity, and that identity is not clear, even in the African Union. Then DC Brad said that indigenous, and then the word native came up. So trying to attach indigenous and native to African identity. That's just confusion, because a lot of what is a native? Some people will say, well, look, I'm native because I was born in Africa, even though my great grandmother was from Europe. So I claim that I'm native. So what authority is there that's going to decide what is a native African and what is not? And then how would that then impact the concept of Africans and the African diaspora, who have no interest in going back to Africa? Yet you want those diaspora to unite effectively with those of the homeland. So the point I'm making is Africa is not a suitable identity for those reasons I just mentioned. Finish.
Okay. Then what do you think is a suitable identity other than IC3?
There is none. Africa and Africans is a subdivision of the IC3 Black identity. Americans, North Americans, South Americans, Black people of the African diaspora, Black people on the African mainland, they all can maintain their identity, but the code IC3 Black is just a functional codified identity in which all of those other ethnicities and groups and nations can unite to counter white supremacy.
Okay, so in other words, it's an umbrella name that takes in all of us.
Correct.
Okay.
What power does IC3 have?
That does
You will soon see.
Moderator, may I step in, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Welcome back, Brad.
Yeah, I just want to. Okay, so if we look at the representation of what the IC3 step represents, it just simply states Black. We already had something like that. We went from being Negro to Black, you know. And then when we look at, see, it just represents Black, and it just gives a distinction of what it means to be Black. Okay, we already have that, Black. You know, the diaspora already uses that term. But when you use the term African diasporan, or when you use the term African provides a heritage. It provides where are you from, a diverse. It is already a politically recognized name on the face of the actual planet. The world knows it is made up of 52 countries, excluding North Africa. Like I don't understand. Identity is already there. We've got to put infrastructure now. We need to put organization now. It's not that hard. That's all.
I see. Here you got the mic.
Yeah, 1 second. Terry, let back on EIE, please. Next.
Right. What an IC3 Black can clearly be identified because you know what an IC3 Black is and what an IC3 Black person is not, because you can see that the codes are internationally recognized by Interpol, Europol, the whole world. By saying IC3 Black, you're not saying Black as politically Black. You're saying Black as in Negro, as in curly haired, as in it's clear. But if you just say African, what is an African, and what is not an African?
Well, why did you say the world recognizes this? What's the evidence that the world recognizes this?
It's simple. An African is an indigenous person. Okay, North Africans are known by their nations, but the history will tell you that North Africans, Berbers, are a combination. The North Africans are a combination of Middle Eastern and European, Southern European, Albanian, Italian mix, Greek too. But when you talk about an Africans, even when the Romans came up with the term Afri, Afri was the kingdom, and it represented the kingdom and everything south of it. I can understand if I use the term Ethiopian. Now that's a broad term. because Ethiopian just means black as skin. That's it. But we use the term African. We're talking about people who originate from the continent of Africa, not come in. So that would be everyone that's on this panel, because we originate from the continent of Africa.
Right. So your key. So how do you identify someone that originates from the continent of Africa?
Oh my God!
Based on the phenotypes of an indigenous African. So if you look at the Khoisan, they don't have curly hair. Sometimes their hair can be straight. If you look at the Fulani, sometimes their hair can be straight. But you can see that genetically they originate from the continent of Africa.
Okay. So what do Africans have that other people that non-Africans don't have?
The same things that IC3s have. IC3s.
This is too much.
One at a time, please. Chair, please.
They don't originate from the continent. They don't originate from the continent of Africa. That's what they don't have.
Why are you answering that question that way, Brad?
Can I just put something on the table here?
IC3s.
Last night, this is the funny thing, because last night I literally witnessed the madness, and I just want to put you lot up on game. You see what we're doing here now was literally the mirror image of what was happening last night. The only differences was the people on the panel. You had Somalis going at Somalis, and then the Somalis going at Arabs over the same thing about Africa and what's going on. And when I witnessed the madness, I'm like, oh boy, I hope we don't get to that stage. If we thought we got division, there's division over there. Yeah, there's division over there. And we've got division too. But our thing is trying to put ourselves back onto the continent. And literally, IC3 said it's about identity. Now, every suggestion that the panel has given, which is African or an indigenous name from Africa, IC3 shut it down. And the only thing he's come up with is calling ourselves IC3 and not listening to the panel saying, we don't want to identify as that. We're not going to identify
because there's a police code.
There we go.
Okay with a police code.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, what will happen?
And not only that,
you're an outsider. You are a person that has not identified
IC3.
as IC3 black. Therefore, I cannot operate with you. Simple.
It means
you're an outsider.
Hold on. That means you cannot operate with nobody. What the hell?
We're back to square one. Really? We're back to square one. Really?
That's right.
IC3, do you know?
Well, it's 9 of us. It's 9 of us. He the only one that's not going to operate with us. So
hold on. Do you understand that you're sitting on a panel of non-identifying IC3s? What are you doing here then? We're not going to identify as that.
Well, I'm letting you know my position, and then the challenge is on. When you cannot disagree, then it's the strongest might is right. Whoever wins.
Melanated, talk to your brother, Melanated.
Then the whole it becomes adversarial. Okay?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Because we're competing against each other.
Correct. That's the way. Let's go.
What is that doing for us?
See, I told you from jump. IC3 liked to mix up. That's why he's smiling right now. He liked this mix up. He want to say, no, I'm not accepting this identity. No. And then why is God Jacob my brother? How is EIE my brother? He just want to say inflammatory stuff, right? But I don't get it. I mean, but that's what ruffle his feathers. Go ahead, brother. Enjoy. Okay. Enjoy the mix up.
I got an idea, and I'm bringing something in from the left. So just hear me out. You can tear it apart if you want. Okay. How about this? Okay, those of us, the 8 of us here, who want to identify as African, and then the separate groups of Africans on the continent, right? But mainly the umbrella group code name for us is Africans. Okay. Now, if IC3 wants to identify as that IC3 black, okay, fine. Let them identify as that. Okay. But why is it that we can't work together based on a label?
I don't
because
think
go on, sorry.
We're more than a label. We're more than a label that we put on ourselves.
Eric, I agree with you. There's more to us than just how we identify. It's just that there's already I think identifying is the last thing. Identity is the last thing. because the guys I work with that are Nigerian, that are from Mali, they won't even say they're from Mali or Nigeria. They'll be like, oh yes, it's good for Africans to work together. So it's like there's already an identity out there. We just got to put the infrastructure to the identity. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean,
like there's like when you look at the AU, one thing I saw what the AU did when they made a representative for the AU for the African diaspora, who's like advocating for diaspora members to have like property and land and stuff like that. I don't need to argue with them anymore. It's like, okay, there's an infrastructure there.
I ain't gonna argue because it doesn't make any sense to argue with it.
I'm still on the outside. Remember, I got kicked to the outside. I'm a non-identifying IC3, so I'm an outsider. I got no say in this conversation.
What?
Yeah,
but I'm saying it's already.
He said we on the outside.
No, but there's already an infrastructure. There's already an identity put out there. That's why they call, like, for example, the Caribbean is diverse. Central and South America, America's diverse. But what are we called in these countries? Afro this, Afro that. So everyone already knows where we come from.
Why
we may have sub names amongst ourselves, Jamaican, ADOS and things like that, but everyone's clear to know where we come from.
But I just want to know why we're supposed to be so offended now by being identified as an umbrella group African. Why are we so offended by this now? Because IC3 seems to be burnt up about this.
To the point he kicked me out the black group. Imagine that.
No, seriously, IC3, explain yourself. Because you're so vehemently upset about this particular label.
Right. It's nothing. See all this burnt up and upset. I'm not putting any emotion into it. This is codification for a set purpose, for a proper task of unifying those who are internationally and globally perceived as black and of African descent. Unifying those, it's the creation of the infrastructure, as Brad said. An infrastructure has to be created in order to effectively get all those different black identities working together. So there has to be an umbrella title, and the umbrella title of African is not stronger than IC3 black, because not all Africans accept black as part of African identity.
Because it's Western, the idea of being black, but the idea of being African is a clear distinction. That's what they refer to us as African diasporan.
Black is a color. Black is the European used to racialize us. So what's the difference between calling ourselves an African or IC3 black? They both were labels that were given to us by the Europeans, the white Europeans. So what's the difference? I don't see it.
Very good, very good. So is African a color?
You can say it is. You can say it's multiple colors.
Yeah, but we don't need to identify ourselves with a color. We got all damn
Eric, listen. The thing is that if we use the term African diasporan, which when they talk about Black History Month, it's African American histories. Black or African American is put on the title and things because people use both. But everyone knows politically we are African Americans. We are African diasporans. Like there's no real issue with that.
Yeah, I don't see why we can't use one name and drop the other. For what? And why not?
No. In other words, is that like when I work with Nigerians or when I work with people from the continent, 9 times out of 10, they'll know that they're from different aspects of the continent of Africa. They will know that they're from different nations in Africa, but they will work. They will still do the distinction of like, yeah, man, it feels good to have a bunch of Africans working together. So it's like,
DC Brad, can I just say something to you? Yeah, and what I find very strange, and this is what I find very disturbing listening to this conversation with IC3. Now I've noticed Asians have no problem as self-identifying as they're Asians and they're from Asia.
Yeah.
Middle Easterns have no problem self-identifying that they're Middle Easterns and they're from the Middle East. White people have no problem identifying themselves as Europeans from Europe. Why is it only Black Africans that have the problem identifying as Africans? I want to now come with their stupidness about IC3. What's that about?
The thing is that he's just giving a UK distinction to Black. African Americans that try to advocate for, oh, you Black, you Black, you Black. No, I'm an African. So that's why I was like, you're an African too. Like I remember the first time I was in high school, and I remember telling this guy he was from Kenya, not Kenya. I'm sorry, he's from Nigeria. He plays pro football now. His name is Jeremiah Tauchu, and I used to call him like, "Yo, you Black just like me, you Black just like me." And he's like, "We are Black in skin, but we're both African."
Yeah, and the thing about it is,
that's how the world. He said that's how the world sees you. Africans.
We didn't identify ourselves as Black.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Negro. White man called us the Negro. Then we found out Negro meant Black. I'm sorry, IC3. Go ahead.
Okay. The Spaniards named us Negro because it's Black.
Wait, Eric, let IC3 come through.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, how are you? Okay, so the team on the side, on your side of the table, that say, right, African is the best identity for dealing with Africa and the African diaspora. So I seem to be on my own on this side, on the IC3. So you people who are on that side of the table who are deciding to unify under African identity, how will you be dealing with the mixed race
You're not alone,
situation?
IC3. You're not alone.
Pardon?
I just sorry to cut you, but you're not alone. You're not the only one who don't want to be identified as African. Just making that clear.
Okay. Yes. So how will you people who are united on the African identity, how will you be dealing with the mixed race question?
Will it be mixed
in
race?
your model?
It's already a name given to them. They're already mixed race.
They're mixed race. They are what they are. They're
mixed race.
Races mixed, or 2 or 4 or 5.
Or like we can use the proper coding.
It is what
we
it
can
is.
use the proper coding because there are people that are like, if you look at the in Germany, they're known as Afro-Germans. That would be a mixed race between German and African. The Afro-European.
As soon as we go back to Africa, we're going to be classified as the mixed race, all of us.
So what do you?
Oh my gosh, Joe.
I mean,
you can't stay on one path.
Do you know IC3 is doing this deliberate? Now, brothers, I want you to understand what's going on. And sister on the panel. IC3 is putting out these questions, knowing full well it's going to go left here, and then he sits back and watch us go at it. Yeah. IC3, what are you doing?
He playing games.
Because it's mixed race. I mean, mixed race is already a distinction. There's two different biracial mixed race. There's two different.
I heard you mention a code.
Yeah.
Tell me about the codes you're talking about and how they function.
Okay, so they were trying to identify because they're trying to make mixed race people their own distinction because they're trying to become their own.
You. How are you going to manage the mixed race question? Not they, you Africans.
So
how are you going to do that?
Me, right? Me. I have 2 Black parents, so I'm African. Okay.
Bullshit.
A kid comes in. He has 1 white parent and 1 Black parent. He's mixed race. It's that simple.
You mentioned codes. I said, how do your codes work, and what are they?
Well, in Africa, they would be called half caste. So, but no.
I said the codes. What are the codes that you're talking about, and how do they work?
That's the code, half caste.
It's like a distinction. That's it. It's as simple as distinction. It's not like it's based on who you are. It's based on your genetic makeup. It's not that hard.
So, is there any numbers or letters, or you're just going to put
it's just
all mixed races
identified.
are the same? Is that correct?
But your label at, like, for example, you can be African and be Nigerian. You can be African and be Congolese. All right, but you can be mixed race and be half Asian, half Black. You can be mixed race and be half.
Yeah,
white.
I know that. That's obvious. But how are you going to identify them in the system? In the
write the word half caste. So in America, the code for us is African American, right? And sometimes, depending on what you're writing, you can shorthand it and put AA, right? African American. Or you can spell it out You know, I mean, it's still, it kind of gets the point across, right? But it's not codified. Like, you won't be able to go into everyone. What is the code for African Americans? We don't have that, right? So he just used the term code as like a legend or whatever. You can say CAU for Caucasian, but for Caucasian, you get that ICP? It's not like rocket science, and it hasn't even been established yet. So you asking these hypothetical questions, like it can't change once, you know, in this whole African thing that we're going with right now as an example. Right? No need to be so literal.
You have to be literal when you're dealing with government and an international level of organizing for something. All this kind of wishy-washy stuff. Are you going to use the American system for African identification and the mixed identification of the mixed race people and the management of the mixed race
For
people?
those people who have American citizenship, yes. Why not? You're working with the government, right? By the government,
hold it there.
By the standards of law, right? Okay.
So now you're telling me
that's what you're talking about, right? You said you had to have a code according to government standards, right? When you're dealing with the government, right? So those people, okay, who are African from whatever country, whatever nationality they are, right? African American. Very simple, not hard. And then they can also identify themselves as not African Americans from Nigeria, Sierra Leone, wherever, Ghana, Ethiopia, wherever.
I'm African. But when I go to the continent, I'm quite sure they won't see me as African. Because I've been seeing a lot of videos in Africa. The native
That's a
people,
lie.
here's that word.
If you went to the,
Sis, let me finish, please.
No, that's
Sis,
a lie.
let me finish. Let me finish.
I've been to Africa.
Finish, sis. I'm telling you that from my observation, when you go to Africa, coming from the West, the native people have nicknames for you. They know you're from Africa. They know your ancestors, but they have a nickname for you. And they pretty much call you the same thing as the white people. I forgot the name they used for it, but they pretty much call you. So me, and that's a cultural shock that I know I'm going to have to adjust to if I ever land on that continent. I'm preparing myself for it. That I'm going to live my whole life in the West knowing that I'm African. But when I hit back on Africa, I know there are people who are going to look at me and say,
okay, then,
what is EIE? And that's just a fact.
When you go back to the continent,
I want to disagree on that a little bit. I've been all up and down Africa. Love the place. And when I got there, they welcomed us with open arms. You get what I'm saying? So I do want to push back against that.
Same here. That's the welcome I got when I got to Africa.
I did not say they don't love you.
I was gonna ask the difference. And what's the difference between if you go back to Jamaica, somebody who was raised in somebody who was born in Jamaica, they come to America, stay in America for 30, 40 years.
They didn't look at me any different, brother.
They don't embrace you as a Jamaican either.
Acting was us Americans that was over there. We were trying to push them away, and they were trying to embrace us. You get what I'm saying? But we was young. It's a growth process. But no, everything you just said is absolutely not true. I've been all over West Africa, Central Africa, everywhere over there. So everything you just said is fundamentally.
I don't find you credible, brother. Brother, I don't find you credible.
I don't care what you find me. The reason why you
I would credible, but I don't find you credible.
Hold on.
And I'm telling you from my observation, that's what
let him finish.
They don't love you
exactly.
but they know
chair, where's
they
the
don't
chair?
see you.
Hold on, chair.
Where's the chair managing this meeting?
Here's the big difference. He said from his observation, I was there. Half of my damn career was there. So I don't care about your observation.
Yes, you are considered a primary
hold
source,
on.
You're not credible in my opinion.
Where is the chair?
Okay.
He should be able to be his own chair. Hold on. What I'm saying is his observation is what's not credible because he's never been there. I'm telling you from my experience.
But I've also observed you over the years.
You have to have some
respect. Through Africa.
You have to have some respect.
Yeah, let him finish.
On your journey.
Why
they call us savages?
you have to have some
Okay,
restraint,
so
brother.
you
Now,
have to let him
this is
finish.
just my reality, brother. Now, Lady D and whoever other people might have been over there, maybe it was different. So I will say you're fundamentally like from your
How the fuck you gonna diss
observation.
about my observations, but you want me
Hold
to take your
on,
word?
brother. From your
100%.
observation, and have never set foot on that land, I'll take your observation.
I find my fucking observation more credible than your fucking experience. That's what I'm trying
I'm
to
sure
say to
you
you
would.
because you're a
I'm
Hebrew.
sure you do.
And I've heard your rhetoric on
And
Africa
that
over the years.
makes no
I do not
sense
find you
at all.
credible.
That
Period.
makes no sense at all.
Where
You
is
take
the
my
Okay.
chair?
observation over my boots on the ground. That makes no sense. And that's
Okay.
why you shouldn't be a credible source for anything black.
Yeah. You went as a soldier, my friend. I know what
It
you
don't
went
matter
as.
how I went.
And you're a Hebrew.
It
You're
don't
a
matter
double
how I
fucking
That
went.
doesn't
that
make a
credible.
difference, EIE. That doesn't make a difference.
It
Trust me,
is.
they
It
welcome
does
you
make
with
a
open.
difference.
Yeah, I'm telling you from my experience. Trust me, they open up your arms. They welcome you back. They actually say the words "welcome home." They literally do. I
Sis,
tell you
I'm
what
not
gets them
saying
though.
it goes.
Hold on, brother. I tell you, the only thing that gets them is they don't have much history. They don't know anything about the Caribbeans more so than what they see on the TV. They don't know anything about Africa. I mean, America more so what they see portrayed on the TV. So they're very intrigued. They want to know like your culture, how you speak, where the like. As far as they're concerned, Jamaica's the only place in the Caribbean. They don't know there's other islands. You have to
All
educate them on
true.
those things.
All
But
true.
they don't
But
see you less than African though. They actually say
sis,
welcome home.
sis,
That sounds so
I would like
nice.
to
take
say
your word
something,
for
but I
it.
don't want to get cut
take your
off.
word for
I only
it.
have 2 more minutes, brother EIE. I have to go to. I have a 5 o'clock appointment. It's 4:58. All I wanted to say is
And this is
that
what I'm saying,
it's very
man.
simple.
And this is why I can't deal with the whole concept in totality.
You
Is
were
You can't
because
hear
talking,
me.
Melody.
we
The
take
boy just cut you off.
GOJ, did you hear me
oh my
talking?
bad, Melody. I can't hear you. I'm gonna go out and come back in. I'm gonna go out and come back in, Melody.
Okay.
Because I can't hear you. If you're
Okay.
talking, I'm gonna go out and come back in. Terry, stand by.
Okay. I was just gonna say
He don't get the
that
smart comment
when
like you gave
people,
me for having the bad connections. Sis.
I didn't give you smart. I said I forgive you. You didn't hear any of that. Something was still wrong with your thing, but you're taking up my 2 minutes.
You said it kind of cheeky. You say I forgive you, my brother.
No, I didn't. You can rewind it. I didn't say it like that. But listen,
All right, man.
you're messing up. I only got 1 minute. Oh my God, I gotta go upstairs and go log in on my damn computer because I'm gonna be late for my appointment. So what I was gonna say is, if you know the same way how when Jamaicans who come to America and they get a little American accent or whatever, they be in America for however long, and then they go back to Jamaica. The people there don't see them as Jamaicans, you know, or like if Shakara go to Jamaica and he has his little British accent, they don't receive him like as a Jamaica. He even said that, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't get why it's like, oh, the Africans ain't gonna embrace you. Your own Jamaicans don't even embrace you. You feel me? Like, come on. Like, I don't get why that's relevant to point that out like that. That's my point.
Maybe I need to clarify my statement here. I did not say they don't embrace you. I said they know there's a clear difference between you and them. Some of them will embrace you wholeheartedly. Okay.
The same like
But
the Jamaicans, right? Same like the
from what
Jamaicans.
I've seen, from my observation, from what I've seen from the channels that I've you subscribe to Black Acres of the Gambia, sis. You've heard the people on Black Acres of the Gambia said they see you as white over here. You have not heard that. Hello?
Wait, sorry, I missed that
I'm
part. Say that
sorry.
again.
They see you as
No,
white,
I'm sorry.
meaning
Did
what?
y'all
You
hear
have
me?
money. Come on. It's just like when you go to Jamaica and they say, and I'm an
many ways
American,
they
I go
see you
there,
as white, but even though
they
they
gonna see
hug
you
you, kiss
coming.
you.
They gonna see you coming. You're a victim.
Are you missing my
I
point?
mean, I'm just saying, like,
You're missing my point, sis.
they don't see you as white. They see you as a person who has money, privilege, exposure. Like, why are you minimizing all of that?
Wow.
That's right.
Go to your
May I?
sis.
That's
I
it.
think you missed the point. You missed the point.
You missed the point
Yeah,
on
Siri wants to
purpose.
say something.
It was my point, sis. So I know I didn't miss
This
it.
is all IC Freeze for. I just want to make the panel remember this. Yeah, IC Freeze started all of
Like
this.
I always said, I always tell everybody, we're not Juto. Can you hear me? I said, man, if it's any country on that continent that I would want to go back to, and I've let people know this, it's gonna be Cameroon. I enjoyed myself over there. I loved it. And I say it all the time. If there's one destination for me on that continent, it will be Cameroon, followed by Senegal. I had a ball in the car. So yeah, those are my spots. But they embrace this. They like it's like Melanated said. Yeah, they know you. They might call you white by your Western uh, ideologies and stuff like that. But there's no you white. It's none of that going on.
Are
And
y'all
this
purposely
African thing.
misinterpreting what I said?
And it's
Can
African
Jasiri
thing.
speak? Jasiri wants to speak.
Let him
And
Didn't you
finish,
hear
and
they,
this
please,
he said,
African
EIE.
Chair,
right, this
could you
African
ask
thing.
Jasiri wants to speak?
Yeah, I'm
Jasiri.
almost done.
Oh, Jasiri wants to
This
speak.
African
Sorry. All
thing,
right,
you
after EIE,
just can't
after God of
observe it.
Jacob, he can
You
speak.
gotta experience it. Telling me you observed it is foolishness. And then come
Let the
up here and
African speak.
and then come up here
Wait,
and
wait, wait,
argue
Let the
on your
African
wait,
brother
observance
speak,
EIE.
man.
is
EIE, you're making
foolishness.
it
Peace,
longer than it
everybody.
needs to
And we should
be.
look at that as foolishness.
Peace, melanated. Right, listen, let's get some order up in here. God of Jacob speaking. Let him complete what he's saying, then we can move on because the other brother wants to speak, and you lot are not. You lot are going back and forth and forgetting there's other people on the panel that might have an opinion. So please, finish, God of Jacob. Sorry about that. Oh, now everyone wants to go quiet. Brilliant. Okay, Jasiri, do you want to speak, brother?
Okay, thank you. On that point of how maybe the Africans in Africa may see the African diasporas, I would say that opinion of saying there's a name they call those people who come from West. Maybe there is, but we have to understand that Africa is so vast and it is so big, and the people are so diverse. There are people who have no clue, no idea, they're just there, they're just happy. They have not gone to a point of having a name for the people who are coming from abroad. But you don't forget that coming from America is something the people who are on Africa are admiring, and they always wanted to go to America. So if you come from America, they may see you as, oh yeah, the developed people, the people who are, yeah, you are from you are American. We have seen you in the movies. We know you are hip hop. So they may look up to you in a way. I would not see it from a negative way, even if they may maybe have a word. I don't know. I've never had it. But from my side, it is admiring the people of America. They all want to run to the West to go and experience America because they see in the movies, they see the hip hop, they see all these songs, R&B and hip hop, admiring all this stuff and movies. So it is not from a bad angle, I would say.
Absolutely, brother. And the reason
Exactly.
why
That's
he don't
exactly
get
what
that
I
because he
said.
observes
I
it.
agree.
But we look up here and hold him in high regard because he observes a lot of things and does nothing. That's all I'm saying. It's foolishness. You get what I'm saying? It's not like that overall. At all. It's
Hallelujah.
Not like so he can observe all he wants until he touches down and actually feel that African experience. He should shut his mouth.
And you know what? He's in the back right now. But EIE, when you come back on, and Veli, Terry, please let him back on. But EIE, you have to let people complete their sentence, brother. Otherwise, it just sounds crazy. Like we're just constantly shouting over each other. But yeah, he's in the back, Terry. There he is.
All right, let me make my point again. I am saying, from my observation of watching all the programs I watch, because I have not made it on the continent yet, the Africans, when they see you, they know that you are African, but at the same time, they see you and classify you with a term that they use for the same Europeans. I don't know how y'all process that, but for me, that's hard. Okay, that's hard. I didn't say they treat you any worse. The Africans treat the white man real good in Africa. I didn't say they treat you any worse. Hear my point. My point is this. Why are y'all sitting here listening to a Hebrew tell y'all about Africa? Huh? The man said he want to go to
maybe
Africa and start a new country.
maybe
The
we're
man said
listening
he
to him.
wants. Sis, let me
Hold on,
finish, please.
EIE.
Let
You
me
asked the
finish,
question.
please. Sis,
You
let
asked
me
the
finish.
question though. You asked the
But
question
I
though.
have
You
not
asked us
finished,
why are we
sis.
listening to him.
Fish, you're
I'm
answering
going
a
to
half
answer
a
that one
question.
little point. Well, let me just answer it quickly.
Sis,
You can go move on. I'm saying to you, the reason why we're listening to him because he's actually been to the continent. Okay, carry on.
Okay, he's been to the continent as a military man and as a Hebrew who has said he wants to go back there and start a new country. Now, there are people in Africa, in the Congo, all over Africa, who is trying to start their own little countries. And you see what it's creating? War. War. If I leave America and go to Africa, I'm looking to integrate into an African system because I'm African and I'm trying to be a part of the system. I'm not going over there to start my own country, you know. I'm not going over there. I'm going over there to be productive because I know I'm African, regardless of what the native people say, how they might approach me. I'm going over there to be productive and a part of the system, not to create another country and create wars in Africa. Okay? So first of all, I don't see y'all addressing that point that he made. How is that going to work for a Hebrew to go into Africa? Under this whole thing was about to be united, right? What is he going to create? A whole new Hebrew country in Africa?
No, but GOJ, the last thing he said about him.
See, now you're taking personal digs.
GOJ said.
Yeah, sorry,
last,
one second.
So y'all been missing the personal digs at me all
hold
evening.
on, one second, brothers. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
well, forget
Give me
it.
1 second. Terry, God of Jacob. Give me a second. God of Jacob is in the back, Terry. So please let him back on. And EIE, can you try to refrain from taking the personal digs, and just say what it is,
Wow.
it, rather than, rather than just because it's otherwise going to go back and forth.
So my facts are personal digs.
No,
forget the personal digs. Forget the personal digs.
Tell me what part of that was personal.
Forget the personal digs.
What part of that was personal?
Wasting the time. I don't want to listen to about personal digs.
Yeah.
Stick to the subject.
There we go.
Stick to
And after you,
tell me what fucking part of that was personal.
EIE, can we make it a bit shorter because IC3 wants to go after you, so can we quicken it up? Yeah.
No, y'all tell me what part of that was personal.
Brother, you said them Hebrews want to set up their own thing. Like that's personal. They're doing personal attacks.
Isn't that what he said? Isn't that what he said?
Can I tell you what I said? Can I tell you what I said? We asked for solutions and objectives to meet. I said DOS. I said I wish DOS would carve out their own country. That was just a solution. If you don't like it, that's fine. But we were offering up solutions. We didn't offer up emotions. Okay. I put something on the table. And as far as Africa, I never tried to tell anybody about Africa. I told you how they accepted me in Africa. I didn't know enough about Africa. I took in the experience. I enjoyed the people. I told you which country I would love to live in. I don't understand what you're talking about.
IC3, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to put this point across. I believe that an identity, being part of a group, is a two-way thing. So I can't go to Africa and say, well, I'm an African because I believe I'm an African. Yes, I may say that I feel like I'm an African, but the Africans also have to accept me within their community. So I could say, oh, I feel like I'm a white man. But the white people also have to see that I'm a white man. So I see it as a two-way thing. When it's a we or a group or a society or a nation, right? The members of that nation must accept the nation, and the nation must accept them.
Well, ultimately, what you do there, the more useful you are to those people that you're coming to, the more likely they're more likely to embrace you. Yes or no, IC3?
No, because there are certain places where you are welcome as a guest, and don't overstay your welcome, and don't think that just because you're treated well and you're welcome and you're valuable that you can now take up residence as if you are a citizen.
Well, then I would have to
try and enforce yourself. No, it's just that you're a welcome guest and don't overstay your welcome.
I understand that. So then I would have to accept that, wouldn't I?
Yes.
That's the way their country works, right?
Correct.
So then I accept that.
Yeah. So no matter how good you are, or how good your work is, or how much you've contributed, if the people don't want you and don't accept you as a member of their society, you are not one. No matter what you do.
Agreed, then I have to accept that reality, wouldn't I?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Frida, will that same thing happen? You try to go back to the Caribbean tomorrow. Do you think you'll be a welcome guest with this agenda thing you've got going on, this mission?
Oh yes, of course.
No, you wouldn't. They would not accept that. Stop it.
Listen, the problem is when people go back. If I go back to just because my parents are from Jamaica, when I went to Jamaica, they say, "Oh, in my English," right? They don't. Even though my parents are Jamaican, and I'm of Jamaican descent, they don't see me as the same as them. So therefore, I must embrace the difference in identity, and not try and erase it. So my codification is different. So yes, I'm a black person of Jamaican descent, but I'm not Jamaican. I'm of Jamaican descent, and there's a difference. So I respect the difference. Respect the difference, and that way you're not insulting or diluting what they're hinting at.
IC3, is that an option? Is that your option? Is that your option? Is that your plan for Africa, for us to unite under? That's your plan, right?
Oh yes. So you recognize and
we
accept
heard
the
another
difference.
plan, and your plan seems reasonable, but it's not attainable. And that plan involves all Africans, correct, sir?
Yes, it does.
And that's what this whole thing is, for Africans to unite, right?
Yes.
So I hear one person came on and said a specific group of Africans, they call themselves dust. Right? We heard that plan, and we're not hearing the pushback for that plan, that stupid ass plan as we're hearing for the one you got. They came in, they shoved that plan up in the air, make it look like it was even a feasible idea, and then left. Now, for us as Africans to go back to Africa and try to coalesce under one identity, it has to mean that we're Africans first, right? Or what known as are the people who came on the slave ships. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Does anyone hear me?
I'll ask.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we are the ones who came on the slave ships over here, and somehow over here we've assumed another identity and want to go back over there, even though some people over there have the identity already and creating their own little community, when they start creating a country, what's that going to create? It's not going to get pushback from the folks who are there already. So right there, that plan is what? Conflicting, right? That plan is going to create what?
Can I answer this? Can I address this, Elder, right quick? 1 second. I don't know if you can not speak anyway. Now, again, I offered up a solution, and that's what the panel was tasked to do. Brother, you got to discipline yourself.
For whom was that solution?
Brother, you
Allow
got to
him to
discipline
get it
yourself.
out first before you rebut it. He hasn't said it yet.
I offered up a solution as the panel was tasked to do so. If you don't like it, that's fine. IC3 gave his solution. I disagree with it on some aspects. That's fine. You offered up nothing yet, and I'm still waiting to hear your solution.
You didn't hear it. My solution was to go to Africa and insulate myself in the African identity that was drawn out of me. I'm going back home.
Listen, you said insulate yourself. We talking about group here.
Yes.
That's your problem. The problem is you want to go. No, I ain't gonna even go that route. You said I want to go in there and insulate myself, singular, into my whatever you just said. Elder, you got the floor.
Insulate, no, insulate, wrong word. Wrong word. Forgive the word. Forgive the word. Insulate, forgive the word. I want to join the larger African community. Forgive me for that misword. I want to join them. I don't want to do nothing. I want to go back there, learn what has been lost, bring something of value that I have learned here in the West, and make it work.
Again,
That's my
you
plan,
said
sir.
myself, you said myself, I, all these singular terms, when the panel was tasked with unity concepts. You should listen more. If you
Are
tone
you
it
playing
down
word games
some,
here, sir?
no,
Are
I'm
you playing
playing
word
you
games
right
here?
now. I'm playing you on singular versus plural and versus what the panel was tasked to do. Now, if you want to come off as an intellectual,
Do you realize
you
where I
got it.
go, my family goes?
I don't care.
Do
I
you
realize what you
realize
just
where I go,
said,
my
and I
family goes?
realize what the panel was tasked to do. I don't care about where you and your family go right now. What I care about is this conversation and the fact that you haven't answered anything. I heard I and myself, and it's supposed to
This
be
dude
collective
playing word
unity.
games. All right, did
I'm
anyone
not
else hear
playing
what
word
my
games.
plans were to do?
Oh my God.
Go back to
Are we still
Africa.
on this?
Make sure I join the community, whichever community, because first I'm doing Ghana is where I'm headed. Ghana is where I want to go. And when I get to Ghana, I'm not trying to create a new Caribbean. The Caribbean community that's over there, I'm sure they're trying to be productive and join the larger Ghanaian community as African people, or whatever they classify themselves as, and be productive. They're not going there to start a new country.
Again, you missed the mark again. The thing is, but unity. You keep saying, I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm going there. We could care less about where you're going. The thought and the concept is around unity. But you keep saying I, myself, and buzzwords like that. So you're an individual, you're a
What are you
perfect.
talking
You want to
about,
have
dude?
it your way.
Didn't you just say us? Didn't you just say dust?
That's
Isn't that you
plural.
having it your way?
That's plural.
But when I say I mean African people.
Which includes you. Elder, you got the floor,
Right.
man. I ain't
Are
got
you
time for this.
African? You playing word game to get out the fact that you're not going into Africa with the right intentions. That's the
So
problem.
are we still on
He's not going
identity?
to Africa with the right intentions.
Yes, we're
Help
on
me,
We're still on
Brad,
identity.
because I don't
We're
know.
still on
And most
identity,
of us
right?
can't even join the conversation.
There's a
Yeah, we're still on
functional
it.
identity that's already been created. Like I say this is my take on this whole unity thing. The conversation should be right now is everyone with a resource, what valuable resource can you use to build? Black people, especially in America, we have everything we don't use. We have our own banks, we have our own schools, we have our own malls. Our malls. We have our own shopping centers. We have everything we need, but we do not use any of it. So we have our own identity that we don't use or build around. So going back to square one, when it's already been established, what we already have. We have our own farms. We have our own politicians, our own lawyers, our own medical schools, our own law schools. We have everything we need. We don't use it. We don't advocate for it. We keep looking in the wind for something. And if we turned around and look at the table, the food may be rotten, but the kitchen is full. So let's go bake some new food. But we literally are sitting around here. So who are we now? Gracious, our ancestors knew who we were when we got off those ships. They literally in the earliest writings, the first things we organized, the Free African Society, the African Methodist Church, Free African Schools. We literally know who we are. We just need to build around who we are. Okay, the subsections like Pan-Asian Caucus. The Pan-Asian Caucus in America is made up of all Asian countries that work to better their lives in America. That simple.
America. How about the rest of the world?
Well, that's what the beautiful part about the Asian community. They're already connected on the idea of being Asian, where you would have Japanese. I can tell you, one time I competed for a contract. I competed in a contract with a Chinese guy, a guy from Thailand, and a guy from Japan. Now, the Chinese and the Japanese guy working together because they're both Asian going up against a bunch of Africans for a particular contract. I mean, they get it. Europeans get it. The Anglosphere is literally Europeans getting it. NATO is Europeans getting it. It's the diasporan Europeans helping their homeland from threats. Simple. Like it's so simple. Yet we can't simply figure that piece out. An African version of NATO. How hard is that?
Is that because we're thick? Is that because we're inferior and stupid?
No, we're complicated. We complicate the dumbest things. I think it's a generation.
Yeah, so we're stupid then.
No, we're
correct?
not. Because the younger generations.
No, but you said it's simple. So why can't we do it?
Because we complicate
interrupting IC3.
Sorry.
Nobody said it. You're interrupting IC3. So I'm going to say it. You're interrupting IC3.
We're making simple things complicated. We're making simple things complicated. There are distribution companies. Like here's a positive to Black businesses. I know Black distribution companies that are amazing. So we have everything we need. We just don't do anything with it. We complicate everything. So yeah.
Right. Thank you for expressing the problem. So what is the solution? Since it's
simply
so simple,
building on what we have. We have everything we need. We don't use it.
Yeah, I know. You're just expressing the problem. What is a solution?
Begin using what we have.
Well, why aren't we? Answer the question.
I said, begin using what we have. Begin to use what we have. That means platforms like Mr. Riggs, like the time I love. One thing I love is that he will punch in different businesses, different organizations constantly. So this is what we need to use these platforms for. This one, Veli's, Sinetta. That's how these things get out there. We need to advertise what we do. I have no problem, like literally no problem. There's like a advertisement thing you can pay YouTube for to feature all the live streams. I have no problem in paying for that. If it means we can punch out and get these kind of messages out to Black people, that is no issue for me, because YouTube will advertise it to the Black subscribers and the Black users of it. They will suggest it to many Black people, and then we can get our message out there. So Black people need to know. That's it. Step one: get to know what is out there in the Black community. That's what all these Black platforms are doing now.
So what is the message then? That this advertising campaign, what would be the core message?
Introducing Africans on a global scale to the infrastructure, to the neglected infrastructure of Africans. So that means that the various businesses and organizations that Africans can take advantage of that they don't know they can take advantage of.
And that should be sufficient. Well, I would say that just promoting business opportunities is not sufficient.
Not business opportunities. I said
IC3, you gotta start somewhere.
No, Eric. I'm not saying just advertise businesses. I said the infrastructure, things that we have within the community, Black people do not take advantage of.
That's what I'm saying, Brad. The point I'm making is along with you. You gotta start somewhere. We gotta work towards a solution by starting somewhere.
Hold on, pause. We can't work towards a solution, brother Eric, until we address the first problem. When Terry went around the panel and asked us if we could work global, we all answered yes, and some said somewhat. And then he asked us what's stopping us from. I told the problem from the beginning, and it's literally been going on how many hours now, and we're still in the same problem, which is communication. If we can't even communicate with ourselves on these panels like this, how the hell are we going to communicate with other Africans across the diaspora? It makes no sense.
We're having a disagreement, but when you're getting money on it, I mean, lady, I know I know you have a business yourself, so I don't know where you are in the stages of that business. But when you start working with other companies that push what you're pushing, they're like, hey, listen, your clientele, you have something my clientele wants. I have something your clientele wants. When you start working together, the other person you could be working with could be a Trump supporting Black person that believes white supremacy is a hoax.
Exactly.
You're still going to make that money with that individual.
It's true, but how do you make the money? We need to communicate, right? And this is the problem we're having. Like, even if you have a different idea, which you do, compared to what EIE does, compared to what God of Jacob does, we all got different ideas. IC3's got his own idea. The fact that we can't even communicate, that's the problem. We're putting all you're this and you're that, and you want this and you want, and we're not communicating. This is the problem. We're too busy taking digs and this is why we're not.
That's secondary though. That's secondary though, because if anything,
no, that's the main problem as to why we're not.
No, but what I'm saying, it is a secondary problem, because if anything, if there was like, all right, whoever, put your money where your mouth is. If you know you have, like, for example, I'm trying to get my I'm trying to pass my business. I'm trying to pass management of my business off to my little cousin so I can go in and enlist and commission, become a military, be part of the U.S. military. Okay, I know I have to put that to the side, but I know for a fact that, like, the resources that I've seen veterans get, if me and God or Jacob ever, we can disagree. I can tell you, I disagree with, sometimes we butt heads on the Israelite thing, on the ADOS thing. But if it comes down to, like, oh, what can we work together? We just work on together on that. That's it.
Right. Okay. I hear your point. But Terry, brother, there's somebody in the back here. I don't know who that is, but someone's in the back. But no, I hear your overall point, you know, EIE, and I guess it's, but it can't always be about money. What remember earlier we was touching on the whole George Floyd thing. Sometimes it's more of a communication thing, because we need to be able to communicate, like, this works for us, this doesn't work for us, and this has worked for this group over here, maybe we might want to try it that way. Sometimes it's not always about money. Sometimes it's about respect, the way we communicate, the way we deal with each other, the way we respect each other's cultures, languages. There's a lot in between just money, and that's probably why we're not coming together, because we're not recognizing the differences, nor respecting the differences.
I feel like we complicate the simplest things, though, because it's like what we're talking about now won't subtract from.
I don't know what's happened there. Am I still here?
Yeah. We won't. It won't subtract. It won't subtract from growth. Just because we have a disagreement on a particular subject, if it's actually time to build, the question is what skill set does everyone have that can contribute to the building? If someone says, so if you at that moment, if I said, all right, hey, everyone on the panel, based on your skill set, what could you contribute to the building of such and such? If you have nothing to contribute, and you don't have any skill sets to contribute, shut up. It's that simple. But everyone who has the skill set, continue to talk. Like, I know how to produce food in mass quantities. So, you know, I may have a little bit more say. You know, I mean, like, God of Jacob has the real estate thing down. Eric has security down. God of Jacob and Eric has security down. I'm good with commerce and politics. So what is everybody else's skill set? You know, Lady D, you're good with feminine products. I'm the brother from Kenya. I've just joined this African world thing. You know, he has products, you know what I mean? So he has experience with outreach. You know, that would be growth.
Hypothetically, if everyone goes to Africa and it's all successful and we're all rich, then what?
You have to maintain it. That's simple. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's not simple, Brad, because that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's when the agendas come in. Like I said before, Bradley, I'm going to Africa to be a part of the African fabric as an African. I'm not going there to start a new country. You see, after we all make it and we all try, you see, after I make it and I make the big house and I'm productive and I'm doing this and that, that's it for me. I'm not going to start a new country in Cameroon. I'm not going to start a new country in Uganda. That's it for me, because regardless of what I identify as a person from that continent, African, whatever, I am going there to be a part of the community. That's what I covet. Okay? So I was just making a point to say that, because I'm hearing the communication from folks and y'all acting like y'all don't see the problem. It's agendas, man. It's agendas. Because even if everybody make it, then what?
Yeah, I hear your point, Terry, brother, there's somebody in the back. Please, can you pay attention? If I had control, I would let them on and find out, but they've got something to add. I don't know who that is.
May I say something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, on that point of skills, I have also a skill. I can say I was creating some ideology that had come to me that maybe every African can embrace, like a trend or like a fashion, something like that. I was trying to create a brand, and I was using a number as a code of communication, the number 12.
Is that what, are you recommending that for, oh, sorry, is he done talking?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
So basically, the number 12 was to be the code of communication, or a way of identifying yourself as the Africans or the Black people globally, wherever you are, you can use number 12 in a way. And we can try to see the Black community or the Africans or the brown people, how they can build a tree of life with 12 branches, and maybe all the Africans and in Africa and in diaspora, maybe they can fit somewhere in the 12 branches. And this number 12 maybe can be our identity. And also there was the idea of setting an alarm of unity, like everyone have an alarm at 12 p.m. Like everyone just have a solidarity alarm. And I was trying to design some fashion clothes using this these messages of unity. So yeah, that was my
respectfully, sir. May I
Very good.
ask you a question? May I ask you a question?
Very good.
Hello, can I just put something on the table here, brother? So from the UK standpoint, anyway, I don't know for the USA, but for the UK standpoint, that will be a bit iffy for us because we've already got the far right white people that have their number 14. And I don't know if I want to use a number, and then, you know, it's a bit sticky for us.
12 is less than 14, so all of a sudden it's going to be a racial thing.
14 for all, they say. That's what they say. They say 14 for all, and basically, I mean 14, which basically means 14 for whites and white power and stuff. So I don't know.
So
yeah.
May I ask the African brother a question? What culture is he from in Kenya, and what is his religion?
I'm from Kikuyu. You know Kikuyu?
Yeah, Kikuyu.
No, sir. Is that north or southern or east or western Kenya? I'm not sure.
Central.
Central. Okay. May I ask your religion, sir?
So the question
that's
of
irrelevant
for me,
that's irrelevant regarding this panel. I don't think that's irrelevant.
May I ask you? Can I have agency over my own questions, please? Can I have agency over my own questions, please? May I ask you respectfully? If you feel like answering, sir, you can. You don't have to, but I'm asking. May I ask your religion?
Yes, actually, it's relevant for me. And the question of religion, it is not always an answer for me because I don't like the classifications that is in the stream. So first of all, before Christianity came, we used to have our own traditional religions. So we knew God, and I never found, and I never know the point why people had to leave their traditional religion and follow the new religion. Otherwise, we have the English names, the Christian names, but yeah, that's my point. That's my.
So did you?
So
was your religion? Can I just ask? You see, before Christianity, was you not having your own African spirituality kind of thing going on before the introduction of Christianity?
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. That's even good. So spiritual. Just tell him
what was it,
spiritual.
sir? What was it?
The Kikuyu, the religion. The Kikuyus were religious people. And they worshipped God, and they had the traditional religion, spiritual way. So, yeah, I don't know how else I can put it. Basically,
what was the name of that God, sir?
Guy.
Guy. Could you spell it, please?
Yeah. N-G-A-I.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, can I ask you a question? Because you're from Kenya and you're familiar with the issues going on in the South with the Somalis saying that's part of Kenya and all of that. Do you find the conversation we're having interesting? Because if you can't unify in Kenya, do you find it interesting that we here in the diaspora can't even get it together?
Of course, that's why I'm here. It's interesting for me. That's why I have here all this time. I've not been able to live because that's my vision, that the Africans in Africa and we can unify and speak one language.
One language. Oh, which language do you recommend?
I don't mean the language, the verbal words. I mean a language
Oh, okay,
of
okay.
identity.
On one accord,
Yeah.
then. You mean on one accord?
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Well, sir, you have that dream like most of us do. It's just the journey to get there. That's what you see. That's what you see. And I can tell you, it's messy. As you can see, it's messy. Because all of us on this panel, sir, except you, came here on a slave boat called Good Ship Jesus. And we've been trying to figure it out ever since. That's all you're hearing, sir.
Terry
Sorry?
never neither. Terry, don't forget Terry.
No, I said we all came here. The folks you're listening to came here on a ship called Good Ship Jesus. And ever since then, we've been trying to figure it out. And that's what you're hearing. That's what you're
People
witnessing.
in the back. People in the back, Terry.
I don't know. I've been
People in
calling
the
him
back.
for how long, and he's not been responding. Terry, wake your ass up and let the people on, or fix it. I don't know, but yeah.
This is
Like
a
I said from
suggestion
the
for
very
us, sir.
beginning of the show,
African guy.
I said from the very beginning of the show, yes, we can do this, but like I did clearly state earlier, we have a lot of divisions, and before we even think about even trying to entangle ourselves with people around the rest of the world, especially on the continent, we need to get it together ourselves here, because if we're not prepared and together, like I said to Terry at the very beginning, we're just going to bring confusion to people. We don't even have to communicate.
We're going to go over
We've
there
got
and be a
a
hot
whole
mess.
load of division. Yep. And what's the point of putting ourselves on the continent to bring more problems than they've already got when we can't even get ourselves together?
For
real.
Can I say something?
Go on, Icy Free.
Yes. I think that this meeting here, this panel, I think the principles. You see, how can I say? The management method of helping Black people to communicate and discuss problems effectively, that is scalable. So it's not that we all have to agree in order to be able to push the message out there to other people. We have to show that we have figured out a way of enabling Black people with different viewpoints to come together and communicate effectively. So do you see the difference? Can we create a system of how to communicate effectively on Black issues? So just like when you have when you're organizing a conference, you have to set the date, the venue, and then you organize between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. we'll be dealing with this specific subject, and then from 11:30 to 12, so we've got. I would say we have to have a conference structure, somebody with skill and knowledge on how to set up meetings.
Agreed. You need a network for that, don't you? You need a
But
network.
hold on, no, you're going too far with it, though. You're not falling for it yet again. I see free. You've gone too far with it. It's a simple thing as all we've got to do is know how to let each another get their points out, listen clearly, whether you agree with the point or not they're making, listen, let the person head and then respond in adequate time. It's that simple. We don't need all
it's
of
not
this
simple.
cheer. Yeah, we don't need all of this cheer because you're doing it now. I'm speaking and you're trying to speak over me. It's that simple.
There you go.
Just restrain yourself. That's that simple. Simple as that. And that's all it is. If we can't even respect each other, have different points of view, and there's differences in our thoughts, then we're never going to get it together. It's just that simple. Next.
You mean we need discipline and respect for one another?
No.
It's just.
Oh, go ahead.
It is.
I would say that the system is what enables the people to have discipline and respect. Just leaving people discipline.
You can't
you got to have the structure.
You can't build a system without the people respecting each other and having discipline. You need discipline and respect for one another in order to build the system.
No, that's not sufficient.
You don't? You don't?
No, it's not sufficient. No.
You don't need organization and coordination and a network of people in order to build a system, IT3?
You need the system, and not it does not depend only on the people being able to discipline themselves. It's the system that enables people. The system, the order, the structure enables people.
How do you build
to discipline themselves? If you just leave it open and just say, "Look, you all behave yourselves. You all behave yourself," it doesn't work. It never does.
What I'm
it
saying
never will.
What I'm saying is this: how do you get all of this? How do you get all of this together without respect for one another and being able to discipline ourselves, to coordinate with ourselves, to build the system? You have to build the system, don't you? The people have to build the system, right?
No, the system has to be built, and then you invite the people into the system.
How do you build a system?
Well, somebody with skill and knowledge on how to manage conferences, how to manage meetings. They have to say, look, this is how this meeting is going to go, and this is how it works, and I'm going to make sure that everybody does that. Then everybody tries to discipline themselves to follow along with the system. But just to come together without no structure and just the title is not enough.
You need people to do that, do you not?
No, you need a person to do that.
Well, no, because then if you only got one person doing that, that one person is dictating to everybody else.
Yes, that's what a chair does.
How's that going to work?
The chair of the meeting. That's what chairs do.
The chair
of a meeting. And then you have somebody who takes minutes. So there should be somebody who's taking minutes, taking notes on what has been accomplished and what has been agreed or what has not been disagreed.
Yeah, I can
or what's
understand.
not been agreed.
I can understand you have a system. You have a system of hierarchy. I understand that. Okay, but it's not one person dictating to everybody else what they do. It's not going to work.
Yes, they do. The chair dictates.
Oh, yeah.
IC3, let me ask you a question. IC3. You look at this little conference we had today or whatever it is. If you were the chair and you had the minutes and you read back the minutes at the next meeting, what could you take away from this? What would you present? Did anything come out of this?
Yes, I would say that you got to try and draw something out of it. So what I've drawn out of this meeting so far, maybe because I was biased, but I was focusing on how the panel were dealing with the issue of identity, and that the panel, the majority of the panel was saying that African identity is the best way forward, the most effective unifying identity. And then I would note down that, and I would also note down that what I said myself, the IC3 identity, and then that's a disagreement, and then that would be carried on to the next meeting where well, that's what I would have done, because I'm kind of, I would focus on identity because that's the only thing that I see of value in the meeting, because that's the
wow,
basic.
So you're going to totally ignore the communication aspect, and you can clearly see it being displayed, and just focus on identity.
Well, what's the communication aspect?
You literally
How
just
do I note
hopped
that
on
down?
for how long about it, about how it needs to be. We need to be policed about how, like, come on now. That's a major problem right there. That you did not identify how we communicate amongst ourselves.
Anytime
it's disgusting, the communication.
No, anytime you're trying to dictate to a whole panel of people how they ought to do things, it's not going to work. You
That's
need
what chairs
You
do.
need ideas from everybody on the panel. You write down the minutes from that conference, just like you said, and then you go on. But the point of the matter is this: when you write these ideas down, right? It's one conference, okay? People have different ideas. You go on from there. You cannot dismiss the ideas of the people in the conference.
Correct.
Okay? All right then. So therefore, there's no dictatorship.
The chair has to maintain order.
That's
So
not
the
a problem.
chair dictates.
So
The chair
basically,
dictates that order must be held. Is
right. So
absolute. The chair
basically,
is the
going
absolute.
forward, you would like to see a more disciplined panel, so ideas can come across smoothly for the next meetings, and so we can establish some type of building blocks, so we can say we gained something out of this gathering, right?
Yes.
If you on that vibe, I'm with that. I would love to have a more professional type of meeting versus indirect attacks.
Of course.
Exactly. Yeah. Because then we can monitor progress. We can say, wow, we started off like that. 3 months ago, we were like a bunch of savages, but look at us now. Even though we still disagree on certain things, but look, we can watch, we can see, and we can show other people the progress. Other people will be able to look at the minutes and say, wow, these people, they sorted it out. Look where they come from. And not only will they have the video to look at, they'll have the documents, a little write up, and then that could perhaps become a magazine, and we could and maybe
my bad, big homie. But I would suggest going forward at the next conference or the next call that we be solution based, because I didn't hear really. It didn't come to me. You get what I'm saying? I didn't hear those solutions, man, like I wanted to, like I thought I was going to hear. You get what I'm saying? So that would be my only big thing. But on that
to be
note,
fair,
man,
got a Jacob,
go
can I
ahead.
put on the table just so you know, that we're on all the time. It's just that you guys aren't privy to it, but we're on all the time. So when you don't see us over on the other side, you now know where we are. Yeah, you'll see the notifications. Hit that bell, everybody. This is a black
And
panel
that's
for
why I
black
said going
thoughts,
forward.
black speaking, and this is only black family first. So every day, any day, anyone wants to bring anything to the table, they can bring it. But please just respect each another's whether you don't like what the person's saying or not, just respect their thought process, because this is our thing, innit? This is for us. And the only way we can find any solutions by hearing each another out. That's what I'm gonna say.
And listen, and I will say this before I jump over here: don't be a doer. Don't be an observer. Never take observation or third party information when you've been there yourself. And I'm speaking to EIE. I don't want to hear about no observations or what I've seen. You can't run that on me. That's a brother who does a lot of seeing and not enough doing. Get off your ass. You sitting on 5-0. It's time for you to get busy living or get busy dying. Fuck all that woof shit. All that garbage talk you do. Do something. On that note, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yes.
See,
big up.
Yeah, I brought my pen and paper. You see, so all I remember is maybe I should have taken better notes. But we started off with what is an African and African identity, and then and Kebalan. So I was supposed to make some notes, but I'll try and do better next time. But I brought the pen and paper, being but I got distracted and discouraged. So hopefully do better next time.
Wow.
Anybody else got pen and paper? Who else brought pen and paper? Exactly.
We ain't got no pen and paper.
Right. So
and we don't need much.
if everybody had pen and paper when they come to the meeting, hold it. If everybody had pen and paper, then we would have been able to summarize at the end of the meeting, and I would have put in my notes as well.
Well,
I missed out.
But this is the problem. Hold on. Pause. This is the problem. this wasn't a meeting. This is something you want it to be. You wanted it to be a meeting, but it isn't a meeting. What it's actually about is us discussing Black issues, Black problems, and identifying how we can solve them and move on and grow from them. Yeah. So what we was actually discussing before you came on IC3 from this morning, what we were discussing was the problems in the community, how we can come together, and how we can, and if we can come together globally, or is it more on a self basis that we're working on? And then we even went on to discuss the George Floyd thing. And if you notice even on that, even though it's a tragic situation, and rest in peace to the brother, notice how we could come together when it comes to that. Every Black person across the world felt that pain, and everyone across the world, there was riots and all sorts going on all over Europe, all over the Americas over this thing. We saw even the Black Lives Matter came with their madness and whatever and infiltrated. But, so the fact of the matter is we can come together when we need to. We just, at this point, we're choosing not to at this point, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, so so the panel was to come together just to talk about daily news.
Not daily news, Black problems, Black solutions, and how we can build together as Black people.
All right.
But it's not a meeting, is what I'm telling you. There's no meeting.
So what was the solution that you came to then?
But we didn't get to one because you came in and started talking about identity, which had nothing to do with the subject.
No, but you said you were all meeting before. So what did you achieve from the meetings that you had before I came in? What was the conclusion? We weren't
meeting before. We was discussing. That's what I'm telling you. There was no meeting. You made it.
Okay, so
meeting.
what was the solutions that you've discovered from your discussion? What was the point?
That's what I'm telling you. We didn't get to that point because you came in and made it about identity. That's the point I'm making.
Ah, so it's my fault then that it is useless and pointless.
No, I'm not saying it was useless or pointless. I'm saying you're asking me what was the solution. I'm telling you there was no solution because once you came in and dropped the problem is identity, the conversation had switched and become about identity. So therefore, you can't ask me for what solution we came up with because we never got to that part. The conversation got changed.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. We're there now. We're here now. But this is what I mean. Communication, innit? Once we understand what's going on, then we can move on.
So basically,
were you the chair? It wasn't a meeting. I see. Right. Right.
Yeah. There we go. It wasn't.
So do you have meetings, or you just have general discussion?
Open panels. For whatever, we go through the news, we discuss it. Like the other day, we went through history of Black people here in the United Kingdom. We broke it all down from the beginning. We went into all archives. We went into all kind of like play back the shows. Remember, you're new to this, innit? But play back the old shows and you'll see. That'll give you a better perspective.
Oh yeah, but you don't. This is not a place for meetings. It's just a discussion.
We could have meetings if we want. Yeah, we could have meetings if we want, but that's something you've introduced today. That's not what we've been doing, though. We've not been having these meetings where you're taking notes and taking minutes. No. We ain't been doing none of that.
Oh, right. That's okay.
Now, the next time when we meet up, we can agree to do that. Everybody brings pen and pad. Everybody takes notes down. Then when the meeting is over, then we read those notes. Those notes will be the minutes. And then we develop upon that. The next time around, we schedule a meeting and we build.
Yeah, I look forward to that. Yeah, I look forward to that because
the point I'm making, IC3, is this: we have to start somewhere, and then you develop upon where you started.
Yeah, you're making good point. You're making good point because most places I'm just coming across just whinging. People just getting together to whinge without, and I just can't take any more of the whinging. I just can't take it. I'm sure.
Yeah, talking without any substance. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I can't take it. It's like
I can see that point to you. Yeah. But this time around, it was discussions. It was not a formal meeting. Now, we agreed to have a formal meeting next time we meet up.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Do the rest of the panel, because I'm suggesting I would be more interested in this Black family first if it was a formal meetings, because I would feel like, I have to try and aspire to, I'm aspiring to come up to the standard. But if it's just a get together, if the majority feel like you're kind of loose get together and you don't want it formal, that's fine. Continue as you're doing. It's just that I'm not really interested in that kind of, I'm more interested if everybody thinks it should go in that formal direction, then I'd say, yeah, this is something different. But if it's just to get together to chat, then I just do that at Veli's channel. I don't see much difference.
Yeah, that's the best place to do that. You see that identity thing that you're doing, they're entertained by that. We're not entertained by that because that's causing division. This whole identity thing, yeah.
Right.
So if you want to do that,
I gotta defend IC3, man. I gotta defend IC3.
I haven't finished my point yet. My thing is, we're not trying to divide ourselves. We're black. We're all black up in here, innit? So this identity politics, to me, what I've noticed today, we spent so much hours today doing the same thing we've done on Veli's many times before for the entertainment of those people over there, especially non-black people have gotten kicks out of it watching us do this. We're not going to bring that rubbish over here. We're all together. We're all black. We're all together in this, and we've got to find solutions for our issues. Fighting over identity is pointless, ridiculous. We are what we are. We're Africans and deal with it. Or black or whatever it is.
Are you going to be more formal in the future or not? Are you going to have these meetings over here in the Black Family First? Are they going to be more formal or not? Or do you want to keep the same model?
We could set aside a time for you to do that if you want to do that. Sure.
No. No. Are you... No, it's okay then. Well, keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on doing what you're doing.
Well, IC3 is asking is that are we willing to go into
Eric, it's my turn to speak, Eric. I was speaking before. It's my turn to speak. IC3, I agree with you, man. You can come and talk about your identity politics anytime, in my opinion, because guess what? It's black family first. It didn't say black African family. And for me, it says black, that's the color. IC3 codes is a color thing too. So you're free to come over here and talk. Because if it was an African thing, no fucking Hebrew could come over here and spew that bullshit. Because they don't identify as African. No Moor would come over here and call himself black. So we don't know what we're talking about. So you're free to come and talk, my brother.
Not on this identity business. We're not. Well, I'm done with that. We've done that 1 billion times on Veli. So if you want to hear that, go over there and listen to it, then entertain the white people then. But we're not here to divide. We're here to bring ourselves together.
No, but that's hypocrisy, sis. Because we had a Hebrew talking a bunch of shit, and nobody.
But he never mentioned nothing about Hebrew. Now you're frustrating me. You kept bringing that in. He never once brought in anything to do with Hebrew.
Sis, his agenda was a Hebrew agenda.
Yes, but he did not. Even if it is a Hebrew agenda, brother. Let me tell you something. You see, we had other brothers on the panel. Say for instance, DC Brad was a Moor. Eric is a Muslim. I'm a Christian. You're a African spiritual thing. Are you telling us that we can't come together and bring an idea, even if it's coming from our own personal bias perspective? You're telling me that we can't offer up an idea because of a certain religion or a certain spirituality we might
any idea, sis. We can
this is
offer
what I'm
up
saying.
any idea we.
But we're not trying to divide the thing.
Let me finish this. We can offer up any idea we want. And then the collective of us is going to stick and say, that one is bullshit. That one is bullshit. That one is bullshit. It's not going to work. And I'm telling you, this Hebrew thing is not that big of a deal. It's bullshit. And it's going to separate us from the beginning.
If you're willing to put ideas together and you're a like-minded group of people, yeah, it'll work. If you want it to work, it'll work. Don't say that it won't work. It'll work, yet it takes effort from everybody involved. It will work. If you're willing to put forth the effort, it will work.
Really?
Yes, really. Yes, really.
So the people in Congo right now, it's effort they lack while they're fighting over resources. It's effort they lack, my brother? Is it effort they lack? Or is it the difference in their agendas and what they want that's causing the problem? Because their effort is 100%. They're killing each other.
And why?
Right.
Is that what you want, Africa?
Wait. EIE, why are they killing each other? Because everybody wants
resources,
right?
And agendas.
Okay, all right. And and they have an agenda to kill each other. Is that what you're telling me? You said
They have an
agenda.
agenda to get their agenda done, sir, and the other is in the other's way. So they're killing each other. If they all were on the one accord, would they be killing each other, Eric?
Okay, well, the point of the matter is this. They better get on one accord. They're going to continue killing each other, aren't they, EIE?
And that's where we're going, Eric. We better get on one accord before we hit Africa. We can't go to Africa talking about we want to start our own damn country.
Well,
it's not going
we
to work.
can't.
That plan right there is dead on arrival, Eric.
We can't get on one accord if we at dissension with each other, if we at each other's throats at this level.
But sometimes it's needed. A little tussle is needed to get you
I got no problem.
to where we
I got
need
no
it,
problem.
Eric.
Listen, EIE, I got no problem with clashing of ideas. I got no problem with that. But in the end, if we're talking about doing something that's supposed to lead to a solution, if we're solution oriented, in the end, guess what? We're gonna have to be in one accord at some stage.
Why don't I feel like I can't work with you, Eric? I'm talking to you, but why don't I feel like Eric is not the type of person I cannot work with? But why when I talk to that brother, I know I can't work with him because I know his agenda, Eric. Eric, I've been listening to you for a while. I can work with. Your agenda seems, as much as it might not be as mine, we can coalesce. Because guess what, Eric? Whatever you're saying and the energy you're bringing seem like it will make room to have me also around. That's not the case with them. That's the point I'm telling you.
It's not the case with whom?
It's like with the Hebrews. It's like you're blaming me for noticing that. It's not the energy they're coming with. They talk a good game, but they say, don't look what a man say, look what he do. And I'm telling you, maybe y'all don't know the Hebrew agenda like I do. Maybe y'all don't. Maybe y'all think it's cute and cuddly and they're just black folks like us. Maybe y'all not aware of what their agenda is.
Perhaps I'm ignorant of that.
That's what it is, brother. That's what it is. They're pretty clear what their agenda is, you know. I give them this. They're not hypocrites in some level. They will tell you what their agenda is, but then they come amongst us. And I have no problem. I'm telling you, every day, God of Jacob and us came on the same slave ship. We're the same people. We're the same damn people. Somewhere along the line, Eric, God of Jacob convinced himself he's not our people anymore. And he's so rabid with that ideology that he puts it out there. He's clear on what their agenda is. It's
okay, what is their agenda? Okay, well, I'm ignorant of it.
Their thing, not us, not us Africans, not us.
Okay, well, tell me what his agenda is. Tell me what the Hebrew agenda is. This is what I'm trying to get to, man.
Well, they say they're waiting for the Most High to come, but the truth is, they want somewhere that they can dominate for themselves. That's the agenda. That's what they're trying to do in the Mona Israel. That's what they're trying to do everywhere they set rule. They're trying to dominate and create their own little hemisphere, their own agenda. I admire that with them. Good for them.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do it with me blinded. I see what it is, and it has nothing to do with us, and it's not beneficial to the rest of us. That's all I'm saying. So when the hypocrisy comes out of this brother's mouth, I'm keen to it.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that should God of Jacob be out when we have these meetings?
I'm saying he should have the decency to know that his agenda doesn't match with ours and do the decent thing and leave, because that's what he professes in their whole theology. They're not of us in the theology that they are under now. They may have came on the same slave ship as us, but they're not of us right now as they stand. And it is going to be the one thing that won't make us cross the first hurdle. We're sitting here going, why we can't unite? Why we can't unite? Duh. You know there are people out there, Eric, who say, I'm the Asiatic black man, and that's it. You know there are people out there who say, I'm Moorish, I'm not even black. What are we going to do for them while the rest of us who are African trying to get somewhere?
Greetings. Back on. What's going on, Eric?
It still seems like more dissension than anything else. And the more that we are separated from each other by different agendas, the less likely we're going to be able to do anything, because we can't even have,
there goes that word.
Because we can't even have meetings together.
Eric, let me speak for myself. Now, I don't know what he's talking about, right? So my whole thing is, I never brought Hebrew into this conversation. I never brought Christian into this conversation. I've never asked a man what his religion was in this conversation. I've never asked nobody to be a Hebrew. Now, this whole topic was based around unity. And that's what I came in the spirit of, or I wouldn't have been here. Now you have this individual telling me about me, and I am here. If I wasn't in the spirit of this thing, I wouldn't be here. So again, God of Jacob can speak for himself. I don't need another guy to come up here and tell me what my agenda is. All right? I don't need that, right? So if I'm coming up here and I'm listening, then I'm in the spirit of unity. I do understand this, that some pieces just don't fit together, and I can deal with that. I can deal with that. It just is what it is. I keeps it moving, right? I'm not going to come over here and tell you what your agenda is, his agenda. You don't know me. Nope. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I can speak for myself. If I'm up here listening, my spirit is with this thing. I don't need no third party to come try to tell you about me, and I'm here. Okay? That's just the way it is. So again, I don't know if Christians are allowed to come on this panel. Is a black Muslim allowed to come on this panel? I don't know. Is a black atheist allowed to come up here? Or is the vitriol at Hebrews? Okay? So if I didn't bring Hebrew into this conversation, then that's what it should be at. I don't need another older man talking for me. God of Jacob could talk for himself. Many of you know that already. So I don't need nobody to speak for me.
One person and only one person said they would go to Africa and create another country in this whole conversation. One person. That's telling. That's telling.
Now I'll tell you what I
Those
did.
with ears to hear would always hear.
I'll tell you what I did say, Eric, for those who didn't catch it. So it won't get spent again, Eric and Elder. The solution was brought up. What is something we can rally around? I said dos, plural. If we can get a land in Africa, that would be a solution that I would lean towards too. That was a solution. That's called brainstorming. That is an idea. If you don't like it, scratch it. What's next? But one thing I did do was present something. I didn't come up here and sound all tough and rough and spin the same loop that you spin in other places. I didn't do that. So the people said, one person said that was actually a good idea. Some people even said there are all African American communities in some of these said states, but there was no pushback. I just broadened it. So the concept is already on. I just said, give us a carving of it. What is the difference? When you come up here with an agenda, then I'm going to check your agenda. I'm going to keep it in the spirit of unity. I came up here in the spirit of unity. I didn't bring Hebrew up here. That's what I said. If you don't like the idea, scratch it. Take a vote and we can keep it moving.
You want double speaking Hebrew, boy. You mastered that art of double speaking. You broadened it, but yet you narrowed it to just others. I hear you, GLJ. I hear you. And that agenda of you, that you don't want just that land in Africa, that's the Hebrew agenda. Anybody who know the Hebrew culture or faith or whatever the hell you bought yourself into, know that that's the agenda. You just slapped it onto others. Convenient. You just slapped it onto others. That's why you're so determined not to include other freaking people from the Caribbean and all over that you claim are Hebrews too. We know what your agenda is. Who know what the deal is,
Right.
You're not that smart with
Right.
this, you know that, right? And you came up here with we trying to have a serious conversation, and you came with this bullshit all the time with this separatist talk, and throw everything off. And rather than problem saluting, with what we're doing is trying to figure out, is this dude for real? Is he acting like we don't know who he is? And everybody else is acting like, oh, we're having a serious conversation with GLJ, God of Jacob, involved.
Right.
DC Brad, I'll listen to him. He classifies as African. Eric classifies as African. But I'm telling you, if there's a Muslim up here and they classify as African, cool. If there's a Hebrew and they classify as African, cool. But you clearly don't.
I don't care. I don't care. Now listen. This is why listening is fundamental. And if I was on my Hebrew rhetoric, understand this, Eric, understand this, Elder, understand anybody that's listening, I would say I wanted Israel. And when he keeps saying his Hebrew shit, I keep saying dos. I came up here separated from my Hebrew shit. If I was on my Hebrew shit, like he's trying to spin, I don't know if y'all getting lulled to sleep by this, man. That's what I said. Listening is fundamental. If I was on my Hebrew thing, I would have said I wanted Israel. That's the philosophy of Hebrews. I didn't say that. But when I say what I say, he comes back and summarizes what I said. And another thing, what y'all didn't catch, I said, and it wasn't brought up by me, that there are already African American communities on the continent. Are they selfish? These people are building their own communities. I said broaden it out. Now, if you got a beef with me, man, I already meet up somewhere. I already offered that. And we can just lay this shit to rest.
Yeah,
but it ain't gonna go down like it's planned.
Yeah. Can I come in here now? So yeah, to clarify, what he's saying is, if he, and this is going to be the end of this now because I'm tired of it at this point. He's saying that if he was coming on the Hebrew thing, he would have blatantly come and said, "Listen, Israel's listen." I'm speaking now.
Translation in a sis.
No, but he said DOS. He said DOS, meaning descendants, not African and not American descendants. He meant all descendants. So when he says DOS, make sure we're clear on that.
Why are you speaking for this?
Thirdly, can we move this conversation on? It's done. And we spent hours arguing over nonsense and got nowhere.
I got somewhere.
I didn't. I got a headache.
Well, it's better to get more formal. That's the whole idea why meetings are formalized, because that's the way to handle intense subjects.
Exactly. To be fair, IC3, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it wasn't even intense until you came up and brought the identity thing, which is what you do every time. And I want to know, do you have any other conversations regarding Black people outside of identity? Because if you don't, then I don't know what's the point. You're only going to be stuck on
who are Black people? How are you going to organize? How are you going to organize effectively if you don't sort out identity?
Block's calling you. Go over there with that. I'm tired of it now. We're done with that. All morning you've been doing it over there, and then you come over here.
I'll come back if you become
and
formal.
Make it about identity to the point now you've got two brothers up here arguing for however long over identity. Come on, man.
This is part of the process going on, man.
And then you sit back and then you watch them arguing, and not one time did you interject to say to them, stop.
No, it's part of the process.
That was the thing. You started it. I'm going to tell you straight. You started this.
No, man. It's part of the process, sis. These are conversations that have to be had. I see IC3 being here is an advantage, not a disadvantage. God and Jacob and this argument with me and him have is part of the process. These are things that are going to have to be had. We're going to have to pass this stage, sis. This is stage one. So, I mean, like you were saying earlier, let the assholes come in the chat. Don't let them on the panel. Because this is how the system works. That's how the show gets pushed.
I literally didn't even say that. I said they're not coming in the chat, much less the panel. And that me say, make sure you're straight. That's what I said.
All right, I stand corrected. But I'm just saying, this is part of the process. It's an ugly thing. It's an ugly process. Our unification, our destroying, they destroyed us in an ugly way. Our unification is probably going to be ugly as this.
Correct.
Let the process work. Let the process work. Me and God and Jacob can cuss each other, and then later, as much as he matter about fight, if him see me, we're gonna go slung our strip club. I'll do me married. But he can go and run start.
But hear my point,
Let
though,
the process go, man.
No, I know it's a process, but let's be very clear here. There's other people from other branches you won't ever see come on Vellies. Other black people. And do you think you lot are saying to the point the brother even come off the panel? He couldn't take it no more. He write in the chat, this is madness. You got other people that are listening. Like, listen. You got other black people that are listening right now. Do you think we want to spend 4 or 5 hours listening to you and God and Jacob going back and forth? Meanwhile, we've got a whole next subject that we can't get to. If you don't want to do that, over to G-Block, man. That's what I'm saying.
Because we can't start up another show tomorrow, you know. You know, Rush?
Lady.
Because
I am in a rush. I'm in a rush to get to the solution of today's question. That's what I'm in a rush for. Yes, I am.
But hold on, lady D. Before I go,
you might have to wait another 500 years, sis.
Lord God.
Before I go again, I can't let a guy sit up on the panel.
Boy. I'm going to mute.
I'm just saying, you can go on mute. I'm not going to let a guy misrepresent what I said. I'm going to let loose. I'm not going to let a guy misrepresent my statements today to the panel and to the audience. Like I said, if you got issues with me, I can deal with that all day. Like I said previously, I offered to meet up with you. I offered to meet up with you. If you got to get something off your chest, get it off your chest. But when I'm up here and the people heard what I said, and then the guy comes back and says something totally different, then you would have a problem with that. I know you guys would. Lady D, you do it all the time when somebody misrepresents what you said. So I'm not going to allow that.
You've been misrepresenting what I say. But I'm telling you, I know the agenda.
If it's personal, tell me it's personal, and I will drive down there and give you everything.
No, it's your religion. It's not personal. It's your religion. It's not personal. For you to play that game, it's the same game the Muslims play, you know. Oh, why do you racist against?
I did not.
Your religion said you hate Africans.
I see three. Did I bring religion to here? Did I bring religion to this conversation?
You brought a religious goddamn fucking
conversation. Did I bring it,
dude?
What he's talking about is personal. What he's talking about is personal. I said it's personal.
Let's smoke you out.
You can have my number.
Let's smoke you out.
You can give me your address. And you can get everything.
Who are going to be in that country?
I can promise you that.
Who are going to be in that country in Africa after you create it?
Did I not just say? I stated this earlier. I said one more thing. I'll say it one more time. Are you going to ask the question and then talk over me at the same time? When it was brought up for a solution, my solution, whether you like it or not, don't give a fuck. But I said. Solution would be that DOS be carved out a little piece of land and we can get it popping from there. That is what I said. And I said I would rather do that than assimilate into other countries. But if you wanted to assimilate from that point, go right ahead. That is what I said.
Wow, thank you. From the mouth of the liar. He just used the perfect words. He does not want to assimilate with Africans. He wants his own thing for just dust. And don't make no excuse for this boy, Lady D. He meant us. His whole rhetoric has been anti-immigrant. So don't now come and talk about he meant us. He don't.
So what's your alternative, everything, to that
My alternative,
model?
Mr. Like I stated before, I want to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. I want to take whatever skills I have over here in my
I'm out, y'all. I'm out.
Whatever resources and go over there with my family.
Okay, thanks. Good, Jacob.
Big up to God, Jacob. Oh, God. I'm tired.
My name is Lyndon Wissard, author of the book The Inspired Diabetic. I reversed my type 2 diabetes in 105 days naturally. In my book, I'll tell you exactly how I done it, the journey, and my story. No sugarcoating. I provide a recipe for success. Visit my website, theinspireddiabetic.com, and visit all good bookshops to get a copy today.
What happened? Did y'all hear my solution?
No, that was the advert playing. You missed it. You have to say it again.
Yes, I was saying that my solution as an African in the diaspora is to go there and be a part of the problem, not part of the solution, not a part of the problem.
Whoa.
And that means assimilation. I'm going to assimilate into an African community that I was detached from 500 years ago. That's my intention. So that means whatever skills I have, I'm going to enhance the community that has already been established. Okay? That's what it is. That's the model I see being used right now in Africa, where Africans on the continent go over there and they find a way to get into the fabric of the country and be a part of the solution. With whatever resources and whatever agency they have, they can do that. And I think if we all go over there 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 10 by 10 with that type of mentality, we will see the results. Because we would be going over there with skills that we can bring to the place that would be utilized.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. The more useful you are, the more utility you have to the people of the country.
Yes, sir.
To live, yeah, the better off you are, the better off they are. I agree with that.
Not go over there trying to reinvent the wheel.
I hear you.
Oh boy. What I'm saying is we got all stuck on this whole identity nonsense, and it answered basically the question of the day. Look like we can't globally unite because we can't even flipping unite on a damn panel. I'm pissed off.
You're a tough cookie, man.
It's madness.
So what you suggest, lady? How you gonna do?
You see, the first step has to be the emancipation from mental slavery. You with me? And you can see that our slavery or our mental slavery it has so many different avenues. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because the mere fact that as a people we can have so many, we can come under so many umbrellas in terms of religion, like that's a massive problem. And that's why I keep it to clan. You know what I'm saying to you? And you got to just work with people that are of your mindset. Because if we are in a situation in 2021 whereby, rightly or wrongly, a Hebrew, and I mean, is that what we're saying? In fact, are we saying that because of one's politics or religion? So let's even ask that question, yeah? Can we come together? Can we come together regardless of religion? Let's have that on the table in the first instance.
Yeah, we can if we have the same agenda and we have the same mindset.
If we have the same agenda and if we have the same mindset, excellent.
Same mindset, yes, we can bring together.
So which shall we look at first? Shall we look at agenda first or mindset first? Which one should we look at first?
Well, I mean,
in the same, one in the same.
They're one in the same.
Actually, they are. Yes.
I disagree. No, we can't. No, we can't come together. When it comes to religion and agendas, we've clearly seen a display of that.
We back? What are we talking now?
Nanifa put a question on the table. Can we come together regardless of religion and with religion? And I'm saying no to that.
Why?
Because we literally see it all the time. If we've got a goal to meet and say we're all together on one accord, yeah, and we've got a mission, but then eventually something comes up in this mission that conflicts with somebody's religion or ideology or whatever, right there's a problem, stumbling block. If we can't even get over somebody's idea on a panel because they're a Hebrew, how the Ross are we going to come together?
Well, the thing is, there are that's just an individual thing between two people. The thing is that during when Dr. King was talking about the no violence thing, there were churches that sided with the Nation of Islam on we're not turning the other cheek. We only have two, and we've been turning our cheeks for 400 years. Not everyone agrees on that. So yeah, you might have one person that might not say I'm not going to work with a Hebrew or one Hebrew, but there's tons of out of camp Hebrews that literally identify with Africa. There's tons of people that will work with a Hebrew Israelite because they both recognize they're black. So like you can't just base that off two people.
I'm not basing it. Listen
There's
to what I'm
there's
saying.
over a
You're
million of us.
making it about two people. I'm not basing it off two people.
You just simply
I'm
stated
telling
that
you,
you
well, I
said it
never got
because
to
of what you
finish,
just
did I?
saw.
Because you interrupted. That's the problem right there, communication. So what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying is this. If we look at the bigger picture, take the two
Yeah.
people out of it. We already seen a little display of it, is what I said to you. We've seen a little display of it on the panel. But regardless, if we take the ideology, one's going to say, I can't work with you, you're a kuffar. I can't work with you, you're a this, you're too indoctrinated in the Bible. We saw Anifa type in the chat, look what the books have done to us. We literally cannot come together because we got all these other things behind us that's holding us back. Literally.
Well, wait a minute, but time out though. Okay, well, if we say that, then what we're saying is this. We're saying that as individual people who are not exactly the same, okay, that we can't have a religious preference, or because we happen to have a group of us happen to have different religious preferences, that we can't come together, okay, in one mindset and be goal oriented and work towards that goal.
No, Eric, that's not what it. No, Eric, no. Look, there are Hebrews, like I said, and like somebody just said. I know there are people who are African RBG Hebrews. I know about them, but Eric, they're in the minority. That's what I have observed. The majority of Hebrews are these rabid, anti-African, anti-unifying with anything to do with African or Hamites or whatever the hell they call us type of people.
The Hebrew Israelites
Those are
minority.
issues.
If that
the Hebrew Israelites are less than 40. The Hebrew Israelites.
Hold on. Everyone be quiet for a second. Everyone be quiet for a second.
With us, and we are the same.
Quiet for a second, please.
Eric, wait.
Hold on, Eric. 1 second. It seems for me, I just allowed you lot to run, right? And what I'm hearing is identification is the biggest problem for us. But at the same time, we can bring that rhetoric and mention Hebrew, we can mention more. When we start to mention these names of identification, it causes chaos.
So what we supposed to forget who we are? How we identify?
Eric, chill.
What I'm trying to say is that in some of the conversations, when we don't mention Hebrew, ADOS or anything, there is a form of conversation. Brad and G.I. Joe had a slight conversation when they were talking about properties, but as soon as something of religion, they become defensive. So it seems to me, overall, it's the identification. Once soon as we mention that, it becomes chaos.
We never brought that up, though. We didn't bring that up. IC3 brought that up. Identity.
And this is the point I made. It was fine until IC3 came with his stupidness again about identification, and then the separation came in, and then instantly EIE then jumps on and then starts going at God of Jacob, because God of Jacob made the comment about the starting another land or setting up themselves on a land in Africa, and then he automatically ties that to him being a Hebrew, and then we're stuck on that. Hence why I said all these religions and all of these things causes the problem we have. We can't unify, period, because there's always going to be this. It always has been, and it's always going to be.
But to be fair to God of Jacob, he never mentioned Hebrew at all.
Exactly.
And secondly, the Hebrew Israelites as an organization, the Hebrew Israelites as an organization is so tiny in the community. So it's like they don't even overrepresent like at least 2% of the African American community alone. So I don't understand what's the big fuss. You're going to meet, like, even if you look at, like, the thing is, and then on top of that, if you break them down based off history, what God of Jacob is, it's a more recent thing. Like, What? I mean, like, if we're talking about unifying, we should be unifying off our skill set. We should be unifying off our abilities, not just identity. The whole point of the conversation is like, I don't think we should just be, oh, let me add a black person. Let me just add a black person for the sense of being black. No, what me and Dr. Jacob was talking about was like, the reason why that's a bad idea, because you might encounter bad black people that are no good. Like there's a lot we can unite on. But the problem that a lot of people have, a lot of things that people get on my we get hung up on the smallest, dumbest things as a people. Like, oh, well, are we this or are we that? Are we black? Well, these Africans don't see us as African. Like, we're talking about Gambia. Of all African countries, Gambia? Gambia is the size of a street. We're talking about Gambia. Oh, those Gambians don't see us.
Yeah, but at the same time, Brad, you can't as you know, I hear what you're saying, but please let's not just make it.
Go ahead, sis. I apologize.
Well, IC3 came here. What we were as far as religion or how we identified ourselves made no difference. Okay, IC3 came in and formalized it, and then chaos ensued.
IC3 came in and he do what he normally do. My point is this: the animal kingdom, everything is animals. But if a crocodile come and say, I want to unite with a sheep and a goat and a donkey, but I want to start my own little country in the animal kingdom, I think the sheep, donkey, and fucking other animal would be very curious what the hell that crocodile going to be up to, because we know what crocodiles do. So you don't tell me because the crocodile didn't say, hey, I'm a crocodile. We know what the fuck crocodiles do. And if the agenda is unity, how the hell am I going to unite with somebody who I know at their core don't like my ass? And y'all can unite with them if you want. I said we can work together, but any Hebrew that's going to try to work with me better know I'm African first. Once I hear you African first, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to bed now. This is madness. There's Hebrews in bloody Africa. There's actually homegrown Hebrews in Africa. It's madness.
Like, I don't
I'm
understand.
done. I'm out.
God damn it, man. The most emotional shit I've ever heard.
Wow.
Good gracious. This is not even that hard. We literally have the infrastructure. We just got to use it.
Yeah, I mean,
we have the name African diasporan. Then there's subsections of the African diasporan. There's an infrastructure that African in the diasporas have. Use it.
Yeah.
Are you telling me or are you telling the Hebrews, Brad? Who are you telling that to? The Hebrews or me? Because
what section of the Hebrews are we talking about?
That's
talking about One West?
All of them.
Any one of them.
IUIC? Name one.
All right, so are we talking about the Hebrews that recognize themselves as Africans?
No, the RBG knows they're Africans. Like I said, RBG Hebrews are good. But what Hebrew are you going to tell to unite under Africa other than RBG?
You're only talking about One West, though. And you're not even talking about One West.
Sir.
Technically.
No, sir. I'm not talking
about
about only One West. I'm talking about the majority. The majority of the Hebrews.
But the Hebrew Israelites are not even 1% of our community.
I know that.
So why would they matter?
That. Because they just did the same type. Do you not see what just happened in the last election? You might not know that the Hebrew Israelites was fucking following Trump heavy. You might not know that. I do. I know that they work against the majority of black people.
45 million people. You're talking about less than 300,000, by which most of them can't even vote or do not take part in the voting process.
Maybe
so not only are you talking,
maybe you're not aware of the Hebrew culture either, Brad. You're not aware of the Hebrew culture either.
Anything
and it's clear to me you don't.
Anything you value, you hide, right? If it's a value, you don't just leave it out in the open. You hide it because things of value get stolen. So when we say love, we're really saying value. And what I value about us is that we're so valuable, but we just don't know it. The world knows it. They hide our history, value. They steal our identity, value. Everything that makes us valuable are the things that we look down. Oppression, you don't oppress a people who are not a people. Why would you? Oppression is because there's a value there and you don't want them to know they have value. And so what I love about us, what I value about us is just how valuable we are. But the day will come where our eyes will be open and we'll understand who we are. But until that time, the world knows it, the world sees it, and the world will continue to profit off of it and continue to, you know, make money off of it and be successful off of it. We built the world, built it. Do your homework, do your history. Valuable. We're just ignorant as to who we are.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like, we can focus on so much bigger things.
That is true. Everything he just said was true, Brad. What he just said was true. We built the world. Black people built the world. African people built the world, Brad. You see, that's what I'm not going to join, you know. I'm not going to join this fucking fairy tale train if that's what y'all trying to do. I know what black people did and I know what black people didn't do. And I know what this brother is trying to say, but you know what? I know what is realistic.
Okay, so you focusing on a minority group of a minority group, and then that's been the contention, rather than thinking about all the things you could bring to the table. So I listed 3 things God of Jacob could bring to the table.
Are you saying a minority group cannot be effective, Brad? Is that what you're saying?
You're focused on a minority group of a minority group. So you're focused on something less than 1% of 45
Are you saying a minority group cannot be effective in this doing damage? Is that your argument by bringing up the
when the
term
majority is
minority
going to get, when the majority goes against them? So when 90% of African Americans voted in the opposite direction of Trump, yeah. Well, it's actually it's 90.
And that's my point, Brad. That's why I'm the modern day
So
fucking
94.
black.
So 94.
I'm opening my black people's eyes to let them know that there's a group of black people amongst us who's working against us.
Black people, be fearful of 0.3% of our overall out of 100% of black people out there. 0.3%
because they're working against us, and we see them with their black skin, and they talk a good
even
game,
though we have
but
a
they go
majority
behind
of
closed
94%,
doors and they
even
work
though we have
against us,
94%, even though we have 94% in our favor, be very wary of 0.3% of our community.
Yes, because I know the power of one, Brad. I know the power of one.
Well, as long as you
Eric, can I ask you a question? You're smart.
Wait.
You're smart, dude. When I said 0.3% to 94%, what are the odds of who you think is going to always win? 94% or 0.3%?
What I say is this: as long as you worry about the agendas of people who are against you, you can't go nowhere. You can't do nothing because you're too damn worried, looking behind your back to see who's ready to stab you. That ain't how the world works. That's the reality.
Brad talk a good game, you know. The 2% of Jewish people in America got more power than 13% of Black Americans, and
They
he's
got
asking a
political
dumbass
power.
question
They
like
got
that.
political power, and you're talking about people who don't even have political power. You're talking about people. You're focused on a part of our community.
You're telling me that you don't realize that the Hebrews are positioning themselves to be the fucking a hierarchy in this Black community?
You think the
by
Hebrew
making
Israelites
deals with white supremacy? You don't see the Black. You don't see the Hebrews making deals with the right.
You have some issues.
You don't see the Hebrews making deals with the right.
You have some deals.
You don't see the Black Hebrews making deals with the
Is
right.
their first response? Oh my God!
You know why you don't see it, Black? Because your family is
captured, shipped, sold, beaten.
You know what,
raped,
though? Guess what?
Eric, there's a movie.
You have to ask the question: did the trauma continue?
Yeah,
yes. So 300 years of trauma, no help, freed, no help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that is also sustained. When we look at multi-generational trauma, we're looking at people who are maybe victims of natural disasters and their families and their children, and generations of folks who have experienced war. And we know that there are residual mental, emotional, traumatic impact. And what I did was I started to look at the African-American experience, starting with slavery, as a real clear, long enduring trauma. I started to see that there were clear connections between that survival behavior and contemporary living in African-American experience. I started to see common behaviors that I took for granted as, well, cultural, There's adaptive behaviors, survival behaviors. Well, what are they? Let's just say 2019, you have a Black mother and a white mother. The sons go to school together. They find themselves at a meeting. The Black mother leans over to the white mother and says, I just wanted to mention to you that I noticed that your son is really doing quite well. And the white mother's response is, oh, thank you. She begins to go on and on about he won the science fair, his uncle's an astronaut. She's just oozing. She realizes the Black mother's son is actually excelling her son. And she says, well, wait a minute. Your son's the one that's really coming along. And the Black mother responds, oh my God, he's a handful, but oh, he just works my nerves. Now, when I'm working with African-American people, it doesn't matter what the audience is. It doesn't matter what class. If I were to ask, is she very proud while she's saying those denigrating things? And everybody laughs and goes, of course. There's a secret. Because everybody Black knows that even though the Black mother is going, oh my God, she's really proud. So now let's roll that scene back 300 years. And let's say this Black mother is working in the fields and a white slave owner comes through and says, wow, that boy is really coming along. What is she gonna say? No, he's not. He's stupid. He's shiftless. He can't work because I don't want you to sell him. So I denigrate them to protect them. That is called appropriate adaptation when living in a hostile environment. The little white boy, say Timmy, he feels really comfortable and happy about what his mom just said about him. And Trey looks at his mom and wonders, why can't you be proud of me? Because he doesn't understand the secret yet. And by the time he learns the secret, he will have already been injured by it. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. PTSD is a disorder that occurs as a result of a single trauma. You don't even have to be there to actually get a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. You could just hear about something horrific happening with someone you love. So you have people who have experienced it firsthand, people who have witnessed it in their environment, right? People who are continuing to be oppressed. That exacerbates any possibility of healing. So it's not post-traumatic stress disorder, because then it becomes part of what we call your socialization process. So you begin to normalize a way of living and being, everything from what we eat to what we believe it means to be a friend. All of these things are colored by history. And if you don't understand it, you're going to fold in things that you just assumed are normal. The post-traumatic stress disorder, exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future. There was a point where there were African-American children in different urban settings that didn't expect to live to be adults because they saw so much death that they started planning their funerals like at 13, 12. When you start looking at the simple biology, you start looking at the impact of stress. And while we look at general stress, we know finances, you have illnesses, all these different things. How about being Black? How does factoring in being Black in America impact your stress level and therefore your body's ability to operate its own immune system? Because we know it compromises the immune system. Once you understand it, then you can deal with it. Because you see, it's habitual. You're socialized. It becomes part of your being. So one of the ways you begin to address that multi-generational trauma is to work with the people it directly impacts, to hear from them. And when you give people the information, they can use it. I think the first order of business is beginning to have a conversation. And the other is to educate the larger society. You have to stop the assault. So this is not purely a clinical thing. This requires social justice and change. That's where part of the healing is. It's not in a clinical setting with a pill. It's in fairness and justice and safety and equity. We got to work with some of those clinical things, some of those issues of panic and anxiety. And we also have to deal with the fact that you have a system that is set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
One can live, a family can live together, togetherness.
And the people want the love.
Yeah.
They want to feel love.
Want to know, culture youth.
So how the man really see music as a form of message?
Yeah, as a form of message. I father work I do, So I father work I do still, down to the people. Why I see what I want to happen, And I know so that not right, but if I even go out and tell them still, you know, enough things would happen. So I really have just it inspired through
Truly.
guitar.
That's really interesting when she said that you don't even have to be there to experience the trauma. You can just hear about it.
That's not good enough according to some people. Your observation is not good enough for some people.
I don't know. I want to look at more into that.
Now you need to take a fresh breath. We need to take it easy.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to apply the love within our hearts to understand what we're all going through. And if we're not able to solve in the traumas that is within ourselves in the forms of observing it, looking at it, what we've been through as a Black people, and not able to understand everybody's position, because everybody's position is different. But it's a thing that we need to open ourselves to getting an understanding of everyone's position. You ain't going to push no one off that position, because that's where they feel they're going. We can't save all, but we can save some.
But you can only save those who want to be saved and who want to save themselves.
That's 100%, Eric. And as far as I'm concerned, right, if things don't work out how they're supposed to, there are people out there that are actually doing the work, and they're slave driving themselves just for helping out the people. But if everyone is fighting, they're going to miss that boat. And that's why sometimes I just observe and I laugh, because a lot of people are actually doing it. They are actually traveling. They are actually doing certain things. And if we're not able to identify it, many of us are going to miss that boat.
Yeah,
I agree.
So it doesn't make sense.
But some people have to miss the boat as well, Tezza, for the rest of us to get on the boat still. We have to remember that. Yeah.
Terry,
say that again, Bab.
Terry said that.
Oh, my bad.
No problem.
You know, and the thing is that if you're quiet enough and you're able to observe, even if you just sit on G block and you listen, you'll see that how strong that trauma is rife. And we get so into this sometimes into the arguments that we don't even watch what's happening in our environments.
DC Brad, at that point you're supposed to say, what trauma?
Okay, what trauma?
But you know, you see, the trauma is so invisible, right? That you just can't see it. It's not there. It's not happening. Nothing's happening. It's all right. But as I said, while the wealthy are doing what they're doing and moving on to where they're going, people need to start to galvanize, because at the end of the day, this COVID is not here for just for the fun of it. It's here for a reason. And if people are beginning to unify, it's about time people just jump on it and see where it goes.
I agree.
We don't know the direction, but at least if we're on the boat, we're survivors.
I agree with you. I got an argument with that.
And this is the thing. This is not about us no more. We've passed our time. This is about 5 generations further on in line. Because when these children come, we're gone. We'll be forgotten if we don't leave nothing behind.
I agree.
And I think that's the important thing to reiterate. I think that's the important thing to reiterate, because that's exactly my thing, Tessa, right? Because my thing is, in generations to come, they're not gonna care about no stone, no this or that, if they're poor. Now, if they got some money in their pocket, they might entertain it. But trust me, like in 2, 3, 4 generations, they're not gonna want to hear this story, man. I'm telling you, they're not gonna want to hear it, man. In fact, they don't even want to hear it already.
No, they don't.
And we're only 2, 3 generations deep.
They don't. They don't want to hear it because they want to live beyond it.
Yeah, that's what I say. When I look at these younger guys, they don't care.
That's what
primarily they don't even care about. Yeah, when I look at these younger guys that I work with, like sometimes these younger kids, they're still, some of them are still in high school, and they'll be like, "Well, I mean, I have extra free time. You know, it's about that money. You know, I know if I was black at this time, I would have." I mean, they're trying to move past it. You know what I mean? Like you could tell them like, "Oh, bring up the history and stuff like that," but they primarily want to say they want to capitalize right now. You know, they want to capitalize politically, financially, academically.
You know, the crazy thing is, Brad, I see it from the age of 6 and 7. The children are already rebelling from that age because what they see.
But are we supposed to use kids as a measuring stick? Aren't we the adults who are supposed to tell them better?
Yes, but if we're not showing them anything, they're going to go and learn for themselves. This is why these youth are becoming adults before their time. Because if they see their parents are not doing the right thing, they're going to have to go independent. And if they're going to have to go to independent at that age with no wisdom, what do you think is going to happen? I'm around every other day. And this is what I see. There's no difference between some of the adults and a 6 and 7-year-old. And that's the true reality.
That is a fact. That's an unfortunate fact. Because just to add to that, in real life, yeah, if you was gonna and true were up on the dark net, you got youths looking after their parents. For real. And still trying to go to school and get GCSEs. For real. In 2021. So yeah, Tessa, I don't like y'all tell this a bedroom. You know what I mean? And yeah, so yeah, it's an onion situation, isn't it? But that's why,
It is. It's an onion situation, just like you said, Nan. It's an onion situation because there are many layers. You know, because I've been on G Block. I've been on a lot of live streams. And a lot of stuff that I've heard people talk about they've gone through when they were children, I can't relate because I didn't go through that. It was not my experience. And my family was my neighbors in the neighborhoods that I lived in. And I was no rich kid when I grew up either. That's not the case. It was about the character of those people that I lived around, who lived around me. And what they taught their children, and what my parents taught me growing up.
And that's why I say, right, and this is the reason why I say to people, you know, go and watch Ghostbusters 2, yeah, with Bobby Brown in it, yeah, and understand, just look at it. The film's not all that great, but the reason why I mention that film is that there is a slime, there's a gunge, and every time the whole community gets angry, that gunge starts to rise. If you just look around us, you can just see the division is rife. That trauma is kicking in and it's rising. And if we're going to follow that, we might as well just hang our boots and say what we're here for.
Yeah, but we also got to be, I hear that, Tezza, but we still got to be a little bit careful, man, because it could also be argued that one sec. All right, family. You could have said something. Yeah, sorry about that. But what I was going to say is that it could also be argued that and in line even with what Ayana Van Aunt said when she went to a place called Stockton in America, DC, Brad, that what we're seeing now is also part of the healing. You know what I mean? It may not look like at the moment, but yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to say. This is the reason why, even in my perspective, and this is why I was throughout the whole thing, the conversation today, I kept on mentioning one thing. I kept on mentioning institutions. We need different types of institutions so we can identify these situations early. Even if we give it a little bit of foundation, then we're able to build from it. You know, I don't set up the sister circle for the fun of it. I don't work with the Manhood Academy for the fun of it.
Yeah.
These are little institutions, but then if all of us are doing some form of institutions and able to creating that across the replicating that across the globe, how strong of people can we be? And that's the foundations that we can leave and say our children can put their head up high and say, yeah, well, my mom did this, or my dad did this, or my cousin did this, or my neighbor did that.
Yeah. Agreed.
But we're not setting no foundations. All we're doing is having the rhetoric arguments and discussions, but what are we actually doing on ground? There are certain people that are doing the work, but everything at the moment is individual. It's not a collective. And that's why I said, I don't expect everyone to go to a certain area. I don't expect everyone to go to the Caribbean or go to South America or go to Africa. But the positions that we have, why aren't we utilizing it and unify it as a Voltron? We've got some of the things there already. We don't even need to set up a new wheel. The wheel's already there. It's just that we need someone to drive it. And that's the collective of people, regardless of who they are, where they're coming from.
Yeah. I feel like we complicate things way too much.
Yes, that's the point. Because that's the trauma. We look at things so deep. When it's just for you to just cross the road. But yeah.
Or you think, wait a minute, do you think the argument is just put in place so some people don't have to worry about doing the work? So if we focus on this unbeatable enemy in front of us, this unstoppable mountain that we can never climb. So, like, for me, honestly, I'll make this claim about African Americans all the time. And I used to say it in school. I'll say it now. We are the weakest form of our ancestors because whenever something was in front of them, they said, all right, fine. We can't go this way. We're going to go that way. And then we went that way. And then to tear down, build it up, 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 tear down, build it up. I mean, and we don't live in that kind of world. We live in a world where we can like build something up, invest in it, grow in it, and it can compete. We live in a world now where we can take over markets if we wanted to, if we worked hard. If we went into a certain market that needed to be controlled, we can own markets. But, you know, right now,
like
glass ceiling that.
Yeah, Brad, think of it like this. How can you, if you had a mountain and you're so afraid or you have an ego that you say, oh, well, I'm not going to climb that mountain. How are you going to ever know what's on the top of the mountain?
Well, I don't even think we have that. Wait, say what you say again, because I don't want to repeat what you're trying to say. What did you just say?
We're always at the bottom of the mountain, and we'll always use some form of rhetoric stopping us from climbing or even experiencing to climb that mountain.
Yeah, see, I was going to repeat what you just said, so thank you. Yeah.
So we'll never get to know what's on the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Because we're always at the bottom.
Well, the thing about it is, in the end, you have like-minded people who, how can I say, they're shook. Plain and simple, straight up and down. I know that's what I saw, and that's what I experienced in the States. There's some people who are shook, and there's some people who are not shook. And those people who are not shook, okay, they will lend a helping hand to those ones who are shook, okay, that want to release their chains. Okay, those ones who don't want to release their chains, though, we're not going to go back in the mire with them, because otherwise you can't grow and you can't climb that mountain.
And this is what I was saying, is that we use our ego to cover our fears.
Let me ask you something, my brother Riggs.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a little controversial.
Okay.
What's the bigger sign of trauma to you, my brother? And I'm going to give you two scenarios. A man who's cognizant of the fact that he is in the West as an ancestor of a kidnapped African and wants to go back to Africa and unite within the African fabric. Or one who's come to the West, convinced himself that, you know, things are not what it is. He's separate from the people. And take on a new ideology other than the one that was forced on him through slavery. This one they purposely took on, either from running from the one that was forced to them on slavery or for whatever reason. What is a greater sign, or the greater, as a person who's a professional and you're trying to diagnose an individual, who would be displaying the more symptoms of trauma?
Denial.
Pardon me, sir?
Denial of themselves, that they will have to lie to themselves as much as possible.
That is the epitome of trauma, isn't it?
Because you know, the thing is, the one thing that you like, let's just look at the Rasta man. The Rasta man don't care. He's just gonna go in his bush, do what he has to do in his farm, you know, get his herbs, you know, chill out, relax, and he's good. He has he's not looking at things where he has to prove to anybody. He has nothing to prove to no one. But
yes, sir.
When we're in this Western world, this competitive virus, which creates the ego, because we're running away from something. And this is why I'm always saying, even sometimes I look at myself and I say, you know what? Sometimes I look at it and say, how can I live in a village when I haven't adapted to it? So I create an illusion or a fear that, oh, it might be boring. Oh, it's slow. Oh, it's this. Because I've adapted to a world that is so fast. So I say I want to go home, but do I really want to go home?
Yes. Yes. I want to go home. I have gotten comfortable in the West, my brother. But I know what it is like to walk and go to school barefoot. I have experienced both sides, and I'm telling you, I have gotten comfortable in the West, but I also know what it's like to walk barefoot and go to school. I am not under no illusions. No illusions. And I see Black people who I consider people like me. Probably same path they take to where they are. I mean, some have gotten more successful, some haven't figured it out yet. But you, in your mind, and you know that you're in a sound mind, know that you're an African for more or less. We can disagree on the term African, but we know we came here from that same place, from that source. And now I'm looking at another brother. As a man who loves African people, and I'm hearing this talk from another brother, and I'm hearing it, and it sounds so anti what we're trying to do and who we are.
So, like, let me quickly interject now, yeah? All right, yes. So let's go back to, you know what I mean, where we're coming from in terms of the reasoning that you're talking about, yeah? So let's say you're at the plantation, yeah? All right, cool. Do you think that there were people on the plantation that would have been against your ideas and vibration, for example?
As far as to want to run away or to want to kill myself or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you'd have had a set of us that are on that side looking to kill anything in sight, mash up the thing, right? You know what I'm saying to you? And then you're gonna have the other ones like, no, we can't do that. You get me? We can't, and all of these things. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's why I say nothing ain't changed from the plantation.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying to you? So you just gotta know what you know who you need to be with, and keep it moving, man. Because nothing ain't changed from the plantation. Because the reality is, there was plantation days. This is the reality. You'd have certain man whereby, remember, Dong Dessa, we're looking to escape. Yeah, we've got everything planned. We've drugged whoever. We've done whatever. My girl up there said, don't fuck master till him. You get me? We got the thing planned. Then you got a Tacoon in the corner. You see what I'm saying to you? And tell master, and right now Tacoon ain't got no hand, a tongue car before he was a idiot his own self. You know what I'm saying to you? So right now he's a Mongol, yeah? But him gonna tell master, say, we're trying to leave.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? So I'm trying to give an analogy in it to take away some pain for the future EIE. Yeah? Cause I know everybody. You get me? I know everybody, Bridget. So you got to use your discernment as to who you want. You see what I'm saying to you? And then that
is understood. That is understood. Point blank, sis. It's just that in the context of the conversation now, when the conversation is being had, and then that slave who wants to run away and that slave who wants to stay are at a round table and they're debating, okay, who had the better plan? Who really was making the right decision? And what else can
that's
we
the
do?
point I'm trying to make.
That's where the division is going to happen. So it's what you're pretty much saying is we go each other's way, pretty much.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say you got to put your energy where it necessitates, right? Because if you're trying to leave and he's trying to stay, then you know what it is, isn't it?
Imagine this.
Let me give you another scenario, sis.
Let
me give you another scenario.
Yeah. 1 second though. Imagine this: a child observing slavery. It's watched all the atrocities of slavery. Now slavery has now finished. What do you expect from that child?
It depends.
The same slave mind.
It depends. The outcome could be different based on in the situations that might come to that child. That child could get educated and become like a Thurgood Marshall, or that child could stay dunce and become like a Sambo. So it's different.
So what we're saying is, right, that child now has seen all the atrocities that he's gone through. When he now has a child, do you think he's going to pass that story on?
He has to.
Exactly.
He has to. For that child's safety, he has to.
But no, you see, and that's where I believe there's a potential problem. Yeah, big up yourself, DC Brad. Because I don't think in fact, Tezza, that's a very, very interesting question, you know.
Yeah, that's
very interesting because for the most part, I would say they would try to, in fact,
shelter them from it.
No, definitely, because that's what we're doing now. I know that I am definitely doing that now, rightly or wrongly, and it's a balancing act. Yeah.
But sheltering them could make them. Yes, go ahead.
No, so I'm saying in answer to Tezza's question, it could be a yes or a no, but for many, I would say no, because like you're saying, you're gonna try to shield them, you're gonna kind of, you know what I mean, you're gonna give them a more flowery story like we have today. Yeah, definitely. And in fact, we can see we can see. Sorry to interrupt, but it's so pertinent to the conversation that was being had, you know, a week or so ago with myself and brothers and whatever. Because I do believe that even in brothers, like brothers is 30, and I know he knows American history, this, that, and the other, via, you know, textbook and stories and this, that, and the other. But I still think that even the way in which he's got to him, it's been sanitized. 100%.
And you can hear it in his talk, you know. You can hear it when he talks. He's an otherwise intelligent guy, but he doesn't get the when the boot hit the road. He doesn't get that.
Hold on. I ain't finished yet. Now, got this child. A European man takes this child and goes and gets him educated and sends him abroad. What happens next?
Trouble. Well, I would put a percentage on it and say 99% of the time it would be trouble, because there has been exceptions to the rule. It has happened in our past. People educated by Europeans who've turned around and done good for us. It has happened, but percentage, if you put a percentage on it, once that European got a hold of that child, it's cooked. It's done.
So now, the reason why I'm saying that is that throughout instead of us dealing with the situation, we've always sugarcoated it and put it under the carpet.
Sugarcoat what?
Dealing with our situation ourselves.
Sugarcoat what?
The traumas.
Do you understand that the first, like the Willie Lynch letters, were like bedtime stories? Okay, like you have pictures, the break them like a tree, the wounds being so graphic on our ancestors' back that it looked like a tree growing from the roots. They didn't hide that from us. You learned that day one growing up in America. The lynchings, the castrations, the burnings. You learned it. There's no sanitation to my education or my history. Gracious, I learned how in Africa they used to cut the Achilles of 5-year-old kids to hunt lions. Okay, I learned how in the Caribbean they used to break slaves by taking snakes and God, man, I am pissed. Excuse me, let me calm down.
The problem is he thinks it's gone. He doesn't realize it's been just transformed into another form. You can cut a child's Achilles heel by not educating them properly.
But hold on, let's just look at it like this. As I said, the child has been educated, and the child has never been taught no greatness of his own people. All he's been taught is all the traumas that his people have gone through all his life. Is that a person that's going to see anything positive that's going to come out of it than to just be a worker?
It's no good answers, Mr. Riggs. No good answers. That's always been our fate. I guess that's why we're here right now trying to ponder, trying to find some answer to a situation where there's no good answer.
We're constantly wrapping that chain around that.
But the thing is, though, slavery, right? When they talk about the issue of like in education, I can say for my growing up, you know, going to the schools I've gone to, we learned about the greatness of like, oh, Africa wasn't just people in mud huts. Like that is taught. It's just, what do you do with the problem now is that when you get past college, what do you do with that history? Do you build on it? Do you encourage?
But Brad, this is only a recent phenomenon that we're teaching our children the greatness. Do you think they got that? Do you think they got that in the 70s? Because in the 70s they were still going.
What's his name? Wasn't his name way before that in the 60s?
Yeah, but don't make it bigger than what it is. Remember, when people are more right,
don't negate it altogether either.
Not everybody's getting the information.
Like but how big? But here's the thing, though. When you look at big black when you look at areas, and I can only speak for America. Okay. Black hubs, all right, black areas that I live in, EIE lives in. There are the school system there, even Louisiana, where black people all live at. Where all these hubs we all live at, we're getting education. The educate there's directed because we're the majority in these areas.
But whose education are we getting?
We're being taught our story, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, show me. We're not talking about Mr. Yeah, not in the public school system.
Hold on.
Not always in the public school system. That's where we.
In the public schools, they were actually teaching. They were in the 60s. They were teaching Black history.
Well, black schools were it wasn't until about 67.
How many people,
1970. It wasn't until 1970 schools
exactly.
integrated.
70s
prior to that, segregated schools.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. 70s is a new phenomenon.
But segregated schools used to teach, segregated schools used to teach this stuff. Like it was like, for example, if you go to Howard today, if you go to any HBC today, you will see a middle school there because they used to take kids onto the campus. So we used to teach it ourselves. We relied on the public. See, the biggest downfall I can only speak for my community. The biggest downfall for African Americans were integration in those areas where we left our schools and went to public schools. Mm-hmm. So when they talk about the downgrading of our education, they're talking about late 70s. The denigration, the downgrading of our community started in the late 70s.
That's right.
We used to rely on ourselves heavily.
So we used to rely. But how many people that were poor and how many people that were average, as in working class? Was it equal?
Well, the thing is, due to segregation, most of the poor stayed in the community. Like, it was hard. Well, that's the thing. It was impossible to even rate that. Because you would have a doctor live next to a plumber live next to a janitor live next to a lawyer, because they couldn't live anywhere else. So you couldn't even rate the value of the community.
How many of them were there compared to how many people that didn't have a job?
It would be fairly okay. So Thomas Sowell, he was an economist. He said that areas where, because of segregation, African Americans did better. So it was like you had black people sitting in education values, single family homes were low, impoverished neighborhoods were like below, I think it was below 30s, like below the 30s. Those things didn't start to spark up until integration and the late 70s. So it was like prior to that, it was common for people of different classes. And it was common.
There was people.
It was common for high literacy rates, high college rates, and high education rates for the African American community because they relied on our own systems.
So when they built the black schools, the first black schools, what was the reason why they were building the first black schools?
To educate our people.
Yeah. Why would they educate? Why did they need educating?
Because we couldn't get that education from the public.
Okay. And when did that happen?
The first black schools would happen in freedmen towns in the 1790s.
So you had the first black schools in Philly, New York.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was Cape Cod. I thought it was because the first freedmen towns would be Cape Cod. Yeah, go ahead.
So what was happening in the South at that time?
Slavery.
Okay. So the slavery was still rife in the South.
Mm-hmm.
People were still suffering in the South, even though there was black schools. And that's what I'm trying.
The thing is, though, when you look at happens, okay, up until what's known as Juneteenth, right? And you have the formation of societies in the South. You see that's where most of these statistics come from. And then when you look at things down into the Great Migration and things like that, blacks moving from the South to the North, and then there's the deurbanization where it's going right back down to the South. You see that there's that consistent of sending your kids off to your HBCUs to be educated was very normal for African Americans at the time. You start to see a decline in the black community, like I said, like economists have said. You start to see the decline in the black community in the late 1970s.
Yeah.
And that's, what I mean? But prior to it, it was important for us to be educated because
it was going up from the 18, but then there was a disgruntle from the time of, because a lot of people don't even talk about even when the time when they did go to Sierra Leone, Liberia, and then some of them came back, and that was around the 1800s, and then it started to pick up again towards the 19. But before, even if we talk about Marcus Garvey, before Marcus Garvey came, they were in a depression, wasn't they?
Yeah, but then even with what's his name, so the Great Depression didn't affect us as much because we still had our technical skills and farming skills, so we were able to move back down south.
In certain places, not all over.
But but Black African Americans were primarily in the East Coast at that time. I mean, even there was small fractions of us in California and Minnesota, but I think
but that's what I'm trying to say is that there's always been a streamline of a below poverty, even though there was people that were striving within that same situation.
Yeah, there's always been a struggle, and there always will be one.
And that's
I
where
agree.
And this is what I'm indicating in the fact that when we're not dealing with our situation properly, because of course there's this individual in the fact of, okay, I make it successful, a couple other brothers make it successful, but does the community on a tighter whole make it successful? No.
Yeah, that's usually the argument. That's usually the argument against the civil rights movement. That's usually the argument against. That's usually the argument against the integration movement was that as a collective we were doing better when we were segregated.
That's right, we were. We were doing better during segregation than we were since then.
And it was like we had our own hospitals and our own organizations, and we were like even when a Black person, like for example, it's cultural, I think, in the aspect of Africa, how like a Black person can become very successful, but there's always this need, even though they weren't raised in the hood, probably not have any to give back to the community, and that was the Chitlin circuit, because you knew your base, like your Ray Charles and your big name stars, they could hit it with the Atlantic Records and things like that, but they still needed, and we're still relying on that base.
Mm-hmm. Because
like even
and then we look at the system of the schools, who were in control of the schools at the time, because even when we talk about the first Black schools, who were funding these Black schools and who were giving them the education. That's why when you look at the 1800s, there was a high influx of people come after the Civil War, an influx going to Canada, Trinidad, and then going to the UK. This is why there was a high influx, even in the times of the 15, 16, 1700s, of poor Black people, because there was no jobs in the UK. So, and the fact of that they still haven't recovered from the atrocities that they have gone through. So now what they've done is they've hidden it, because the reason being is that we're always teaching the negativity of that time. So it keeps on going on and on and on and on.
Then how do we move forward, Terry?
Yeah, I think and honestly, I asked my grandmother that question too. She told me, I asked my grandmother, like, what about therapy? She's like, we didn't have her mother. She said her mother didn't have time for therapy. She had to survive. And
that's the thing. And for us to able is to look at over this and let's flip it on the Europeans' heads on the European side. What did they do to make themselves successful? And understanding, just take the slavery out of it for a second, and look at how they were used us as a commodity in forms of business, and how the corporate companies came about.
Yeah, and I feel like today in the
You see, they didn't care what they had. They just knew that they had to deal with what they needed to deal with.
Yeah.
And these are part of our therapy into reversing, and that's why I always keep on explaining, is reversing that triangular slave route, because we have black people all over the world. And as I said, everyone's going to leave, but we can be able to work with them in forms of that. We might not have the same. We might not have the same beliefs. We might not have the same ideologies. We don't have the same culture. But when the Europeans were dishing out everything, even to the Berlin, into the Berlin conference, there were all these Europeans on this table. All these Europeans on the table, but not one black person on there. Why aren't we doing the same thing? Doing having our own table and working out what we need to do to able to make us move forward.
Well, I would say there are black people doing that, though. I will say.
No, there is. It's, as I said to you, from what I've seen.
Yeah.
And there is black people. There's a lot of black people doing a lot of work out there, but it's still individuals.
But what I'm saying is, but it's like individual organizations, which, let's be real,
yes,
you can't really compare. I think it's unfair to kind of compare the Berlin Conference to individual black people. That was a nation that agreed to do that.
Yeah, but
13 nations agreed to do that. You know,
when you see nations coming together on the table, there is a puppet behind it. The puppet master's behind it. When are we going to actually do our own? When are we going to actually say, okay, Brad, you know what? Let's see this. Yeah, you lot need certain things from Africa. Us in the UK, we need things from America. So what we do is that because we have an influx of African people coming to the UK, we can get some stuff from the people from Africa, and then we can use that to get in stuff from you.
I mean, we could do that right now. Like, I've been trying to say that all night. Like, we could do that right now. It's not even that hard.
I know we can do that right now, but that's the point. But that's the point.
My whole point. It's not hard. It's like, I don't know why we complicate it.
But that's why I'm saying we're at the bottom of the mountain.
That's all right.
We talk at the bottom of the mountain all day long.
We got to climb up the mountain now. Okay, that's the point. Yeah. We got the means to climb, so we got to use those means and climb up the mountain. Yeah. And stop worrying about being at the bottom.
Yeah,
we need to put our hiking boots on and start maneuvering.
Yeah, because when I look at us politically, I look at us financially, academically. Like, God, there's a lot we can take advantage of that we just don't. We keep thinking that there's this unstoppable white God stopping us. And it's like, oh, God, I was redundant. We keep thinking this unstoppable white guy is like preventing us from doing this. And it's like, I look at Arabs, fresh out of a war zone, come here and they like set up 3 generations.
Yeah.
And it's like, we can do it.
Yeah. And the problem is those ones who are saying, those ones in the States anyway, who are saying, no, we're not staying at the bottom. We're not staying at the bottom of the mountain. We're climbing up. Those of you,
Brad. Brad, do you realize the only reason those Arabs? Do you realize the only reason those Arabs are able to come here and do that is because the American government have political stake in their countries? It is a political move. Do you know that? Do you know that the Indians being able to come over here and set up shop in your community is a political move that the Americans have with the Indian government?
So within my community, there's 3 Chinese restaurants and 8 Jamaican ones, 2 Nigerian ones, and 5 soul food restaurants. The people who I asked because I listened to, there was a Nation of Islam guy that said this one time that like they pay people outside the community to come in and set in your community to hold you back. And we were sitting in
You said restaurants. We're not talking about restaurants. We're talking gas stations. Restaurants can be started by mom and pop. Gas stations.
If you let me finish.
I apologize, my brother.
If you let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
There was a sling of Wawas or sheets. I don't know if you ever heard of Wawa or sheets. Okay, they're franchises. There are 3 of them are owned by Black women that employs Black people. The issue is that we believe that what our ancestors went through in America, we have to go through. We don't realize that the youngest girl, she's about, I think, 21, makes about $150,000 a month from Chick-fil-A. She's one of the youngest franchise owners in America. Okay, or next to it, there was a Black guy that opened up a McDonald's, made so much money that McDonald's was trying to take his license away. Okay, we don't live in the world anymore of where they can systematically destroy us financially. We can take over
They
their market.
can, because the guy you just mentioned just was on Roland Martin doing a long debate about how McDonald's destroying him because he's a Black man.
Do you
told his son that he can't even own no restaurants no more.
Hold on.
In that statement, the problem is the reason why.
Brad, 1 second. Let's just take this tone down a little bit because it was starting to escalate. Let's just keep it at this calm rate, please, just for me.
All right, let me turn off my Jamaica. Let me turn off my Jamaicanness. Maybe I that give you the impression semi-aggressive. Let me take it. I'll take the Jamaicanness off. I'll talk American. Bradley, the reason why that Black guy you mentioned was complaining is because McDonald's is trying to shut him down. Are you aware of that? I hope we're talking about the same.
If you
Black
would have
guy.
let me finish,
he's a baseball player.
If you would have let me finish, they have no grounds. They're trying to, but they have no grounds to, because when you pay for a franchise, you own it.
But they
the
stopped his son from owning restaurants. Did they not stop his son from owning restaurants?
Yeah, damn.
Eric, can you allow the debate to go on, please, sir?
Hold on. In forms of a franchise, sometimes you own the franchise, but you might not own the contents of the franchise. Meaning, like, for instance, if you're dealing with McDonald's will purchase the building. They will give you the
McDonald's
product.
own the land, and that's what he's saying. They own the land.
So then, what happens is you're managing the services, and you make your profits from them services, but you still got a bill to pay in forms of rent and the products you receive from McDonald's.
He was making a point. I just interjected that because he mentioned that gentleman. Go ahead with your point, DC. I apologize.
Okay, so the gentleman I'm speaking of was in Cleveland. He put a lawsuit at them, okay, because he felt that they were trying to prevent, the lawsuit stated they were trying to prevent Black franchise owners from not achieving what white franchise owners can. Okay, McDonald's, to the point, McDonald's does make its money primarily in real estate. Okay, but this gentleman completed every task that usually franchise owners don't. They're able to pay off the real estate, as well as the only thing that when you own a franchise, the only thing you're paying for is supplies. So you're going to a vendor. That's the only thing you're doing is a transaction with vendors, which isn't, cheap food, fake food is not real anyway. So it's not that expensive. Okay. His policy, his lawsuit is against the fact he feels that there's a racial bias because he's done so well in Cleveland, Ohio, that he feels that McDonald's is trying to stop him, but it does not stop him. That's my point, is that he could still control.
Is McDonald's an American-owned company? Is McDonald's an American-owned company?
That doesn't mean anything.
It does, Brad. Let me make this point. The gas that you get from the gas station, did Black people used to own their own gas stations in the 70s and 60s? Yes. How did that change? And where did the gas come from? And why did that change?
Okay, so Black people abandoned their businesses in many occasions, but not all. Okay. Oh, so you believe that the black man who runs the oil distribution plant, or the 2 Black men that opened up an oil refinery that was situated in Saudi Arabia, the white government stopped them?
Bradley, what I'm saying to you is that
I realize,
there's a political agenda
you and me
between the United States government and the Arabs.
You and me are in 2 different generations.
Black people who owned Black people who owned their little convenience stores in the community were the ones who were on the chopping blocks. I'm saying it was a political move by the government to underhand Black ownership in a lot of areas. Let me ask you something. Why do Black people not own the hair products that they wear?
because they have
see,
not
you're
created.
talking about
Because
companies
there
that
are
are
companies.
American born. There are
Excuse me.
companies that
Most
are.
of these companies
Well,
are Asian born. Most hair companies are
yeah,
Asian
but that's
born.
what I'm saying.
And then black people will start a business and sell it. Like, why isn't BET owned by black people? Because it was sold for $190 million. Why isn't Famous Amos owned by black people? Because it was sold. Black people will start a business and sell it. Black people are quick to sell an asset. Famous
So you're
Amos
telling, so
sold
you'd
his
rather tell us that black people don't know the value of assets rather than they were stumbling blacks put in their way that forced them to sell.
in Tennessee, Eric, excuse me. In Tennessee, a black man owned a business that was over 150 years old. He sold it. Now the company got remodeled. He sold the recipes with it. Company got remodeled, and now they opened up a chain. And now what he sold it for, the company's making 8 times that amount. Okay, that happens in business. Sometimes family sells. That does not take off the business.
So financial sabotage is
that
not
does not take
so
off.
is not a
That
part
does
of white
not take
supremacy
on.
then
That
for the
does
black
not
community.
take on. Yeah, it's called redlining. It's called high interest rates on bank loans. That's why black people used to. That's why black people used to internalize their money and go towards loan companies that were tied towards the church. You literally speak on one aspect and neglect everything else.
Really?
Yes. That's why do you think the AME Zion Church literally has 3 banks in New York, 2 banks in Philly, an industrial bank. You ever heard of these places? One United Bank. These were banks that were started because black people couldn't put their money in white banks.
And those banks, where did they put their money?
The black banks, they invested into the community. Like, for example, industrial bank in your state, in your city.
You're saying
Atlanta,
black banks invest in the black community? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. How do you think
No.
HBCUs have stayed funded all these years? Who do you think's funded
The
HBCUs?
HBCUs are broke. That's why they were just begging Biden to pass the law. Maryland
know,
screwed over the freaking HBCUs. Maryland governor screwed them over. Biden is the one who came in and is trying to help them right now.
Governor Hogan promised HBCUs a particular number and gave them under that particular number. Then he revamped it, gave them the exact number and more. He did the same thing for a hospital that was built in my county. HBCUs receive millions of dollars from donors. Like my school received over $150 million in the last 4 years from donors alone.
The way you talk, Brad, you sound like HBCUs are solvent. They're not broke. They're not broke, Brad.
Do you know why HBCUs?
Are they not underfunded and broke? Are they not hampered by government policies, Brad?
Do you know why they can't? You know why they're not tampered by government policies? Because the moment that students apply for FAFSA, the government has no choice but to give them that money. And then because they are public, because they're part of the education system, the government has to endow them with taxpayer dollars. The reason why Obama stopped funding is because he was trying to understand why is it that a school that has debt of $40 million receives over $100 million and still in debt? Why is it that they see a low retention rate of black students leaving HBCUs and going to PWIs to finish their education? It's an internal beef thing. You have to actually graduate from the schools to understand it. Like how the fact that a school like Morehouse will have a bunch of straight A medical students that will leave and go to Georgia Tech. Why? Because Morehouse didn't have much financial aid to keep their straight A students. When you have straight A students leaving a school, it causes DOE or Department of Education to invest in.
Are white students taking advantage of HBCUs right now more than
minority scholarships from they're taking advantage of it because of minority scholarship. Same way where black students are going to PWIs.
In one instance, black students are leaving, but the white students are going. Okay,
same way black students go to PWIs and take advantage of a minority scholarship. If you were to go to University of North Carolina, Pembroke, you can get a minority scholarship because that's on sovereign Native American land. So you practically would go for free. Oh my God.
You make it all seem so simple, man. You should go into politics. You would solve all the problems. You would solve Georgia voting, black people not voting enough in Georgia. You would solve all the HBCU. You got all the answers, Brad.
Yeah.
God damn it, man. We need you in politics, man.
I do.
You wasting your time up here on BF1, man. For real. You need to be where you really can be put to good use. You got the answers, bro.
I have a lot to do in my personal life, but you do understand. I'm going to try my hardest to explain this one more time. The reason why the current bill in Georgia was passed was because of the influx of African Americans. 1.3 million in vote.
Which bill are we talking about?
The voters bill. 1.3 million people in Georgia use mail-in or absentee ballots.
Why?
Okay. Because of COVID.
Why did they use it, Brad? Because of COVID. A unique situation. And before that, who primarily used voting by mail?
Well, it would be okay. So Stacey Abrams did a great thing. She has a company. She has
Answer my question, bro. Who primarily before that used it by mail?
It would
Republicans,
be the
right?
Elderly. It would be the elderly, disabled.
Brad, who put that law in process? Wasn't it the Republicans?
It was Governor Kemp that did.
No, I'm talking the original vote by mail law. Who put that in?
Well,
and aren't you aware? Maybe you don't live in Georgia and know that was put in by a Republican government because it was an advantage to them at the time.
Well, you understand that the majority of the white community in Georgia,
because that's how white folks vote.
No, the majority of white people in Georgia are old and elderly.
Right. That's why they put in that system. It advantaged them.
All right, so the 1.3 million,
and then COVID came, and the unique
really
situation that advantaged them didn't
you hear my
advantage them
tone.
no
You
more.
hear my tone of voice. You hear my tone of voice. I'm really trying to be respectful.
I forgot. Let me go back to America. Let me go back to
All right.
I'm
So
Jamaican.
1.3 million people in growth. That means it was the highest that Georgia's ever seen in votes. How many of that 1.3 million were black?
Let me know, Brad.
800,000, and it's projected now to be 1.4 in just black votes registered for the next year, because they want to keep they want to keep the Reverend Senator that's been sent there. They want to keep him, and there's also talk of senators, of congressmen being sent there, and then also there's talk of removing Kemp. So understand, Kemp just signed his own death warrant with this.
Did he do it on purpose though?
No.
Or was he doing it because he wanted to disadvantage Democrats?
The fact of the matter is that he's in the situation now that he's in. Period. He could be voted out.
No, Eric, you can't do that, Eric. No, you can't stumble into a situation and then say,
"You tell me you can't vote the man out of office?" Is that what you
yes, you can. Yes, you can, Eric.
Eric, let me try to explain it to you because you're in Finland, so maybe you probably can understand.
There could have been a Democratic governor in Georgia for the past 3 elections if black folks had voted.
Eric, okay, Eric, can I ask you a question? Yeah. If for the past 3 times we've worked, let's say you're preparing me to join the Marines, all right, and you've been keeping my workout very basic, all right, but one of the workouts, you see a huge boost in my performance. With the next workout, would you make the next workout harder?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say in a political sense, right? If I had the intent of trying to stop people from voting, and I wanted to just simply, okay, so if I found that 800,000 people use mail-in ballots of a particular race, okay, so the only thing they have to do now to continue the voting, right, to vote next time, would be to provide a free ID. If I wanted to hinder them, wouldn't I put a price on the voter's ID rather than make it free?
And price them out, yes.
And wouldn't price, because that's what occurred before the civil rights movement was they used to put a bit on for getting a voter's ID or the ID law. You had to pay for it, and it was usually too expensive. But the voter ID in Georgia is free. So not only did I stab myself in the foot by increasing, mind you, because of the political onslaught of this bill now, all right, I have now galvanized and encouraged more people to register to vote. Not only have I placed myself as a racist to the voting pool, and now the fact that the world is seeing that my bill is seen as voter suppression, when all I'm doing is legitimizing the thing that turned my state from red to blue. So how in anything, if you're educated enough, simple education, right, Eric, you're in Finland, all right, show me how free ID law, okay, fine, what's called the Voter Integrity Act, of 2021, the Voters Integrity Act. All right. All it does now is the 800,000 people that voted against my party. All right. For the next election, if they follow suit the same pattern, which is said to be more than the original, Now I'm at threat. So show me how I've hindered my opposition by legitimizing their vote process and encouraging more votes.
Yeah, I get it. Thank
Brad. You. It's not even that hard.
Can I rebut that?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I rebut that? Eric, hear my rationale, Eric. Eric, you know the history of Georgia, and you know the history of Black folks being hindered from voting in Georgia. You know that Black folks, all they have to do is show up at the polls, and the demographic in the Georgia House Assembly could be different. Now, you're a part of the so-called white community that's watching your so-called America disappear. You just had a consequential election that you just saw, one state that you can, other than Texas, that you thought was going to be staying red for the rest of your days, just turned blue. And you now realize that, hey, something is going wrong here. We need to do something. The numbers are not on your side. You see what I'm saying? It's just a matter of people showing up and voting. So what are you going to do? You saw that in a unique year where it took a pandemic to take advantage for Democrats to take advantage of a system that was put in to advantage Republicans. When Democrats saw, remember now, Trump told his people, do not vote by mail. He told them that. That was where he screwed up. So when they saw how consequential it was, for all a Democrat has to do is vote by mail. All they have to do is vote by mail. And the system would change. That all of a sudden becomes intolerable. In a state where you can use a gun license to vote, but you can't use a student ID to vote, in a state where you have to limit the amount of voting booths in Black communities, in a state where there's so many factors that's going into why the desperation of these Republicans are making them do dumb stuff. Yes, it was a dumb move, Eric. And it is going to turn around and hurt them, but they have no choice. They're just doing something because they're running out of options. That's what's going on in Georgia.
But that's the point. They've run out of options. That's the point. They did it themselves. They put themselves out of options. Okay?
But my issue with what Brad is saying is Brad is not putting it in the correct context.
But the fact
he's not admitting that this was a vote that was supposed to disadvantage Democrats. But what it's going to do is piss off Democrats, piss off people who see the clear bias. And of course, it's going to motivate them to show up. You see my point? And if they don't, man, we must be stupid.
This is a grown man. This is the thing. He has actual grandkids. He has kids that are my age, and he can't he can't look at something and be like, "Oh, the enemy just shot themselves in the foot," and he's mad at me for not.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Brad.
No,
that's what I've been trying to tell you. But you've been saying the enemy was trying to help us. That's why he did it.
No, I did not.
That's the difference between us.
No. That's not what he said.
I'm saying this is why a basic education will help the Black people. Will help you.
Oh, really?
I'm glad the fact that in my schooling that I know that there are Jamaicans that would get what I'm saying. That you're
what
just.
What is the name of the bill, Brad? What is the name of the bill? Repeat the name of the bill.
VB. Give me a minute. Actually, I can look it up. VB. Because I'll actually read out the bill right now. I don't mind.
Yeah. No, I need the name of the bill, please. Just the name of the bill.
Sure. Georgia voting bill, SB 202.
No, the name of the bill that you just read.
The Voters Integrity Act.
The Voters Integrity Act. Yes. Now, you just admitted that they shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Now, are you saying that the Republicans put a word on a name Voters Integrity Act on a bill that they themselves shot themselves in the foot because they were desperate and tried to screw up Democrats?
Let's talk facts then. We'll do it by facts. We'll do it fact by fact then. Fine. Let's slow
No,
this
can
down.
you at least admit that was the irony that they named it that, Brad? When they were trying to disenfranchise Black people?
Why did they name it that way? Why did they do that? What was Governor Kemp accused of by the right? What did President Trump accuse Georgia of doing?
Dude, Governor Kemp was trying to get back in the good grace of the fucking Republicans after Trump got in his ass and he couldn't lie about the election.
What did the president accuse him of doing?
It is irrelevant.
No, it is relevant. It's relevant why the bill is signed.
It is irrelevant.
It is relevant to why the bill is signed.
It is irrelevant. Kemp did what he had to do by certifying the elections. It was too clear. It was too clear that they lost. He couldn't cheat for Trump. But after he had did that, he made sure that Democrats had a harder time winning the next time.
What was he accused of?
For being a pussy. Trump called him a pussy.
He was accused of giving the elections to Democrats.
By who? Trump, the liar? The man who was now. So, do you know the district attorney of Georgia is investigating Trump? He's about to go to court for trying to shake down the Georgia governments.
Okay.
Do you know all those calls he made to the Secretary of State and all of those people?
Do you know why?
He's about to go to court.
Do you know why he was accused of giving the elections to Democrats?
Why?
Because of absentee and mail-in voting and early votes. So Trump accused him.
That's not why.
Excuse me. Trump accused Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Why did he do that?
That's not why. He's in trouble because he didn't find 15,000 extra votes for Trump. That's a damn lie.
Do you understand what I'm saying here? So my thing is,
Trump wanted him to find 15,000 extra votes, and he couldn't do it.
This is where you need. This is where I beg you, at your age, to simply be quiet.
Listen, young sucker. Listen, young sucker. You go fucking learn something, because you not even a fucking fresh nut out of your dad's fucking balls. You listen, young sucker. You take that fucking Ivy League, fucking little bullshit ass, snubby ass gated community bullshit somewhere else. I'm telling you, you detached motherfucker, and you've got this fucking rhetoric of a fucking goddamn Republican. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
See,
you read the words, but you're not clear on the politics.
When you study American politics, when you study American
really?
When you study,
listen to this snobby little bastard.
When you study,
listen to this snobby little bastard.
When you study American politics, you will learn.
I've been studying American politics before you were born, sucker.
Okay, then let me finish. Then Then you would know that the state and federal governments do not always see eye to eye. So the moment that the governor, the president,
really, then why the fuck has Trump been able to whip all the Republican governments in fucking shape?
Can I finish? Thank you. When you see that the president of the United States accuse a state of falsifying and cheating him out of an election, and you see the president accused, mind you, one of his strongest hubs.
First of all, this was no normal president. For you to say that makes me know you're a fucking liar. You know this was an unusual president doing unusual things. You know that, Brad.
Keep your word. And now all of the black people in this country are demanding, and even the white people in the whole world are demanding, is that you keep your word. You told us we were free. Well, then show us that we're free. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word and let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man, you're a worm, you're afraid of us, you're afraid to give us equal stand. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you. And if that's what you're afraid of us, then tell us that just what you're afraid of. But don't keep hiding it from us and holding this up to us. And every time we ask you for something, you give us a little bit of something. And it's all tokenism. We don't want tokenism. And there are most black men in this world that don't want charity. And yet still every time we ask you for something, you give us a little piece, a little piece. You're playing games with us. We're not children. We're big men. I've seen my father have to put up with all kinds of stuff. He was a big man. He raised a family. He went down south, and he had to go around to the back door with his wife. We're not asking for anything. We're not asking for any favors. All we want is what's ours. Now, there are many black veterans who are coming back, and they're mad. They're angry. Do you think that they're going to sit down through this? Our fathers didn't have the knowledge that we have. They sat through it. Right. But there are other black youth that are not going to sit through it. We know about Che. We know about Bannon. We've read the books of our revolution. We've listened to Mao and his quotations. We know where we stand. We're not going to sit for it. We're asking, and if we ask and we don't get, we're prepared to stand up and take it. If I ask a man, I tell a man I am hungry. I tell him I am cold. And I ask him to do something about my condition. And this man holds a loaf of bread right in front of me so I can see it. And I keep asking him, I'm begging him to please give me a slice of the loaf of bread. I am hungry. Then it is known by every psychologist that the next step in the progression is I am going to knock him upside the head and take the bread from him. I'm not going to starve to death. All we're asking, no one wants to see blood. No one likes the smell of blood. No one wants war. Anyone who's been in war doesn't want war. Everyone knows what it is to see the inside of a man's gut hanging out and see your friends die, see relatives die. No one wants to regress back to the state of mind where you have to think it's all for the cause, therefore my mother has to die, my wife has to die, my brothers and sisters have to die. No one wants that. But you're pushing us to it. You're leaving us no choice. We're asking, we're begging. The students up at Columbia, they ask. The brothers down south ask. The brothers in Latin America, the brothers in Africa, they're all asking. All they're doing is asking. Our fathers asked. Our grandfathers asked. The presidents of our universities, our colleges had to go to your back doors to beg that their children be given just enough money so that they could be taught something to live off. And yet still they ask and ask and ask, and you refuse to give them anything. Now, we're just about out of patience. We're not going to ask anymore. The news media says that it's only the young that are militant, only the young that want this and want that. Okay, but we're 40% of the black population now. Or we were a year ago, and still yet we're climbing. Before long, we'll be 50%, 55%, and then we'll have the command. We're not going to take it. We're not going to take sitting in rotten parks and in places that just aren't fit for living. We're not going to take it. There's a limit to a man's patience, and everyone knows that God, Christ, heaven, everyone knows that what we're asking is not $1 million. What we're asking for is humanity. We're asking to be allowed to live like human beings. And God, you tell us that this is too much to ask. You're sick. You're definitely sick. How can you tell me that it's too much to ask to be a human being?
Hey, Rich, man, you've had some good ones, man. Some good ones.
Yeah.
Some good ones, man.
That's a good one. Yeah.
All right. So can I finish now, or are we still on emotions? Gracious, can I finish now? All right. Okay. So the whole point of this bill is to address mail-in and absentee ballots because the President of the United States accused 4 states, which Mayor Giuliani,
without merit.
I called him Mayor Giuliani. He's not even a mayor anymore. All right, Giuliani went around the state to try to hold the task. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. 3 of the states were more important to him: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and also Nevada. Okay. And 3 of the states he was not really upset that he lost, but Georgia and Nevada were very shocking, especially Georgia. Okay, so he was trying to accuse Georgia because of all the ballots still coming in from mailing in. He was trying to accuse Georgia of cheating. The problem is that that many people on the right, a lot of supporters in a lot of Trump, because Trump still has control over the voters. All right, it's not about the Republicans themselves, because only I think about 2 Republicans voted against him and voted against impeachment in the Senate, and I think a little handful in Congress. So he doesn't really have control over the federal government like he used to, but he still has a lot of say in the voters because 75 million people still voted for him. that was still a big chunk of the Republican Party. And people were talking that Governor Kemp betrayed President Trump. So he had to find a way to address the conspiracy theories that Georgia was in some kind of secret co-optive move to destroy the president of the United States. So that's why this bill was signed, because they call it voter suppression because there's
How did you come to that conclusion? Who told you that? How did you come to that conclusion?
This man is a grandfather. He can't even have a simple conversation. People call it voter suppression because it brings back the ID law. The only difference of the historical ID laws were that IDs were expensive to get. Now they're free to get. And
which people call it voter suppression? Don't say people.
Roland Martin,
which people?
Roland Martin, NBC, the left. Joe
so it's
Biden
not the overwhelming majority of the black community.
Joe Biden called it the what's he called? Jim Crow 2.0.
Yeah.
Jim Crow.
Those are major leaders in the black community. You're saying that the majority, you're minimizing, that's what you're doing. And that's why I see what you're doing.
Well, wait a minute. Do you know anything about Joe Biden's track record in the Senate?
No, Eric. That's not really important right now. The thing is that
really, Eric.
The thing that's really that's so unimportant, Eric. The thing that's unimportant about this thing is that, like, if you are educated enough to know that the way politics work in America, politics are reactionary. So if you have over 800,000 people, black people, of the 3 million African Americans that are, because mind you, there's 5 million whites that are in Georgia, 3 million blacks that are in Georgia. Okay. And like hundreds of thousands of everyone else. Okay. Now it's the minorities that are starting to galvanize. So minorities galvanized to 7, it'll be about good 5 million, plus the whites that do not vote right that are in Georgia. Okay. When you look at areas like Fulton County was a big swear that allowed the county to switch. Okay. These are the things that he was trying to attack. Kemp did this before against Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams took the loss and said, fine, I'm going to get the votes. So what she did was she went for absentee and mail-in. That was her thing. This was way before COVID, mind you. Okay, this was way before that. This was Stacey Abrams. She has an organization known as Fair Fight. Okay, that pushes to attack or workarounds for voting unfair voting laws that are in the state of Georgia. Okay, the reason why I know what I'm talking about is because my friends, got family that live in Buckhead, got family that live in Savannah, so I know what the hell I'm actually talking about. Okay. When you look at this issue here, the reason why this was the worst mistake Kemp could ever make is that not only did he bring national attention to his state, but now multiple voting organizations are being propped up to do two things: make sure voters are armed with a registration card and make sure they're registered to vote. And there's even doing what's known as mail-in drives. That means because it was 180 days before, now it's 11 weeks you have to mail in your.
How many civil rights agencies are filed suit, Brad? How many?
Aliens.
Has the NAACP filed suit? Has the ACLU filed suit?
You don't need to file suit for this. Oh my God. I don't even understand. Like, the most emotional responses coming from a man that has kids my age. You can't even look at a win in front of your face. This bill will only last one election, and people are taking advantage of its weaknesses right now. God, please, my Lord.
I don't know, man. I mean, because it seems like to me, EIE, he lives in Georgia.
But he doesn't know the state. He doesn't. He literally gets stuck in what he sees on the news and in YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to talk about one of the ground forces, right? Go look at organizations. Go look at all the top black organizations. Because for example, the federal government, the DOJ, has been ordered to investigate this bill. They've been ordered to investigate this bill. Multiple New York Times, multiple news articles, CNN have looked in and have detailed what SB 202 is. It primarily focused on legitimizing mail-in and absentee.
So why would they be investigating if there wasn't shenanigans afoot, Brad?
He was accused.
Why would all these government agencies and civil rights community people and Stacey Abrams, the woman you keep referring, who's shouting on every network she can that this is voter suppression, why are they doing it? Why does the high and mighty Brad knows better and these people don't? Tell us.
Because do you hear what these people are saying? Do you hear the end results of what these people are saying? They're calling it voter suppression.
Yes.
So what are they doing to counteract the voting suppression?
Oh, so it's a matter of subjectiveness to Brad, the boule of what is suppression then. Okay. So that's what it comes down to. Brad's subjective opinion of what suppression of the black vote is. The woman who started the organization you keep referring to called it suppression.
Not only did you use that word wrong, not only did you use that word, but even in the context of what I just said, I asked you a simple question. What are they doing to fight it? Have you learned what they are doing to fight it?
Who, Stacey Abrams?
Yeah, what is she doing? Go ahead. What is Fair Fight doing right now?
Well, other than filing suit and all that with the agencies and the government, they're mobilizing. They're mobilizing. They're taking advantage of the stupid move and mobilizing.
So why are you mad when you literally just said what I've been saying this whole night?
No, because we haven't been saying the same thing. We've been saying the same thing in context, but you've been trying to make it look like Kemp did a good move. You making it look like Kemp did a solid to the black community. That's what you've been trying to do.
Eric. See, Eric.
He said that Kemp.
Eric, bro. Eric. You and I.
Eric, I heard him clearly. He is inadvertently saying the man screwed himself up. That's what he's saying. Inadvertently.
Eric, you and me have a basic education. So I'm going to say this to you. If you and me are on the same football team and the quarterback throws an interception and we say the interception did something.
Another dumbass analogy.
The interception, the quarterback
that analogy doesn't factor in a lot of fucking things that the situation dictates. You know that's a dumbass analogy.
Read three things this bill indicates. What are three things in this bill? SB 202. Name three things in this bill. How does it address?
I don't have it at my hands right now. My fingers.
So name one thing then.
It gives the power to the state, the governors, the power to come in and take over from local election officials if they find that something is going on that they don't like. But normally the counties would have that jurisdiction to do that. Now the state and whoever they choose, they worded it so carefully they can elect anyone to go, like in Fulton County, and say, hey, we don't like how things running over here. If they had that in fucking play right now, the other day in the last election, Trump would have had Georgia. He would have got that extra 15,000 votes he was looking for.
All right, so I'm try this one more time because I'm really losing patience. I don't like to do the whole yelling and shouting thing because I have nothing to prove to you. Okay,
I really don't like your little soft pervert type of talk either, but I gotta put up with it, my buddy.
Well,
so let's just deal with each other.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
You sound like a little pervert.
Armani is the last name. Baskin Robbins is the last name. Chrysler is the last name. Fisher Price, Gucci, Hennessy, Harley Davidson, Hilton, Honda, Kohl's, Kraft Foods, Lowe's Movie Theater, Marriott is the last name. Maybach is the last name. Nordstrom is the last name. Pillsbury is the last name. Porsche is the last name. Procter & Gamble, 2 last names. Rolls Royce, Charles Rolls, Henry Royce, last names. Turner Broadcast System, Ted Turner, last name. Versace, last name. Wells Fargo, Henry Wells, William Fargo, last name. Walgreens, last name. Wrigley's, last name. Welch's Grape Juice, last name. Here you are, you think you're buying a product. You are not buying a product, you're buying a name. You think you're wearing a product. Hey, look at this product. No, you're saying, look at this family. Your last name is bigger than your first name. I don't care how you got your name, but you need to be living for your last name. Your first name is about you, but your last name is about us. If you are going to leave a legacy, you got to start building now. I know 40-year-olds who are living under the consequence of things they did from 18 to 22. and they thought that when they left school that they left the issue, not realizing that the issue followed them all the way into their adulthood. I'm telling you that right now you are a builder. Right now you have to start building your life. Now you got to start building credit. Now you got to start building your finances. Now you got to think like a farmer. A farmer thinks sowing. I'm sowing seeds, realizing that I'm not going to reap this until later. A legacy is something that is passed down. It is your mark. It is your footprint in the earth. It is your contribution to the world. Your legacy is something that is passed down. It is your mark. It is your footprint in the earth. It is your contribution to the world. I don't care about legacy. I'm single. I don't care about legacy. I don't have no kids. I don't care about legacy. My family never cared about me. I don't care about them. My life is my own. Why do I need to even think about legacy? Well, here's the thing I have to say to you. The thing you need to know is this. You are leaving a legacy whether you want to or not. Everybody in this room is going to leave a legacy. The question is, are you going to be intentional about the legacy you're leaving? Are you actually going to be intentional, or are you just going to let anything be passed down, anything be given to others on your behalf? Don't let it be so. I wish there was somebody in this room that say my name might mean one thing right now, but I promise after today, this name getting ready to change. I promise after today, everybody's going to want my last name. I'm here to let you know you are a curse breaker. You're thinking kingdom. You are not just getting married, you're breaking a curse. You are not just graduating from college, you're breaking a curse. You are not just getting out of high school, you're breaking a curse. You are not just saved, you're breaking a curse. And everybody around you is about to be blessed because of what God's getting ready to do in your life.
That's how we gotta think. That's how we gotta live. We live like that, and you never gonna move forward.
God, shout out to the curse breakers, man. Simple, educated curse breakers, man.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Wow. And one thing's for damn sure is that when you have your family, right, you make that name, and that name is a part of your legacy, and your children are part of your legacy. They're your family. The one thing that you can't keep in their mind is the trauma. You got to push them past it, and you got to keep pushing them past it until they start thinking about pushing past it themselves.
Yeah, God.
Agreed. So the next generation after them is further ahead of it. And you keep building.
Trauma is why black folks in America don't vote.
The trauma from struggle is going to be with human beings throughout human life on this planet Earth, EIE. Yeah. We ain't getting away from it. We could damn sure move past it.
It's not that deep.
I agree.
Oh my God. Today was an eventful day. Always kind of eventful. Oh, gracious. I really need to stop with the gracious. I realized I picked that up from my dad.
No, we need to put some bass in your fucking voice. That's what we need.
You know,
we need to put a little bass in your voice. Stop sounding like a burger.
You know what?
The only thing I can change is my bank account. You know, my voice on the internet, I don't know why it sounds like this, but
you know what?
My intellect, I'm thankful for, the fact that I'm a black man, the fact that I'm a black man that could, be a positive outlook on this community.
That's what we need to do. We need to get past this little petty bullshit between us. That's what we need to do. We can't build.
I agree.
Get past this petty bullshit.
It's a generational.
Yeah, tell the young stuff to stop the name calling. Because I've been trying to avoid it, but he's dragging me down there.
Yeah, because
he's just a funny little nigga, and he has
the ad hominems, okay, and the bullshit pettiness between men has to stop.
Yeah.
can't build together.
Heard that, Brad? Cut the shit out.
Damn.
You're right, Eric.
Oh, cool. Here we go.
Come on, man.
Thank you, legal scam.
The point I'm making, EIE,
Related to elections,
the only point I'm trying to make EIE is this, man. We grown men in here, okay?
On how they should not already requested, been issued, or voted an absentee ballot or required
But Eric, the condescending talk has to stop. I can understand he doesn't agree with my points of view.
To provide for sanctions for violations, to provide for related matters, and to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Okay, let's see. Okay, top legislation. The bill will litify due to the fact that there was a misdiscrepancy by the former President Donald Trump in regards to the authentic nature of the past election bill. It is rumored that Kemp is pushing
another weapon that imperialism uses, which is a challenge for Pan-African Renaissance. There's religion. Some of us, you know, with all our radical rhetorics, it's shocking. We are still deeply Christian, deeply Muslim, deeply this, deeply everything but African. You see, the clapping has gone down because there's a lot of intention in the room. And we can't understand as long as you continue to see and to understand God and the Creator through the lenses of another race. You will never know freedom in your life. Never. Religion is a cultural understanding of the spiritual. That's why Indians are Buddhist and these Jews are that and this and that. It's just an expression, an attempt to understand, you know, the supernatural. So when we as Africans continue the denigration, you hear Africans say, oh, that's fetish. Like some people, you know, when they see the cowries, oh, that's fetish. Do you know what it is? You know, this is where the problem is here. In the head. In the head. And if we don't fix that problem in the head and in the mind, we ain't going nowhere. You see, the Chinese are coming to Africa, right? Or they're already there. They're going to bring their own God, Confucius, whatever it is they practice. And you'll see Africans there, you know, worshiping. There must be a cultural revolution also. If there is no cultural revolution, our political revolution will not succeed. It will be hijacked and defeated. Because while we've done half of it here in the mind, because there's here and then there's here. That's why there's so many of us in church. If you go to Africa, my God, when some of the big churches have their congregation, 10,000 people at one service. Well, you know, I can't even talk about it because when they have their revivals in Nigeria, do you know there's no space for them in the city? They have to give them space outside. 2 million people turn up looking for redemption, looking for the Messiah. But we have to understand that because the state has failed them, society has failed them, only Jesus has not failed them. And the reason why that hasn't happened is that they're most unlikely to meet him. The same thing. And I don't mean to upset any of the Christians here. I come from a Christian home, a background, you know, a serious Catholics. My mom has got a big shrine in our house. All right? So I know what I'm talking about. But in coming into revolutionary consciousness, you begin to ask yourself questions. You begin to free your mind. If we want to get free, because there's some of us who don't want to get free. I must tell you that. There are lots of, no, they want to be a bit more comfortable. They want to have access to the same privileges that white people have. Not understanding that Europeans had to steal our resources and murder our people before accessing those privileges. So, for those Africans who want the same privileges, I always advise them to go and look for a brand new race of people that they can exploit, a brand new territory somewhere that they can exploit in order to have those resources. Because some of us want orange juice without oranges. We want freedom without struggle. That's what some of us want. That's why we wait for the Messiah. Because you see, the Messiah is going to bring it, you see. We'll be folding our arms like this, and the Messiah will bring it right up to us. Say, here you go, good people. You deserve it. You're deceiving yourselves. And if we're not careful, in the next 30, 40, and 50 years, our children will come again, whether we assemble in London, in Lagos, in Accra, in wherever, and have the same discussion all over again.
Okay, I'd like to read a source from Stacey Abrams. It's a source that's in the Guardian. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic.
TheGuardian.org. Stacey Abrams has described Republican efforts to restrict voting rights in Georgia as racist and a redux of Jim Crow in a suit and tie. Abrams, who helped Democrats win 2 key U.S. Senate runoff elections in her home state in January, that gave the party a narrow control of the chamber, is a leading critic of voter suppression efforts by Republicans. The bill in Georgia, SB 241, includes various measures, include ending the right to vote by mail without having to provide an excuse. The other new indication requirements, identification, and other new identification requirements. Republicans have held up what they saw as a risk of voter fraud as justification for the legislation, despite lack of evidence of wrongdoing. So no wrongdoing, but they're bringing in this law. Speaking on CNN State of the Union on Sunday, Abrams said the moves by lawmakers in Georgia would significantly curtail voting access after a record number of voters propelled Democratic victories in 2020 race. Well, first of all, I absolutely agree that it is racist. It is a redux of Jim Crow in a suit and tie. We know that the only thing that precipitated these changes is not that these was the question of security. In fact, the Secretary of State and the governor went to great pains to assure America that Georgia's elections were secure. And so the only connection that we can find is that more people of color voted. And it changed the outcome of the elections in a direction that Republicans do not like. And so instead of celebrating better access, more participation, their response is to try to eliminate access to voting for primarily communities of color. And there's a direct correlation between the usage of drop boxes, the usage of in-person early voting, especially on Sundays, and the use of vote by mail, and a direct increase in the number of people of color voting. Abrams, a former state senator, state legislator, and unsuccessful gubernatorial candidate in Georgia, also called on Sunday for the U.S. Senate to exempt election reform legislation passed by the House of Representatives over Republicans' opposition for a procedural hurdle called the filibuster. So pretty much they're trying to get a law passed where the Republicans would stop this bullshit. They're trying to get a new Georgia voting, a new countrywide voting bill passed so that states like Georgia cannot do the shit they're doing right now. Protection of democracy is so fundamental that it should be exempt from the filibuster rules. Abrams told CNN. That's how important they see what is going on in Georgia as a threat to democracy. And I could keep going. So for the next time DC Brad mentions Stacey Abrams, let it be on record that she is the one he's debating, not me. She lives in Georgia. She has friends in Buckhead. And she was a former governor candidate. She knows what she's talking about.
All right, so everyone saw how like he was talking. I muted up, let him get all the shit out. Didn't say a word, didn't interject, nothing. Okay, so if you want to, you can scroll back in the same stream, right? And when I had mentioned, oh, never mind, fuck it, whatever, it's done. Oh, okay. What am I doing this for? I feel compelled. I hate my Lincoln Douglas debate days. I feel compelled. All right. Oh. Yo, Eric, you there, man?
DC Brad.
Yeah, man.
EIE, Terry, it's been a good one.
Yeah, man, I'm about to go too.
Peace and respect to you all. Simple for
Much respect.
I'm out.
Much respect, Eric.
Yeah. Yo, Riggs.
Yeah.
Big up to you, my brother.
Appreciate you, right? I got you.
Yeah, man. Eric, you be good, man.
All right, you too, man.
All right. Big up, family. Blessings to all you all. Let me hit this PayPal real quick, bro.
But gentlemen, before I go, I say this one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta stop shouting each other down.
Yeah, it is what it is.
You got Italian friends, don't you, Eric?
But you know, but I tell you what, you know what we need to do? You know, the white menace we talk about? The white menace that we talking about, you know why they on top? Because they on coke and we're not.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Riggs, what is your PayPal Black Family First too? Or is that just the Cash App?
Hey, you're borging bad there, Terry. Yeah. Mr. Riggs, I can't understand what you're saying, man, because you're bargaining.
It's cold outside. Oh, he put in the back chat for me.
I just want to know if Governor Kemp intended to help black people with a racist, Stacey Abrams called it, a racist bill. I just want to know.
I want to know who said that he was intending to help people, help black people, because you're the only one that's been yelling that.
That's not what Brad said, EIE.
Not at all, but you notice it takes.
I know what Brad said.
Black men listen, niggas just
I know
yell.
what Brad's position is.
Black men,
Trust me,
black men listen, niggas just yell. That's what my dad always taught me.
Well, there's a whole island of people that yell, brother, when they talk. Are they niggas?
Black men listen, like you proved my point. Black men listen, niggas just yell. Hey, yo, Riggs, can you put your
that's what your little boule dude said to Garvey. When Garvey was yelling,
Dubois?
that's what your little boule dude said to Garvey.
You talking about to Dubois?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do know that he ended up agreeing with Garvey.
Why is Garvey yelling?
You do know he ended up Garvey just wanted to move. Dubois wanted to educate, then move. But then he agreed with Garvey that we could just take action now with those who we have. So that statement was inaccurate historically and very uneducated.
Oh, really?
Yes. He actually agreed.
Didn't they have a little competition going on? I didn't say they hate each other.
He disagreed.
But then they had a little competition going on.
Yes, he disagreed because Garvey wanted to just move.
But why are you trying to misrepresent what I said, Brad?
Dubois wanted
the same way you misrepresent what I said, but that people in Africa look at us as white, make it look like I say they hate us.
New beginning. No, that's what you just said. You said that your little boule guy wanted to. Oh, why is he yelling? Why is he yelling? No.
But he was a boule.
But he was never. He never
and
shouted
he was accusing Garvey of yelling because Garvey had passion.
He didn't show me where he accused Garvey of yelling.
Well, he didn't say it verbatim.
There we go. There we go.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Got you.
Okay, hold on. Oh, Born Rich is in the house.
Yo, yo.
Born,
my check how's out.
Born Rich.
I'm sound horrible. Hello? Mic check?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. All right, brothers. How y'all doing?
Yeah, what time is it over there?
8:31.
Yeah, 7:30 time. 7:31 my time.
Born Rich, you got iPhone?
You said what?
I thought wait.
Have you got iPhone?
Yeah, I do.
You need to get your ass into Clubhouse.
I got the app down. You got you be having conversations on there?
All right, it is packed in there.
I couldn't get done with it.
Because you can get recruitment for your channel.
I didn't even think about that, Jerry. Damn, I didn't even think about that, Jerry. I can't use that to get to recruit for my channel.
Yeah. Anyway, tomorrow, and I'll see you properly.
I don't know if I'm in a bad area or it's just my cell phone, Terry, but you're breaking up to me, brother.
All right. Well,
I think Born Rich got my other phone.
Yeah, Born Rich. We'll leave it till tomorrow.
Yep. You said what, Terry?
I said I'll leave it till tomorrow because I can't hear you. And I'm just going to play a song before I go on my bed.
Oh, okay, brother. All right, salute, Terry. Okay, if you go live, next time you go live, you catch up with your brother.
All right.
Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This culture should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This culture should be happy we ain't teared. It's the truth, y'all. But some is gon' hurt. The black man's the king of this earth. The black man did it all first. Analyze, go and do your research. They gave us all they worst and we did it all against it. And toes planted and did it all with no mention. Hard to understand it with all the lies and deception. When you can't stand the image of your own reflection. But time is a blessing, healing all the pain. This message in a bottle, yes, it's handy for your brain. Everything that makes you great lies inside of your veins. Won't you place the picture properly inside its frame? Now listen to this game and open up your eyes. The vision is simple, just focus on our lane and ride. They plotting our demise, but still we gon' rise. Focus on our throne, fist up in the sky, do or die. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This culture should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't
This is the true and living. I let them know. It's hard to separate what's fact from fiction. I know they won't. You never knew the truth is hitting. I know they don't. You better never let them kill your vision. Don't let it go. I know the world has got you going crazy. Feeling psychotic. Pop a perk and have you feeling wavy. That's the narcotic. They say your masculinity is toxic. You gotta stop it. You want success, you gotta feminize it. But criminalize it. Find your brother going bust his noggin. And then you vomit when you really look, ain't it ironic? How much we love everybody, but we hate our own. Dumb, deaf, and blinded. All we needin' is the proper knowledge, the proper guidance. We got it. See the black give them power, society never gave them. See the rulers in its core, it's inside them, it's in its nature. See the black man is God, defying all the odds. All praise to the mighty who raises from the dark.
To the black man, keep your head up. Keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. To the black man, keep your head up. Keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
Nobody love us. Let's not pretend. No. Let us gain our independence and let us not depend. They'll never stop us now, they couldn't stop us then. This country lucky that we only want equality and not revenge. We need to invest in each other, how much you got to spend? If I needed your help, my brother, how much you got to lend? You got a black business, I support you. I'ma buy black, the block I want us to buy back. I'm trying to buy that, trying not to get shot at and battle line with a cop at. I need to see an all black Amazon I can shop at. Stop that, cause a black man is king, black man is God. Any black celebrity quiet, that man a fraud. Cause they wanna leave us with no blessings. I seen blacks get beat peacefully protesting, leaving the street bleeding with no weapons, or get COVID treated with no testing. I'm squeezing with no questions.
To the black man, keep your head up. Keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. To the black man, keep your head up. Keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
Who are 22 million so-called American Negroes who originally was brought into the Western Hemisphere by the white man to do his service and not to do our service. They have served that time out, and now it is no need for the white man nor for the so-called Negro to sit down at no such thing as a conference table to try to bring up some kind of agreement to live together and share together whatever is here.
Family, it's been a good day today, and it's been very interesting topics that we've been talking about, and understanding that we have to find a common denominator of us communicating. As Lady D said, communication is what we need in forms of us connecting. So it's been a wonderful day. We've done 9 hours straight, and this is a platform for people to come along in the black diaspora in us to be able to have our conversations, and even just sit back and look and observe on the things that are going behind us. So, brother Iai, hope things are good, and I hope you've learned something.
Yeah, I'm good enough. I got my vaccine today.
You take your vaccine?
Yes, sir. Pfizer.
You take the Pfizer. So you're going to take the second one as well?
Damn sure.
Okay. So, you know, some people that are going to take their vaccine may go take your vaccine, and some people that don't want to. It's a choice. So if you want to decide to take it, you must take it. And if you don't want to, that is on your own narrative. So, you know, we've had a beautiful day. It's 1:40 in the UK at night, and it's probably about 8-9 o'clock in the States. But it's been a good dialogue. I've kind of enjoyed it, even though it went to its high tempos. But please share, like, and subscribe. This is the community for the people.
Why am
by
I
the
on
people.
your platform twice, man?
You put yourself on the platform twice, Aye. So on Sunday, we're going to have a dialogue on Black Eyes TV 7 at 11:30 in the morning UK time, where we're going to have the formal question time, and hopefully we should have the sister circle, you know, for the sisters, and let them break it down and have their own communication. But this is about building, because we need to build a global community. So if you need to find out what's going on, you can either email me at hkthola@gmail.com, or you can email me at blackicetv7@gmail.com, or you could go to all the Black Eyes TV love handles or the Black Family First love handles, or you can get me at Mr. Riggs on all social medias. So if you want to catch up and check us out, just make sure you give us a little info. And if you have a topic or you want to promote your products or services, please do so. So I'm just going to play the Queen Afua documentary, and then I'm going to head out. So family, peace, love, and light. And don't forget to donate to the donation box above in the actual page, the Black Family First, so we can bring you more creative work. And if you want to donate to the children in forms of the International Rites of Passage, it's in the description box. Please do so we can make our children grow. Peace, love, and harmony. I'm out.
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivered into this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, 20s of chattel slavery. We've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. So the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists. But they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. They're Muslim sacred women, and Christian sacred women, and Buddhist sacred women, and Akan sacred women, and Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches. And those branches, if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together and we help her. We nurture each other. And in sacred, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that sacred woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want, and the men want. Everyone loves the sacred woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.